We will now call the Beaufort County Board of Education work session to order. The date is November 18, 2022. The meeting is being conducted via hybrid video conferencing, and it is also being live streamed by the county channel. Requests for public comments participation will be accepted or was accepted this morning between 8 and 8:30 by sending an email with your name, phone number, and topic to Robin with a Y .cushingberry@beaufort.k12.sc.us. And you'll receive a phone call during public comments where you'll be able to speak and address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. The forum will be limited to 30 minutes. If you are in person, you may address the board for also a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain, and each speaker must fill out a public comment card. And please see the board clerk for a card. So we now need a motion to approve the agenda. Okay, we got both. Okay, Mr. Earl Campbell made the motion, and Ingrid Boatwright seconded the motion. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Kathy, can you hear us well? Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you. Aye, sorry.
Thank you. All right. Next, we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. We will have a moment of silence. The media has been properly notified. We will now begin the public comments, and I see we have one person here in person, and I'll just remind this person the rules for speaking. And I will read them again, although I know he's very familiar with them. Confine your comments to issues within the domain of the board. Refrain from racial comments, obscenities, and vulgarities. Shall not reference or make derogatory comments about specific individuals by name, and shall not commit other breaches of respect. Speakers may reference the names of specific board members, but such communications will not include gossip, defamatory words, or abusive and vulgar language. You may not exceed 3 minutes, and there'll be a visible audible timing device, and persons may not yield their time to somebody else. And by completing this card, you agree to abide by those rules. So we have David Cook, and you need to tell me the topic, and you didn't fill out the card properly. So what's your topic, sir?
I'm sorry about that. Review committee.
Okay. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Rodriguez and staff. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak. I'm participating, I was selected in the reconsideration committee. And we had our first meeting last night. And after going through IS 38 prior to the meeting, it seems like there's no due process. There's a little bit of the framework there that's taken from the school guidelines or school library guidelines from the state, makes it kind of arbitrary. We have 4 or 5 appointed district employees. So your community members don't have as strong a voice, in my opinion, but that's because I'm not a district employee. But the review process is a framework that's offered by the state, and it's handed down from the American Library Association. The American Library Association goes against the guidance of putting age-appropriate content in school libraries. In other words, they don't promote the idea of making sure content's age-appropriate in school libraries. They say you should put everything in the school libraries. The book that I got was Speak. I'm given professional reviews of Speak, but there are no parental reviews or reader reviews. So it's a little bit more biased there. The professional reviews would be entirely different than a reader review. Some of the questions that I had asked during the meeting, what grade is the book being given to? We were instructed that the books we're reviewing now are actually requested by educators to be used in their class. So I don't know what grade level I'm reading for, but I do know that inside the back of the book, it directs readers to the Rape, Abuse, Incest National Network, Speaking Out Against Rape, National Sexual Violence Resource Center, Rape Treatment Center, and National Sexual Assault Hotline. I haven't read the book, yet I question, why is it even in a school? Is it a social work class? Is it a psychology class? Is it a victims assistance class? Anything that's curriculum related, I can understand where we might be going with a book like this. Is the teacher using the book a rape victim? That's not my business, but maybe they feel they still need some help, counseling, or some time off if they feel compelled to bring it into the classroom. Last I checked, we don't bring our own sexual experiences, good or bad, into the classroom, be it through creation of a child or the violation of one's body. Neither experience is brought into the classroom, whether homosexual or heterosexual. If so, then we're not teaching the class the subject matter. Clearly, students are being sexualized and traumatized. Why am I being made to read a book, unlike the librarian or district staff or principal who might have ordered the book? We're then given inaccurate professional reviews directly from Follett. What lesson is being taught? To dissolve the nuclear family?
Okay, Mr. Cook, time to sit down. Thank you.
All right, thanks. To dissolve the nuclear family? If we all can't have a nuclear family, no one should have one. Thank you.
That concludes our public comments. Next up, we have school report cards.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. This morning, we are presenting a summary on the school report card. Joining me is our Acting Director of Data Services, Brett Fritz, Melissa Murray, Director of K-12 Literacy, and electronically, Nicholas Flowers, our Director of Teaching and Learning for Elementary, will be joining us. Again, good morning, and I bring forward Mr. Brett Fritz. Thank you.
Good morning. Pleasure to be in front of you guys. I was going to say, if we could go ahead to the first slide. Move it up. All right, there we go. A little bit better that way. Sounds good. So I'll talk a little bit louder. So what you see in front of you guys is a couple slides. The first two slides, they hold the same data, but the first slide is going to deal with the demographics. The second slide, just so for ease of viewing, is going to have the same data, and it's going to have the multilingual students, students with disabilities, as well as pupils in poverty. So what you're looking at is the BCSD as a whole compared to the state. And you can see by the amount of green that those are the areas that we exceeded the state. If you see anything gray, they were exactly even, and red, of course, is where we're behind. Where we saw the most significant, where we knocked it out of the park compared to the state, is going to be in the CCR. If you look there, there's quite a bit of difference. Most of the time, it's 10+ % points ahead. One of the other big places that you'll see is in the second slide, and that's going to be under the grad rate. We were almost 10% above the state with students with disabilities. So that's where we're looking there. We do have quite a few areas of opportunity to look at within multilingual and the Hispanic as well. Those are where the reds come in.
Share what our dropout rate was.
The dropout rate, the last dropout rate that was reported is actually going to be from the 2021 school year, which we had 73 individuals that met the criteria of dropout, which represented 1.1%. This is not included on the slides. That's just a side note.
Thank you, Mr. Fritz.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair and board members, I had asked Mr. Fritz to bring forward the dropout rate because I believe it was a question the other evening at the board meeting. So I just wanted to bring that point forward. Okay. And if you take a look at the table that's in front of you, it is broken down by our accountability areas. If there are any questions on the definitions, we could walk you through, but at this point, I believe you're very familiar with the points and our actions that we have taken. I do want to take the opportunity right now to speak to the actions that we are taking with regard to interventions. The first person to come forward to speak will be Melissa Murray. Mrs. Murray, please.
Good morning, board members. This morning, I have the opportunity to share with you a district-level overview of the instructional resources in place to support our learners kindergarten to 12th grade. At the district level, we continually analyze grade level data and school needs to support instruction with resources and initiatives strategically selected. Although we are still working, learning, and growing our instruction for English language arts, we continue to improve as measured by SC Ready and the EOC. Brain research shows that learning to read and write is not a natural process like learning to speak. It requires explicit, direct instruction with ongoing observation of student work for evidence of learning, and requires a variety of tools to meet a variety of needs. So starting with elementary, I'm going to take you through what we have available in our schools. At the top of your list, you will see Literacy by Design. This is our state-adopted instructional resource for elementary. That was adopted in 2012. 11 of our schools supplement with Scholastic Literacy. This resource for teaching reading focuses on teaching standards so that students can apply the thinking and learning across any grade level text, performance-based learning objectives, academic vocabulary, and supporting learners to higher order thinking through standards-based graphic organizers. We are in year 2 of utilization of Scholastic Literacy after it was reviewed with the State Department group for approval. Implementation is being supported through strategic PD plans with Scholastic Literacy and our district literacy coach, Adrian Sutton. Below that, you will see Open Court Phonics. 8 of our schools that utilize Scholastic Literacy were also selected to be part of the letters training offered by the South Carolina Department of Education. This intensive training is teaching our teachers how to teach reading through phonics, phonemic awareness, and other foundational skills. Although letters is agnostic to a curriculum, the State Department of Education required districts to select a phonics-based resource. Beaufort County School District worked with the State Department to add Open Court Phonics while keeping the Scholastic Literacy for reading. Open Court has a strong support for teaching phonics instruction, so schools implementing now spend 30 to 45 minutes per day, K through 3, with explicit phonics instruction. But we get to maintain the grade level standards work through continued implementation of Scholastic Literacy. We are in year 1 with letters and Open Court. The letters PD is intensive for 2 years with embedded quizzes and assessments to monitor proficiency. The new learning is also being addressed through school-based PLCs. Below that, you will see iReady. iReady is a tier 1 digital resource for ELA. This is a computer adaptive instructional tool, 45 minutes per week, leaving time for teacher conferring. iReady provides supports to students based on results of a grade level diagnostic. Schools are provided ongoing professional support with this tool. We are in year 2 or 3 if you include the pilot year. Additional tools available for tier 1 are Flowcabulary and Word Masters. These resources are available to teachers and students to enhance vocabulary instruction and acquisition. Educators and students also have access to Reading A to Z and HeadSprouts. These tools provide an electronic bookshelf for our students, with the teacher having the tools to monitor and support students' reading and comprehension. HeadSprouts is the phonics side of Learning A to Z and offers students game-like practice based on the same learning continuum we are learning with letters and utilizing with Open Court and SIPs. And so SIPS is where I'll transition to intervention. So far, I've talked about all of the things that happen at tier 1, which means it's utilizing students within a whole group. Level literacy intervention is in all of our schools and has been utilized for intervening with students who need comprehensive support with reading behaviors to progress through the reading levels. Interventionists have been offered training for years, and we are at a point where we can train and support each other. Since 2019, we have been strategically adding systematic instruction in phonics, phonemic awareness, and sight words known as SIPs. At this point, all schools have the system and all schools are participating in training, and we are strategically and actively supporting implementation because this is the tool that is needed for students who are not able to apply phonics and phonemic awareness to his or her own reading with efficiency and accuracy, and or needs to be able to recall sight words without hesitation. Additionally, some of our elementary schools utilize Reading Plus. This is a digital intervention tool that I will go into more detail when we move to secondary. But for elementary, it is used as an additional tool for after school or as an additional intervention tool. So that is what we have in place at the district level for elementary. Moving into secondary, Collections is our state adopted resource for both middle school and high school. This resource is the core of our curriculum mapping work. We have paced out the units focusing on standards-based academic vocabulary, performance-based learning targets, and lessons that meet the higher order thinking requirements of our state standards. Please notice the vertical articulation of focuses from elementary to secondary. We are utilizing a common academic vocabulary definition and standards-based instruction to include higher order questioning and thinking. We follow guidance from the State Department's Office of Assessments and Office of Standards to ensure our instruction and instructional focuses are targeted. In addition, all secondary schools have access to No Red Ink. This is a tool to support educators and students as writers. It is important that students write often and pervasively. No Red Ink offers support to students through the way the writing task is broken down into smaller sections with opportunities for students to learn more about writing expectations. We are in year 2, but this is the year of the positive push along with our writing plan. We have strategic PD being offered, and our district literacy coach, Frida Mechanic, is well-versed to support schools ongoing. At the secondary level, the state has approved Edgenuity as the tool for credit and course recovery. The resources within have been reviewed to ensure correlation and articulation to our state standards. Next, Newsella is a tool for our educators that offers the same text at different reading levels. This allows a teacher to model a text at grade level and provide students texts that are at their independent reading levels. Educators are able to select when to use this based on the needs of students. Middle school, like elementary, has access to Flocabulary and Word Masters to support vocabulary acquisition. The Word Masters Challenge is a national competition for students in grades 3 through 8 that encourage growth in vocabulary and verbal reasoning and help students to learn to think both analytically and metaphorically. Reading Plus, so now we're moving into our intervention. Reading Plus is available as a strategic intervention for students who need practice reading fluently and efficiently, or the fluency isn't impacting the student's comprehension. Reading Plus can also be used for all secondary students with a focus on reading fluently and so they can hold on to comprehension. Level literacy intervention is available in some of our middle schools that have intervention positions for intervening with students who need comprehensive support with reading behaviors to progress through reading levels. And at the secondary level, iReady and Curriculum Associates is the selected resource for special education and provides guidance for educators and students based on the diagnostic results of individual students. To support our schools, we have a literacy plan, monthly coaching meetings, and supporting documents. This is how we message and support schools in integrating and implementing the available tools. In addition, the district literacy coaches and I visit schools to support one-on-one because each school has individual needs. Thank you for your time. I realize that you've heard some of these pieces, but I hope this starts to show you how our resources work together to support a variety of instructional needs.
Thank you, Mrs. Murray. Thank you. So board members, as we've walked through ELA, I do want to make note as well, and working with our special education department, the OG or Ortham Gillingham, an initiative that we're putting is also have that at the secondary level, working with Dr. White and Jamie within that division. So I do want to share that as well.
Mary, I
Yes,
just
sir.
double checked on that. We have over 200 staff members trained on that.
Yes, sir. And our goal is to push that now that we have a large amount of elementary. We want to have more and more secondary. So that is our focus this academic year. We started in the summer. With that, I'd like to bring forward Nicholas Flowers, our Director of Elementary for Teaching and Learning. He'll walk us through the processes in math that are our core instructional tools as well as our interventions. Mr. Flowers, please.
Good morning. So for the elementary level, which is the slide back one for the math aspect, that our main core curriculum program that is implemented is our the Ready Math curriculum, which goes with the same company that does iReady, but they are two separate pieces. And so our Ready Math really focuses in on developing then the conceptual understanding of concepts that build into that procedural fluency aspect of it, and really hones in on kind of those wide ranges of skill sets that we need students to develop as they move through it. And then building in some other tier one supports that are going to supplement them really that program, such as vocabulary, discovery education, to provide some additional resources for students. And then looking at some additional tiers, then you can get into those IXL Dreambox that are available for being able to support our students there. When we look at the secondary level, we are moving into the big ideas is that really core area at the middle school level. And then you start really getting into your specific high school courses that are specific to the concept being taught for that math area, but providing then those wide range of resources that touch into your tier one supports that can provide some video lessons or some skills that the students may not be receiving just by looking at that core textbook piece into it to really be able to expand. One of the other things with the math this year is that we've really been strategically planned out how we're going to work with our numeracy coaches for the district. And so honing in then on 4 key teaching practices that the National Council for Teachers of Mathematics has identified. They've identified 8 of them, but we've focused this year on chunking them out. So incorporating then those establishing mathematics goals to focus learning, starting there, moving into then really posing purposeful questions in math, building procedural fluency, from that conceptual understanding, and then having that facilitating meaningful mathematical discourse. So this year having those 4 key instructional practices with the teaching and learning, but also circling into incorporating strong practices for the 7 process standards. And really making sure that, yes, we've got our strong content instruction happening with our tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 programs and resources, but really pushing to incorporate the process standards strategically and purposefully. So not thinking them as I'm providing content instruction and I'm providing process instruction, but really showing how as you provide your content standards instruction, those process standards go hand in hand to deepen the understanding with our content standards. And
Mr. Flowers, would that be wrapping you up?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes.
So board members, that wraps up. And how cold is it at the training that I have you at with the team, sir?
We landed to snow flurries. So I
All
think this morning
righty.
was 26 degrees.
Thank you for that news flash. I'm glad I'm in the low country. So with that, I do want to add mathematically as well for some support through the MSAT grant. We have support through SCRB, the Southern Regional Education Board. They are developing mathematical concepts for our teachers within those 7 schools, as well as the DODEA grant that supports the computational science being infused at the elementary. So we could build that capacity of our educators. So I just want to add additional resources that we're utilizing in the district. And at this time, this concludes.
Gen
Yes.
Cyber grant that
Yep.
we've gotten as well probably adds.
Yep,
mathematics.
yes, sir. It is a camp that I wrote on the sideline. That is a camp that math teachers can sign up for. The Gen Cyber grant that allows our teachers to, again, learn coding, which takes math into application. Again, I may have shared this with you quite some time ago, is that it took me a while to realize the purpose of algebra, but I realized algebra is a language, and that language helps actually in design and textiles and application. So that is part of this grant as well on the Gen Cyber. It's that application component, right, of thinking. So with that, this concludes our presentation, board members and Madam Chair. Thank you.
We have, thank you. We have several hands up.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Fidrich.
Thank you, Dr. Gladys, and thank you, Dr. Stratos and your team. I was going to start out by saying I have several questions, but you and Dr. Rodriguez anticipated my first question about Orton Gillingham and the application of it in secondary. So I understood you to say we have over 200 teachers trained in OG right now,
Yes,
Yes, that's correct.
and it is being pushed into middle and high school. Excellent. That is really good news, because if students haven't learned to read by middle or high school, then there's probably a real phonemic dissonance going on there. So great. So that takes care of one question. So my second question is, may I?
Yes.
Because that wasn't really a question. That was a comment. And this is a workshop, so we have more time.
Question or comment?
Okay, so I understand the need for lots of tools in the toolbox. Okay, different kids, different teachers, all that, all different building needs and so on and so forth. But if you could elaborate a little bit on it, because if I am not mistaken, when we had our technology assessment, I think one of the points in that assessment was that perhaps we had an abundance of software programs. Okay, so that's one part of it. Yesterday, I had the pleasure of attending the Teacher Forum breakfast, and there was a representative from the Palmetto State Teachers Association. And a recurring concern of teachers is the amount of assessments, not just summative, but formative. And obviously, other than maybe vocabulary, I'm not sure, but every one of these software programs would come with a lot of formative assessment requirements in order to check your progress. So can you speak to that general thought? It's not a criticism. It's just when you hear too much testing, and all these programs are aligned with testing. So can you talk about that, Dr. Stratos?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, you're getting a little ahead of where we're going to be landing as a team. So one of our recommendations for recognizing that you have a reading fluency test that's a requirement. Right now, we're utilizing the MAP reading fluency at the lower grades. One of our recommendations is utilizing iReady. It is a state required, approved tool for reading fluency and identifying dyslexia. So we as a team are looking at how to not to have redundancy, how to give that opportunity to remove off your plate, start infusing the formative testing that we have as a district starting at the 2nd grade, because we do want our students to be ready for that as a 3rd grader. And really having that deep discussion is which one of our assessments provide an opportunity, not only for statistical projection, but also provide information by which that we could utilize for teaching and learning. So that is a conversation that we are having as a team, including our executive directors, including our principal input. So we're probably at like the 4th layer of that discussion in order to open up and land someplace that we could say, let's take this away, let's put this in. But we want to assure that we'll be able to report data points. We'll be able to provide a direction of where we are going. So we can't throw everything away. So that's on the large component, because yes, iReady has testing, Ready Math has testing.
I think if I would add also, when you look at what you have in front of you here, one of the first things I pay attention to when I look at it is what's the tier that it's associated with, right? So I see, I'm gonna put this back on. I gotta get used to leaving it on because when I take it off, I can't see a thing on this paper. When I see tier 1, and here's what we use specific towards tier 1. All of a sudden, tier 1 instruction isn't enough to make sure that a student masters this particular piece. Maybe there's something else that a child needs, right? So you have tier 2 and a tier 3 level intervention that you might utilize. So it doesn't necessarily make sense to do more of the same tier 1 intervention that hasn't moved that child necessarily along, right? So the additional intervention may be present there. I think in addition, beyond the tiers, when it comes to different assessment components, what's important is to have a balanced assessment system, right? You have summative assessments. Those are your SC ready, your SC pass summative assessment at the end. That doesn't affect, and that was the point the lady was making yesterday from Palmetto teachers, that doesn't necessarily affect very much the instruction, right? Because by the time you get the results, right, it's over and done with. There's not a lot you can do. But that's where you need your diagnostic assessments that are part of, for example, iReady, okay? And then that's where you need, more importantly, still are your formative assessments that may be a little more frequent, so that you can say, hey, I just spent 2 weeks or 3 weeks on this instructional cycle, you know? If we move on, if we keep going, we hit all of a sudden January, right? And then we get one of those diagnostics interim type assessments and we say, wait a minute, way behind, right? So 2 weeks or 3 weeks, you know, you can adjust what's happening in order to try and meet the need. You don't have to wait 6 months to sort out that with data that it's not necessarily working. And I know there's other types of data, such as my class, you know, these are my kids, I'm with them every day. It's anecdotal. I know what I know and what I see, right? But so there's value to all of it. The point is to get to a balanced assessment system that isn't overwhelming, that allows teaching instructional time in the process of it, but that there's some data that's available to inform that instructional process, you know. So just a thought.
And Mrs. Friedrich said, Melissa attended the meeting yesterday for myself, that we're now also looking at 23% of the English 2 EOC being based on writing. So that no reading component that's shared, that actually gives immediate feedback and formative information back. We have to really build that capacity of utilizing assessments for learning, not what, like Dr. Rodriguez shared, it's SC ready. That's already dead data. Right. So it's a mind shift.
Colonel Guyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of order, we can't hear him. We can't hear him.
Obviously, a teacher is going to look at each tool and for each student. Some tools will work for some students and another tool will work for another. So that teacher has to be trained in evaluation of which tool is best for which student. My question is, all these tools, do all our teachers know which tool is best to use? Or is it a trial by error? You try one, if you don't get the results, you try another. And then do we have a overall effectiveness criteria to see, as Tricia mentioned, are we using these tools to the best advantage? Do we have too many? Do we have some that we start and we say, well, that doesn't quite work? So, I just want to make sure that we don't have a toolbox so full of tools that we don't know which one to use and we're not really trained on any one of them. And we just throw them out there and we keep purchasing. These are expensive software systems. So that's kind of a long involved question, but help me understand the training process and the effectiveness evaluation process for these tools.
So before I have Mrs. Murray join Colonel Geyer, I do want to add that we went into onboarding materials 2 years ago. We recognize as this district that the state has not updated the ELA, and I'm speaking specifically around the ELA, that ELA standards had not been updated since 2011, I want to say 2012. They have now gone through the processes of completing a reading of agreement. So we will be seeing an upcoming new ELA standards coming out, probably maybe this year or the forthcoming year. Recognize that we were behind and looking at our data points where we were 3 years ago, if not 4 years ago. We realized that we didn't have to bring some tools on board. If you look at the chart from the elementary, if you look down, the first 6 are identified for elementary, predominantly at tier 1 instruction. The adage of open court was from the state this year, and that is for our environmental literacy schools. We have worked hard at putting coaches in place to continue at building the capacity of educators for efficacy, fidelity, and most of all, fidelity of practice. Those coaches are in the classroom. They're predominantly in schools. I have to say almost 5 days a week. I get to see them maybe for half a minute once a week to say hello, because they're in their boots on the ground working with. We have 2 consultants who work as well, especially in our higher need schools, tiered schools, that they're in there building capacity, not only for literacy, but also for numeracy. But with that, I bring Mrs. Murray forward.
If it helps, I'll take you kind of through where we are with some of these, and then maybe you'll see how they fit together. And our schools do have a one sheet from the ELA department that shows how many minutes, where they all fit in, and not everything is new. So, hopefully I can help layer that. Literacy by design has been in our schools since 2012. So that is from the first round of standards, even before they did the refresh. So that is one where some of our schools still utilize, but they have the experience and the background around that. Scholastic literacy, as you know, we're in year 2. This year, though, every single school that utilizes scholastic literacy has 4 days with a consultant that is at their school based on where they are. We do a beginning of the year and an end of the year walkthrough about where they are within implementation. And then our district literacy coach or myself attend all of those meetings. And so then we can do the work in between when a scholastic literacy consultant comes to support. And that's in service of schools are in different places, and we want to honor that and honor the complexity of the work that they're doing while still maintaining this positive push to get this best practice. The other part to that is it ties very nicely into a goal and what we know from SC Ready, that assessment is going to, the questions utilized in that assessment are going to directly correlate and use the academic language from our standards. So, this is kind of a win-win in that sense, because this curriculum uses that academic language. So there's this goal that we have had, and now we have a tool that really kind of helps us get to that point. As Dr. Stratos mentioned, Open Court is really in service of the letters training. That is a requirement of many of our educators. I think the last time I presented, we were at 269 people participating in the letters training across our district. Yeah, including the administrators. They're doing the teacher version. Myself, Adrian, is doing the teacher version also. And with that comes open court phonics. So that is ongoing. That is a very intensive training. Many equate it to master's level coursework. And so when they're learning the strategies, then now open court provides them the tools to utilize it. So there is training embedded in that, and only the schools that are Palmetto Literacy Project that the state is paying for this, they are utilizing that. Yeah. Some schools based on need asked for letters to go. So the state's paying K-3, and some schools asked for their 4th, 5th grade teachers to also be trained. So we do have that in place also. And so when that came to be, we all met. So the teams, the administrators, their coaches, we did that March, April, before the next year that was going to be implementing, to give them plenty of time before their master schedules, because we knew that with letters training in open court, that was 30 to 45-minute block of time for phonics instruction, where their current program asked for 15 minutes. So we needed to make sure that we had those adjustments. So we actually had a half-day workshop. We brought the letters people in early to give us all of that. And that's where we started to form kind of this, it's fairly simple, but this is how many minutes of reading instruction per scholastic literature. This is how many minutes of this. And then we actually have an if-then chart for many of these other interventions. So it's not for all kids. And we already kind of guide people in this big idea of, if the student's struggling here first, this is the proper intervention tool for it. But we also have embedded PLCs with coaches and collaborative planning. So us at the district level, we pull our coaches together and we work through all of these things, and the coaches get a little bit extra training. And so then when they meet with teachers and they're looking at student work, we can really hone in on the tools that they're going to use. And so up there, like Flowcabulary and Word Masters is a good example. That's not going to be every day. That's when it's needed, when it makes sense. When we're noticing, hey, these kiddos need a little bit of extra practice with certain words, Flowcabulary might be a good option because they're just not grasping it. And they do it through like songs, and it's very fun. Word Masters, same, it gives you a set list, but schools get to select and choose who participates in that, and how often. So some of this is very much school-based, but it is available to all. So I hope that helps a bit. Thank you.
Next up, we have Earl Campbell.
My question is, as someone mentioned a dropout rate. Do this district or any other district, when they talk to the State Department of Education, how they rate dropout rate? Because many times we have some students that leave here and they go to Job Corps, or they go to some other district. So have that question ever been brought up?
Thank you, Brad.
Say with dropout rate, a lot of times people will think that would be, with dropout rate, a lot of times people think it should be the inverse of the graduation rate, but you're right. There are so many things that go through that, that actually identify dropout. And I know that I believe Dr. White's department handles it. They govern through and look at all that information. It's completely different than the grad rate that we talk about. That 1.1% are where they can document that they did drop out. There's a lot of kids in the grad rate file that you just simply can't find where they went. So that's something that looking at, and compared to a lot of the other districts in the state, we do quite well with that.
Sometimes when Mr. Campbell, sometimes when, as an example, a family moves, they just pick up and move. Sometimes they don't tell you where they're going. It just happens. Boom, gone. And so trying to track them down, we even try to find them on Facebook and different things like that, just to communicate with them, because when you communicate with them, then you can document what the situation is and provide that to the state. But sometimes you can't find them.
Yep.
And Mr. Campbell, to add to what Dr. Rodriguez shared, there were 73 students that may have just moved out, but would not be able to track them down on social media. No thread from an exit interview at the school site. They may not have completed their post-secondary survey in order to pull that information in it as well. I brought forward that number because we were questioned as a system the other night as well. And I wanted to go on the record that as a system, I feel our high schools are doing way beyond their diligence to really help get our students across the stage. I know 73 may be a lot, right? It should be no student that we can't locate. Thank you for asking.
All right, I think Mel was next, but your hand went down. Okay, so you go next.
Sorry, I can't get on my Zoom at the moment, so.
Mr. Campbell, can you put on your mic and get your mouth close to the microphone? Thank you.
First of all, what are you trying to tell us today?
I'll give it to you in two parts. One, provide you back a summary of information that was requested by board member regarding our report card. Second was to show that we do have items in place to continue with providing our students opportunity for education, sir.
Okay. Good. That leads to the first question. Showing us the summary of this report card, what did you see as the most important items to be addressed in terms of the report card?
So now that I've walked into an open-ended quiz, I will share what I've seen. And I mean that with the greatest respect. And I'll ask Dr. Rodriguez to build on that question as well. I see that we have an achievement gap that is closing, may not be closing fast enough as compared to other groups. I see that as a system, we need to grow better with regard to meeting the needs of our multi-language students. I'm very direct with that. I have nothing to hide. The numbers are in front of us. I also recognize that within our multi-language department, these numbers were actually prior to putting in place two coaches who are also now in the schools, working diligently at building the capacity of our educators. I also see or recognize that it is a cultural mind shift, that teaching at a tier 1 is to meet the needs of all students, period. And I mean that for multilingual. I mean that for a student who's Black, brown. I mean that for a student who has an IEP. I mean that for a student who looks like myself. Meet the needs of our students at the tier 1 instruction. Let's build the capacity of our educators. So that's my quick summary.
Okay, I understood. That was gonna be a question for you to answer. Now, and you've pointed out building the capacity of staff members have been your general theme for the last 2-3 years. And that's, acceptable because unless they know how to teach, they can't teach, basically. Okay, now, next question is, since those things are your concerns, particularly the multilingual students, are we addressing in any way the differences that this district has as a starting point than other districts? When you say multilingual, I am particularly emphasizing the students who don't speak the English language at the level where these different aspects of producing tier 1 students are acceptable nationally, but may not be that easily threaded here. They have a large population of Latino children, a color population, and other children who may not, readily fit into a system. I mean, like Colonel Gaia says, we got a lot of tools, but are they appropriate to deal with where we are here locally? And is anybody addressing that? I do recall when we hired Dr. Rodriguez, one of his comments, and I'll never forget that comment, that if we, raise the tide, the boat will, of course, also rise. Some respect, or not exactly. Saying rising tide will float all boats. Of course, we know that's not true.
I wasn't going to go
Some
there.
boats are anchored too heavily for the rising tide to float it. It's going to remain sink. So my question is, are we looking at that boat with any intent of how do we get it to rise overall? And I'm looking at that with, with due respect of the dropout rates here, but particularly, some of the other items that we felt even with the state. And I don't accept even as our goal with the state standards.
May I, sir? So first, let me speak on the building capacity of educators. We have to have that as a continual process because we're always onboarding. And as you have a level of capacity already being met, we have to continue, as Mrs. Murray brought forward, taking you to the next level. So that capacity building component will always be at the core of our work. Has to be. Mr. Earl Campbell spoke a few board meetings ago and actually asked me directly, and I wanted to see if it was either academic or a board meeting, the need of our ML or language proficiency, let's say language acquisition. Is it something localized or is it something from the state at funding? I feel that those are areas that we may have to look at as a board to knock on that door, to have that conversation outside of our boundaries to a larger boundary. And that is just another conversation. I believe maybe we should research and have conversation. It's not here at the table. But I do believe that is one of the components, sir. And then I also recognize that we have been in a pandemic since March of, I don't want to go there, 2020. So we recognize when we look at our outcomes or our markers or our data right now where we are. No, we don't want to just be comparative to the state. You're 100% right. I've stood this and you've even said to me directly, Mr. Campbell, that you want us to be comparative to the nation. And I recognize that. And I recognize that for the work for our students, the opportunities for our students, as well as our educators. So I keep that very close to the work and the conversations we have within the division. I don't take it lightly. Sir?
Just for a relative question, are we looking at the state report card in terms of like districts, closest we can to like districts? Because you mentioned this earlier in academic committee, this, you're comparing with some very poor, very needy districts here overall. And our district we're not poor, and we're not as needy as some of the districts. And we have, done some things to help increase the capacity of our educators. So are we comparing apples with apples and looking at it with fidelity? That's a question that I know you don't have the answer entirely today, but that's a question that I want an ongoing response to.
And I think I'll just also say this, Mr. Campbell. First of all, even with the state will never be acceptable to me. Will never be acceptable to me, right? Good or bad, I have a competitive thing in me, right? And I have to strive, whatever it is that I'm doing or whatever it is that my organization is doing that I'm a part of, to get to the top. And once I'm at the top, I have to then figure out how to keep getting better, right? I mean, then it's self comparison if you're at the top, right? So it'll never be acceptable to me.
Madam Chair, may I just add one item? I think we also have to look at where our students land at post-graduation and tout to see how well our students getting into high-level universities. I think we need to do a very strong job at that for marketing ourselves as a system to say, look where our students have opportunities to after being with us, what doors have opened as compared to others. I really think that's important for us to share.
Mayor, I want to thank you for
Yes, sir.
bringing that up because we had quite a number of graduates last year going to Ivy League schools, for example, right? So it really is about moving every aspect of our school system and our students. You know, how do we get the students, this, for example, that might be struggling to the next level? How do we get the students in the middle to the next level? How do we get the students in the top further forward, right? And so there's a testament to that, Mary, and I think there's an opportunity there for us to shout out a lot more of those types of things that we do have taking place within the system. So I think, I appreciate you bringing that up because that's a very important point.
All right, next is Mr. Smith.
Just to speak to that point that y'all were just speaking to, within the community that I serve, that has been our situation. I mean, in terms of looking at where the schools are in terms of some of my district, but in terms of these test scores, it's good to have those kids go to, I believe, schools, but we have too many students who are not meeting the criteria to even pass these tests. And, my mom used to always tell me, my grandma says, iron sharpen iron. So if we start at the bottom where the real actual issue is at, then eventually then we will have more students. So we won't have to tell no one because it will be nationally known that we have students who are going to these Ivy League schools. And so with that being said, today, I'm the person who requested. I'm looking more towards the comprehensive plan of how do we stop talking about the achievement gap, the wealth gap, the where we are gap to now we're moving. We're going somewhere, and some places have moved, but collectively, if everyone hadn't taken a shift as a district, then the district totally have not moved. I mean, and that's the reality. And it sounds kind of rough, but that's in actuality it is. And I mean, and I have my community's concerns that Mr. Smith, we've had schools, and we got schools in our district where people are pulling them out of one school, putting them in another school because not only these test scores, the test scores are showing what the community's concerns are. But my question is, how are we addressing it? Because we have a larger menu, as one of the other board members has said, we have a larger menu, but how are we working with that menu and how are we working with these schools besides putting the master teachers in there? How are we putting the dollars? I'm looking for a comprehensive plan on what we're doing and how we're moving it, because giving us this large menu that we have, telling us what the state requires, all that sounds good, but to my community that's not enough, and that's really just those are standards. I need to know, and the community wants to know, what are the district standards in terms of in terms of making this really happen, because this is a conversation that has been taking place for a very long time and we're not seeing results. And we can say, well, yeah, certain schools have it, but at the end of the day, the coronavirus was in the United States. It wasn't just in Beaufort County. And we have schools in Beaufort County who showed through the virus that things could be done. And so there were measures that they took. And we can't ignore that, because we have to have that natural measure across the district in every school and every administrator. And on my side, we're not seeing that, and they're upset, they're frustrated. It's almost like, Mrs. Smith, are we trying to fail our students over here? And I hear them loud and clear because the scores show.
May I?
Would you or Dr. Rodriguez like to address that?
Well, sir, may I? So, Mr. Smith, I recognize the outcome for our students. Very much so. I also recognize the hard work of our educators. I also recognize the attendance rate of students during COVID. when we need them to predominant amount of our students in school. And I know you're aware of that because we've had that conversation. So these numbers that we're looking at are a result of that. I also know that we have an instructional plan in place that is not us only for one child, but it's for all children. That's why we try to design it to be differentiated to meet the needs not only of the school, but uniqueness into our classrooms. And I have to say that because yes, we have schools that performed. And yes, we have space for more improvement. But I have to recognize the hard work. We are 16 points higher on ELA than we were in 2016. Through 2.5 years of difficulty. And I say that my insides tingle because that is the work of our educators. So we face a lot of challenges. It's not just the work of the school system. It is a collective model where we have to be involved, and as well as our community, as well as our parents. It's a 3-tiered approach to turning community around. It's not just one who could lift the weight alone. So it isn't, and that's why I always listen to what you share, because you bring forward the voice of community. It's important. And we take it to heart very strong, because our goal is to provide all children, and I said that when I first met you, all children opportunities. So
Yeah, I think the only thing it is well said, and I think the only other thing I would add is, 2 points, I guess. And you mentioned the scores in ELA higher than 2016. 2016 was the inception of the assessment, first time the assessment was given. So in essence, what you have in ELA is the highest scores in district history on that assessment, on that ELA assessment for the district. So there is progress made. There's more progress to be made, no doubt about it. And there are strategic things that we didn't even talk about yet today, but we've talked about them in the past that the district is doing and has in place. For example, the bulk of those extended learning sites sit in northern Beaufort County, specifically in, for example, Ladies Island, St. Helena, now Whale Branch as well, right? So the bulk of that strategy is really sitting in northern Beaufort County as well. And it engages and it involves community and partners and community members. That's the only thing I would add, because I think your answer really captured it well.
All right, next up is Ingrid. Vote right.
Thank you. So looking at this data, obviously the first thing that was the red jumped out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And demographically, we're talking about the Hispanic demographic. And the two areas were the biology, I can put my glasses back on, and social studies. But, overall, clearly we're doing all right in some of the reading and the math. If you go down to the demographics, what you see is the multilingual is, again, the only red area. But even outside of the red area, if you look at for example, we did much better than the state in the percent of students in the graduate cohort who are college or career ready. And so that's, fantastic, because that's a very key metric. But if you look at the multilingual, it's 12.9. If you look at pupils in poverty, it's 15. Everywhere on that multilingual versus pupil in poverty, the multilingual is underperforming the pupil in poverty. This is an issue I have from my constituent district, District 11. I have Chimney Cove in my district, and I have some of the most expensive real estate in the country in my district. And what I see happening on Hilton Head, and I suspect also in other parts of our district, is my low income students in District 11 are not getting the same interventions that schools that are in where the area is high poverty. What do they call it? There's poverty and high poverty, and there's tier 1. Both of the elementary schools at Hilton Head Elementary, I think now are majority Hispanic, majority multi-language learners. I think they're both Title I. Correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't seen the most recent thing, but they're not necessarily getting all the same tier 1 interventions as other schools. And I think what happens is you've got a cohort of very high need students mixed in with a high income, don't have children in the school, because a lot of these people are retired or their children are grown. And that's disadvantaging that cohort, which is still a majority of the school. So what I'm rounding around to is one of my big concerns is how you said in the presentation for those literacy, I think it was literacy intervention. And it said for those schools that have interventionists. And
That's just at the middle school. All elementary schools have interventionists. Some middle schools use their Title I funds to purchase interventionists.
and Hilton Head's not a Title I.
Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, but in both of your elementary, there is, and actually Hilton Head Middle does have an intervention. Yes.
This
But-
year,
Yes, and then the two elementary schools that you referenced, one is part of our scholastic literacy initiative. The other selected a tool to match what they felt was their choice program. And we did work alongside them to support that and honoring where they felt that they needed to go because of their choice program. So there is work happening in.
I think there's work happening, but sorry.
I was just going to add to, when you look at data like that, like multilingual and pupils in poverty, they're not mutually exclusive, right? A lot of your multilingual students also populate in pupils of poverty. So they affect that whole overall dynamic. I think I see Mel shaking his head. Yeah. But so in essence, I'm not saying you're wrong on what we're driving at. We have extended learning sites. We're adding additional extended learning site, for example, in Hilton Head and Bluffton as well, in order to help support that as well. But I just was really wanting to address make that point that they're not mutually exclusive. They're both in the same, possibly, not guaranteed, possibly both in the same two groups.
So from my,
Some fit three groups.
I
right?
certainly would not say that I would think there's a huge crossover between the multilingual and the students in poverty. However, there is an issue. And what I think it does point out is that if you take your premise that there is a large crossover between the multilingual learners and students in poverty, and that is certainly true in District 11, and you say, okay, so why is the students, pupils in poverty? And I think part of it is, and this is whether or not that, and I don't remember all the particulars, but there was that high poverty school that has lower class sizes, that has another instructional coach, that there are more resources going to schools that are identified in high poverty. And the problem for like a school like Hilton, and I think also probably some of the Bluffton schools, is that we have this population, and it's number wise, it's probably the same as some of the schools in high poverty, but they are nestled inside of a high income, the New Hamptons, according to the Zillow economists. And so it sort of warps the benefits that those groups, and I think a little bit what we're seeing, in just one more second, because I think a little bit what we're seeing is that numbers are starting to reflect that we need to figure out how to address that cohort within an affluent area. There's no question that Hilton Head's an affluent area. And then my other, I guess, so that was what I was kind of drawing attention to, is going forward, hearing a lot about what we can do to reach those students. And then also, because of the multilingual, I have had conversations, and I'm very intrigued by this concept of like how we're handling in Hilton Head. We get a lot of people that have moved here recently from other countries that maybe do not speak the language, have not had a lot of formal education, and we're throwing them into our ESL classes with kids that are just learning Spanish. And one thing I think that we should consider, and I don't know if we have considered, I've talked to you about a little bit, is having more native language support for students that are coming in, and not just sort of wrapping them into Spanish 1, but having some native language classes and some native language clubs, some native language support. So I don't know if we've considered that, but I want to throw that out there.
Doc, may I?
Actually, there are some clubs or some programs that I personally launched at in Palm Beach, and actually put in at the school where Mary was principal at, which really had a significant impact, and so those are things that we're looking at. We are actually in our academic cabinet meetings, we are really zeroed in on that very issue because every school, I don't care which school it is, right, has a student somewhere in it that would fit that that category, right? And then there are schools. I was actually a principal of a school that I called it a tweener school, right? Because we weren't affluent enough to have the benefits of being affluent, right? But we weren't poor enough to have the benefits of Title I and those other components. And so we were tweener schools, right? And so finding and carving our way through that in order to have academic success is there's a lot of strategy around that and supports that need to go in place for those kinds of schools. So your point is right on. It's well taken.
When you say tweener schools, what I think was a problem for Beaufort County particularly is we're such a high retirement population. So we're an affluent community, but the school population may not be. The school age population may not be.
When we talk about the poverty in our schools, right, the poverty number is about those who are enrolled in our schools, right? So if you have a very affluent retirement community, right, that's not reflected in our poverty numbers or demographic in terms of what we talk about. But there are benefits to take advantage of with that. So.
Dr. Gouaz, may I just give 2 points? When we do our allocation for ML resources, we look specifically by numbers to school. So it actually works out in the advantage of obviously of the schools with higher numbers. I have to share that. It's not tied to people at all. It is by the number of student. The second, on the native speaker component, we are reaching out to work with the University of Maryland. There's a grant for developing educators for AP Spanish, the opportunity of bringing that to the middle school. So that's something that is just on the table right now. I'm wishing Miss McKinsey was here right now, but she's attending a meeting for us up at the state capitol. But that is something that we're looking at doing as well. So increasing that native language, because we know there's a difference between a child who has been schooled and a child who's unschooled being in the same class. So points well taken, ma'am. Thank you.
I guess I'm the only one so far who hasn't asked a question or commented. Mine are going to kind of go a little bit along with Ingrid's. So I'm going back to the state report card, those 2 slides. So what's great, of course, is that we see all this green and very little red, has already been pointed out. So Beaufort County School District exceeds the state for all students in all the areas that are listed on these 2 graphs, and that's fabulous. What we've also already pointed out too is obviously all the subgroups don't perform the same, and we'd love to see all subgroups move forward, not just the lower performing subgroups. So the one thing that's of course sticks out there is red here, with as Ingrid pointed out, in the Hispanic and multilingual group, and the if you pick out one single thing, it's the percent scoring C or higher in biology for multilingual learners and also for Hispanic learners. So you may not have the answer here today. Why is that? Is that because I was just starting to think of different reasons? I know I'm not trying to single people out or whatever, but is it because of the instruction? Is it because there are not that many students? Because sometimes that might happen, that if you have a very small number of students taking a class, let's say 3 people, that's I don't think the case, but and if 1 or 2 don't pass the course, obviously then the percentage passing is going to be really low. But you seem like you have the answer already, Mary.
Well,
so
first,
you speak.
Dr. Watts, I love that you did the analysis from looking at the size, right, of the denominator, because sometimes that skews results as so much. But both those assessments are reading tests. So when you conduct your analysis to cross-check students who are successful at biology or the U.S. history, you will see, obviously, U.S. history, you're pulling a prior reading result, you're going to see a correlation. They are truly reading tests in the content area. which means as a result, we have to build that capacity, going back to Mrs. Friedrich as well, of those secondary educators at reading as well.
They're not only reading tests, but they're reading tests with more technical language and
Yeah, so-
academic language that is
Yeah.
more
So
challenging.
you're,
Right. So now then the next step would be, how do we improve that? And and we need to focus clearly in this specific instance on teaching the technical language to, those that are not as adept at the English language, or English is their second language, or whatever you want to say.
the two tools on the secondary for ELA of No Red Ink and Reading Plus, they should be a common language for English 1 and English 2. We're working at developing that because we recognize that as an English teacher, I really wanted to teach these texts. But now I also recognize I have to teach text, but I have to build skills. So we're in that process of, we have one high school who is doing phenomenally in both those areas. All right. And they've seen the results this past year with their scores. So now as their competitive neighbors are looking at the results, and I mean that politely because high school principals are very competitive.
That's a
They
good
want to
thing.
know what you did. So sometimes it takes that, because we had a leader in the pack last year, I will tell you that, who did phenomenally, utilizing the tools that we identified to assist in building at the secondary level. Highest usage rate, utilization rate, and results when we monitor the data.
So my last comment is that well done to Dr. Rodriguez and Dr. Stratos and your staff in terms of the report card this year. Yes, there's always room for improvement, but it's also nice to be recognized that we are clearly having some improvement. Having been on the board for 6 years, and when I first came on, we did not have an instrument for evaluating the superintendent, and it was more of a sort of free flow of ideas. And one of the areas I picked at that time to look at was all the academics for the test scores for, I believe, the last 5 years, or while that superintendent had been here. And I mean, it's all public information. I'm not giving out anything that's not public. There really had been minimal, if any, progress. I think that's probably saying it nicely, over those years. Whereas, as you just pointed out too, Dr. Rodriguez, some of these assessments just started 5-6 years ago. And so well done. Thank you. Keep going.
Can I just say that, thank you for saying that, but also it's just an opportunity to call out those that aren't here today at our meeting. And that's really our teachers in the classroom that day to day are at this work every single day in the classroom. So it's really a good opportunity to bring that forward. And, especially in light that I think our board took a tremendous step in this state last year in supporting a recommendation for the compensation for our educators, because we want to continue to attract the best educators and the best talent we can here to Beaufort County. I think it's important in order to help impact these numbers. So, I want to thank them personally. We take the opportunity to do that because they do it every day in the room.
So we still have one board member that hasn't commented. I see Kathy's put up her hand. Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, shoot, is that me? So I would just like to bring up one thing that I think is important. As somebody who has experience working in schools with high levels of multi-learning students, we get kids enrolling in our high schools when they're 17 years old. They have no English. Are they still required to take the end of course biology and end of course testing? I mean,
yes, ma'am.
Yes, they're required.
Right. There are no exemptions, folks. So, that's something that we have to keep in mind. That's realistic. And yes, I know our teachers work in trying to teach them the academic language that go with these courses, but in reality, they can't even say what's for lunch or those types of everyday languages, I think we have to keep that in mind before we jump all over these scores for our multilingual learners. That's just my editorial comment, because I've been there in a school that has had those types of populations. Thank you.
All right, so the board needs to make a decision. It's been an hour and 20 minutes, so we have several people who'd like to speak for a second time. So what's the will of the board?
I make a motion that we let me speak. This is a very important topic. I believe this is part of our job, so I think this, yeah.
Okay. And any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Kathy?
I do think you guys should have
Yeah. Kathy, what's your vote?
What are we voting on? Whether to continue the
To
discussion?
continue the discussion, we've had, every board member's had a chance to speak, but some would like to speak again.
I guess. I mean, is there anything else to say? Any different things? I mean, I think that's what I would focus on. Different
Okay.
comments.
All right, so it's unanimous, and I think Kathy's comment is excellent in that, you know, if it's already been said, we don't need to keep reiterating the same thing, bring in some new ideas or new thoughts. So next up is Colonel Geyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a different topic on assessment. About 2.5 years ago, I attended a Leader in Me Leadership Day at St. Helena Elementary. Part of that day is you go into classrooms, you sit down with students, and you talk to them about their learning. I sat down next to a young man in 5th grade, and he showed me his workbook. And he said, you know, I've been having a little trouble. It was math. So I've been having a little trouble in this math. Here's my scores. And here's my score a month ago. Here's my score last week. And here's my score yesterday. You see, I'm making progress, but I still have a ways to go. And then recently I read Rick Stiggins' book coming out about assessment and the importance of self-assessment, student self-assessment. We've been talking about teacher assessment and administrative assessment, but tell me how, I'm hoping that Leader in Me wasn't the only school that's doing self-assessment so that the kids know where they've got to go. So please address self-assessment.
It's not a topic that I'm going to say that we have brought forward to the board. We're prepared to, Colonel Geyer, but I could share this. That self-assessment component of a child being able to identify their target and benchmarking within their pathway is a language that actually is called student voice. Ray Stiggins brings it forward in his component of academic achievement and how significant that is. He actually does the analysis with that to tell you where it is going to be statistically to help move children. John Hattie did that quite some time ago as well. And I'm not saying that one research has worked off the other. It's like think. But it's as simple as an educator saying, okay, guys, the 3 thumb movement, that informal formative assessment that we utilize to say, did we get the concept before we go into independent work? Has my class gotten to an 80%, or I would say an 85% proficiency at practice before you go to independent work? I'm circulating and then you're going to go back to your seat. Are you on your mark? I think that's a practice that many of our educators do already, but that documenting on the roadmap is a tool, for example, with writing. Where do you want to be on the rubric? Let's become our own self-editors. That's language that we're working on. But the first part of that is Mrs. Murray brought over earlier, is making sure that we have that inter-rater reliability on the rubric before we even get there, because we want to make sure our teachers are scoring what it should be scored as well. But I know Doc wants to slide in on
I
this
think
as
the
well.
only other thing I would add is that's something that's inherent and natural in the Leader in Me initiatives, which we have several other schools that have come on board with Leader in Me. But there are other schools that may not be a Leader in Me school that do this in their own format and in their own way. And as an example, I believe at Red Cedar, when they when they do progress report meetings or report card meetings and conversations, they have students as a part of that. They're sort of student driven and student led with their work and their information as they share with parents and teachers present in the room. It's another twist on how to do that, but we might need a more formal approach to it that can be proliferated. Mayor, I'm thinking like we used to do the student assessment literacy program we used to do, and because that's what it is, it's student assessment literacy. I mean, are they literate in the language of their own assessment, right? In terms of results, you know.
And to circle back to my presentation and draw attention to your question, we are systematically putting into performance-based learning targets. And so when you hear me say that, what that means is when we are sharing with students of what they're going to learn, it's in service of breaking it down into what you're going to know and be able to do. And so our curriculum maps also now have those performance-based. So it's going to say, we are going to teach you this in order to, so then you produce this. And what that is the foundational to is what you're driving towards is that then for the educators and the students, it's much more easily tracked of, do I have that content knowledge, but then also was I able to apply it to the work that we're doing within that? And so then they can self-monitor, teachers can better take their anecdotal notes or their formative assessments while we call it aggressive monitoring. So while students are working, we are walking around, where are they in this learning? So that is the reason for the shift to performance-based learning targets. And that is happening all the way up, kindergarten through 12th grade, is we're moving that direction.
All right, next, Earl.
Yes, I just want to make a comment. I think sometimes we in denial of what is going on in this district. And the community is. And we blame everybody else but ourselves. And I'm talking about as a community, as a parent. Sure, poverty has an effect on students. They do. But that does not say you cannot learn. I went to a one-room schoolhouse. The teachers was concerned, this community, everybody in that community was concerned that you get an education. Today, it's different. We have some parents that don't seem to care. And I know I'm gonna get some flack back on that, but that is the truth. Until parents and the community come together, we're going to be in this boat for the next 20-some years. We can do that. The district have put stuff in place to make us learn. So we cannot blame the district. The responsibility is the parent. You send your child to school to get an education. You didn't send them to act crazy. So if you do that responsibility, then you will see a change in the district. Thank you.
Melvin.
Thank you. Let's first make the statement that is probably very appropriate. Dr. Rodriguez, you signed on for probably one of the toughest jobs in America. That's a fact, and some of the things Earl just said is relevant, but also the things Ingrid said were relevant in terms of the transitional population, particularly on Hilton Head, and that school has seen quite a bit of change over time. And of course, that change, is relevant to everybody involved. That school, practically have always led the district in numbers, and that's not going to happen, anytime soon. And that's a reality. As far as, background education of some of the parents, you still got those parents who are sending their children to school. And I'm afraid to say that they don't know anymore, Earl. They don't know any more than they're doing. And I don't want to make any blame on where that blame lies, but all I know is the history of this county and the people in this county and the education in this county is relevant. And as educators, as board members, we need to always be aware of that. And we need to be aware of the changes that's possible and also the changes that we can accomplish if we are aware of it. Now, the roadmap is fine, it's excellent in terms of what we're building. We have to build those capacities to make any changes. The other component of it is understanding that Earl went to a one-room schoolhouse and he made it. But what he isn't saying is about 65% of people who went to that one-room schoolhouse never learned to read. So they also are pushed into a different capacity of life, and their children pushed into a different capacity. And that, that's where we are. And I implore you to take all of those things under consideration. And you're talking, Christina talked about biology and its component. Well, the reality is we're gonna have more than half of the children in our district who are multilingual parents. Should they have a nurse that's multilingual? I don't care how we get them there. And that's a segue into our technical component.
Mr. Smith?
I definitely agree with everything what Mr. Mel Campbell just said. Also into the component of that, I can't agree that it's just the community and the parents don't care. What I will say is their skill set, as Mr. Campbell said, and their know-how, and that's the three-prong relationships that as board members that we have to have with the community. Because yes, you have the board, the administration, and the community. And I've been saying this for months now. Until we all get on one accord, then the community, we will have these issues in our community. I said a few minutes ago, iron sharpens iron. So it's just not an achievement gap in this community. There's also an income gap. So all those things bring upon results. They drive and strive off of each other. In saying that, I'm saying this is what I'm saying. Until we start having community meetings from not just administration, because apparently someone believed in everyone who's sitting around this table, with the exception of Dr. Rodriguez, because obviously people in the community believed in everyone. That's why we're sitting here. So until the people who voted for us and who believe in us, until we start going to the communities and start having community meetings with them and let them know how important it is to get involved and to understand what's going on with their children, then they're gonna think everything is fine because they figure they tell them that's your job to do that. That's why we elect you. So the burden is on us to some degree to go back and let them know how important it is for them to get actively involved in their kids' education and see how we have parent universities here. How are we utilizing those things to get to the community, to get them to understand the importance of education, the importance of sitting down and talking to your child about the educational process and about what did you do today? I understand some parents, they go to work when it's dark and they come home when it's dark. But to some degree, we still have to get those parents or get those aunts and uncles in a room and start talking to them collectively and not just saying, oh, well, they don't care. Well, if they don't care, we care. That's why we ran for this board. That's why Dr. Rodriguez is a superintendent. That's why Dr. Scraddles is the academic person, because she cares about academics. So we have to make it we have to make it a one size fit all, as in a care factor, and we have to reach out above and beyond. Making that happen is so much easier to be said than done. To say, oh well, they don't get. It's not about giving up on them. It's about showing them and going the extra mile to let them know, hey, look here in your area, Mrs. Smith, there's some things that need to be done. Mrs. Boatwright, in your area, there's some things that need to be done. What can you and I, hey, let's shoot to have some community meetings. Let's shoot to see what they may want from us, what we may want from your aspect, not just from the administration, from you. Because this is what you said that you want. How can we get together and make this happen? Secondly, I'll move on. In terms of Dr. Guaz brought up a good point. Herman Scraps about the volume of the keywords in testing. I remember Dr. Laverne Libby Davis, God bless her, she would tell us students there are going to be certain test words, buzzwords. When I repeat after me, buzzwords, and we repeat after her, buzzwords. And those buzzwords were words that would be on tests that we didn't normally have in our vocabulary. Mrs. Smith, where are you going out with this? Where I'm going out with this is, look, we have a young people director. What's Ashley's job? Mrs.
Early literacy.
Yeah, early literacy. My mind is going 1,000 places. I got to bring it back in so I can be short. We have an early literacy director. We have Head Start. Those two programs should be working in silos together, because that is going to be those are going to be the new scores coming in as we send out these other high school, as we graduate these kids this year. Okay, those kids are coming. How are we putting our dollars into getting those kids to learn the 50 words versus the 250 words? Because some of these kids, they come into school and they only learn 10 words. Mama, daddy, I'm hungry, lunch. Versus having that vocabulary of the 50 words versus the 250 words coming. That goes right there towards the gap, because some parents can afford to teach them, or some parents can afford to give their kids tutoring. So my question is, how are we spending the money to get these two together to work together? Because guess what? Their scores are our scores, regardless of whether they're outside of our district or not. We have to own their scores. Once those kids come in and start testing, and those kids come in and they don't know, that's ours. This is our community. So I'm really looking forward, and I spoke about that at the last board meeting, in terms of, we said we just hired a team that's who going to go out and look for kids who can't go to school. Okay, let's partner up. So we got surrender to me for the we. That's all I'm saying. I'm looking for a change. I'm looking for us to get more involved in the community, to get these scores up. We can talk about it all day, but what is our plan and how are we going to get involved? It's easy to say that people don't care. That's what I'm looking for in terms of how are we going to get these kids from 50 vocabulary words to 500 vocabulary words. What are we doing? Because what they do affect us, and we should work together, because we're only one county. Point blank, period. Thank you. And I do appreciate y'all work. My conversation sometimes is rigorous, but I do, because my conversation in the community is rigorous. I do appreciate y'all work. Don't take it for granted. I don't doubt nothing that you do. But I'm just looking. We're right there at the 90-yard line. I'm looking to make that touchdown. We just need more. That's it. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you.
All right, this is going to be our last question. Ms. Fidrich, or comment.
Boy, I started it out and now I get to finish it up.
Yep.
So thank you for that. It really is more of a comment. And I just have to, first of all, thank Dr. Rodriguez, Dr. Stratos, your entire team, and all the teachers, because as what has been asked to the questions and comments that have been made, some of the suggestions have been in our district, and we're seeing the fruits of that labor for years. Self-assessment, I don't know any teacher that doesn't sit down with their students with their target when they have their MAP testing. Here's your MAP score. Let's look at what your target is. How did you meet your target? And that has been a decades-long practice. Academic vocabulary, buzzwords. You're right, Mr. Smith. That is a best practice, long-standing practice in this district. We talk about academic words. What does it mean when it says cite? What does it mean when it says analyze? What does it mean? All those 12 major academic words that you're going to find in assessments. And the last thing I would like to say is, Mr. Smith, you have 4 more years for community meetings. Everybody that is going to be on the board. And I know that Dr. Rodriguez, when you first started, you came to a community meeting with me at Beaufort Middle School to share yourself, introduce yourself, that can happen. And when you say we need more community meetings, Dr. Stratos, Dr. Rodriguez, Miss Murray, everybody, I have no doubt would go with you, set up a community meeting. Make it happen. Talk to the community. No one's stopping you from doing that. And I urge you over the next 4 years, since you are the elected representative and you bring forward all these concerns from your community, they will go. I have no doubt that they would go with you and address any concerns. Bring in all those community partners that exist in Northern Beaufort County, all those outreach programs that we have, the parent university things that we have. Make it happen, because if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Stratos, Dr. Rodriguez, wouldn't you like to hear it directly from them?
Yes.
So that's an excellent point. And I tell you what, invite me. I'd like to come.
All right. We'll take a 5-minute break now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
For bathroom, and we'll be back at 11:46.
Fred, thank you. Put your hand out. Good job, guys. Good job.
Yeah. Gotta get into that conversation. I better not. Fair to put that.
I keep everybody up there for an hour and a half. My toes are killing me.
You know, you gotta wear the right shoes when you come to board meeting. We don't give
initiatives.
Good morning. We're going to kind of lump two things together here, mental health initiatives and student discipline. Because I know that you have had an in-depth report at some point this year on student discipline. So what we're going to do is talk about mental health for adults, mental health for students, and then roll that into discipline as it all applies to each other. It's one big circle. And we're going to do the presentation this morning. We're going to try to do it interactively. You have 2 PowerPoints in front of you. So as we go through the PowerPoints will be a guide. We're going to ask you to ask questions after each one of the slides, because we will talk through what's on that slide. Your questions are going to be automatically in your mind as we go through it. So instead of asking you to hold and write down and come back, we'll get through the questions as we go through the slides. So we have with us this morning Kiki Swinton, who is our Director of Employee Services. And that's a big umbrella to take care of our employees from the beginning to the end. We have Dr. Juliet White, who's our Student Services Officer. And along with her, we have Ms. Andrea Murray, who is our Coordinator of Human Services. So all of these areas include mental health, student discipline. So when we launched our initiatives early on to include mental health services for our staff, we began very small at the beginning, and it has slowly evolved. It is still evolving. It's still a work in process. And we are going to walk you through where we are, where we started, where we are, and where we hope to go. So I'm going to ask Kiki to come up, and we're going to begin with our employee support services, and that's our mental health. And I believe you remember when we launched #YouMatters, that was the beginning of our mental health services. So I'm going to turn it over to Kiki, and as we go, ask questions.
I'm here. Good morning, everybody. So as Ms. Walton said, when we started the You Matter initiative, we partnered with Hope Performance Systems, which was a local mental health provider. Unfortunately, James Hester recently passed away, and so the business dissolved. They have been absorbed by one of the local community partners, so we'll talk about that a little bit more. But we're very proud of our You Matter initiative. We have, worked hard to ensure that our services are available to staff. Our goal has been focused on removing barriers and increasing access to staff members. A lot of what you talked about this morning with regards to the work that our teachers are doing in the classroom is exactly the reason why this work is important. In order for them to be able to take care of our children and show up and provide them the academic support that they need, they have to also be whole themselves and be able to provide that service for them. So our goal is through the You Matter initiative to increase access and remove barriers to service. Robin, if you want to go ahead to the next slide, please. Since we launched the You Matter initiative, we have progressed and added a new partner, Hello Hero, which is what we launched in April of 2022. That partnership was brought on to provide virtual mental health counseling at no cost to staff members. We saw an opportunity with the addition of the ESSER funds to utilize those funds to be able to provide this service to our staff members. When we launched in April, so from April to the end of June, we were able to provide services to staff members. And then basically in July, we kind of reset and offered an additional set of services that are available to staff members. We've seen that our staff have been willing to utilize the service. So for us, the numbers continuing to grow indicates to us that this is a service that our staff are utilizing. It is something that is a self-referral. So staff members do not have to go through HR or through their principal in order to seek out these services. They themselves can reach out to Hello Hero directly. So that does not have any impact. I know when we initially launched, one of the questions that staff members had was, is this going to be a reflection of me as a professional? That's something that people worry about. I don't want someone to perceive me as having a weakness because I'm seeking out mental health services, when the reality is that is a strength. And that is something that people should be proud of. And so we're trying to work to reduce the stigma. The focus for us, though, is to make sure that our staff understand that this is completely private, it's completely confidential. We do not receive any information about the services that staff members are receiving or who are receiving services. If you don't mind going to the next slide. Oh, wait, go back one second. I do think it's important to point out from April to June of 2022, we had 120 staff members that sought services through through Hello Hero. And then from July 1st through October of 2022, 146 staff members have received over 1,200 hours of counseling. On our next slide, this is a combination of information. So there's a little bit of information here with regards to the ESSER funds and how we've utilized that for staff mental health. You'll see to the far left, that is where Hope Performance Systems, who has also been providing services through our Human Resources Department, they assisted with fit for duty evaluations, substance abuse therapy, those types of things. They participated with us with regards to that. And then Hello Hero, of course, has been doing the virtual counseling for our staff members. We also included on here the number of monthly referrals. So you'll see that when we launched in April, nearly 100 staff members immediately sought that service out. That was an indication that this was something that was of great benefit to our staff members. One of the things that we saw as beneficial when we met with Hello Hero was the diversity of their staff. And what they do with staff members is when they do an intake, they assess that person to determine what is going to be the best fit for them to receive their counseling. Who are they going to receive their counseling from? And then we're also focusing on expanding those staff members. So as we see a need continue, as we see the number of staff members continue to grow, then we have conversations with them monthly to assess, do we need to grow the number of staff members? We started out initially with 2 staff members that were dedicated solely to Beaufort County School District. Their schedule was built around our school schedule. So staff members did not have to worry about being scheduled during, let's say, their planning period, having to take that time to go to receive mental health counseling. They have a schedule that is built primarily early mornings, afternoons into the evening, so staff members would be able to receive those services. You'll see the caseloads for each of the providers. And as I said, Ms. Walton and I have been in conversation with Hello Hero about adding a 4th provider. We know that once they get to that 25 to 30 range, that's really when we maximize the caseload, and we want our folks to receive the optimal service. So we're introducing the option of having a 4th provider. So as I said earlier, thank you, Robin. The goal for us is increasing access and removing barriers to service. And this is something that we talk about regularly for our students with regards to mental health. And Ms. Murray and Dr. White are going to talk about that more. But for us, the primary focus from the HR perspective is, how do we do that to adults? How do we do that for adults? We recognize that the number of providers is in no way reflective of the needs that are available, that are within our community when it comes to mental health. We probably have such a large, a gap between the number of providers and the people that are seeking out services. So there's a pretty extensive wait list for people to get on with some of the mental health counselors here. It comes at a cost. Some insurance does not cover, or some providers do not accept particular insurance. So being able to have this where you could seek this out up to 12 sessions. We saw that as we were providing the initial 8 services, going back and looking at being reflective about the services that were provided, we recognized that 8 sessions was not enough for a staff member, because we would have regular situations where staff members would come back and request additional services. So we increased that additional number to 12. We also work with our benefits department to be able to work through our insurance providers and our EAP to connect staff members who need additional services outside of what our providers are able to offer. You have a question?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Kiki, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So just who's on the other end of the line? These are certified mental health counselors?
Yes, they're certified and licensed.
Certified and licensed. Yes. And this is like telehealth? Is it they can see each other, or is it all just on the phone?
They do both.
They do both, whatever the client.
Based on the employee's preference.
Okay. Thanks. It was just those 2 quick questions.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
and they cover a number of different modalities. So the three different providers that we list, some are licensed and family, some are individual counseling. They do different modalities. So that's where they do the assessment. They determine what the need of the employee is. So they may say, hey, Kiki may need this particular, these are the needs that she identified in her assessment. So we're going to connect her to provider B.
All right, Colonel Guyer.
Thank you. What are we going to do when ESSER funds end?
So
I don't think the problem's going to
come
end.
back up here, Ms. Walton. So that is something that we talked about, the sustainability of this program is, and Ms. Walton and I have regular conversations about how we're going to keep this in place for staff as much as possible.
At this data we've got to capture, because this is how we can justify continuing this program afterwards. So be sure I don't think our caseload is going to diminish considerably once ESSER funds end, but I want to make sure that our employees have this asset in perpetuity.
You're absolutely correct, Colonel Guyer. We have thought about this. We know that the ESSER funds are going to run out and we're going to be at the bottom of the barrel. So we talk constantly with finance in terms of how we're going to sustain this, work this as a budget item in the future, because I don't think we can turn around. I don't think we can provide this service and then at the end of 3 years say we don't do it anymore, because the need is there. And once you give employees something, it is very hard to take it back. So it's a constant discussion, and we're looking at where we can fit this in our upcoming budget processes.
Mr. Mel Campbell.
What happened to the volleyball games? My question is.
I'm sorry to look at you like that, Ms. Campbell. I was like, what?
I connect the dots. My question is, what are we doing to lower those numbers, to change that climate, to redirect some of those emotions from a perspective of climate control or engagement among staff with each other, things that beats this pressure. I've been in the classroom and I know, we tend to stress, but if we're stressing alone, then we're going to look for these services.
Sure.
But if we've got some people to feed off of from a district perspective, we play volleyball together, we bounce off some of our situations together. That's what I'm talking about. What happened to the volleyball game?
Picking up what you're putting down.
Talking about building culture.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Building culture does lead to some of the alleviation of some of the stress that happens around non-cultural activities. So
I think I'm sorry, you're exactly right. A focus of ours is on what is the culture in the buildings. And this is something that we talk about regularly with administrators, especially when we have our monthly leadership meetings. But this is something that we also need to recognize that it's not going away anytime soon. But the goal for us is, and we'll talk about it in a couple of slides.
To push some things down to the school site that can happen with our support. I don't know what it might be. I know it's not going to be a half a day off every week, but what else can we do?
Yes, sir.
Those are the things that, I'm concerned that we need to build all of those components into this to really do something to fix it. I'm not those who's going to accept the idea that our society is going to get worse. There's going to be a lot more school shooting. There's going to be a lot more mentally ill people. I'm not in that mode. I'm in the mode that we can fix it from an educational perspective, that we can design something that will work for our society. That's the mode I'm in, and I'm looking for things that help me feel like I'm right.
We are in that mode together. I
Okay,
think that
good.
a part of what we're doing as a HR department, we do the annual upbeat survey for staff members. One, to gauge how staff are feeling within the building. What are some of the needs of staff members? So that gives them a voice for us to be able to build off of. It does us no good to be able to just throw a dart in the dark and hope that
Yeah,
we'll hit the board as
okay.
to what services are
So you're
available.
getting information.
Yes, sir.
And I
Yes,
can
sir.
look
We do.
forward to you utilizing that
So-
information. that
So
you're getting.
I would just share, I just got a snapshot of the most recent upbeat climate survey
Mhm.
for our system. And from spring to the fall, right? When they took it not too long ago, the growth and improvement is astronomical. Okay, the individual who was sharing, the consultant that was sharing the information with us was saying, you know, when we see the 2-point engagement survey increase, we're dancing off the walls because that's huge, right? We have some schools with a 20-point increase in engagement survey, 13-point increase in engagement survey, probably 6 of them had 7-point increase in engagement surveys. I was blown away by that. We have put an emphasis on that. I've asked our principals this year to identify 3 things from their last survey. Find 3 things in that survey that you want to work on, because you can't work on everything at one time. So find 3 things you're going to hit home on, right? Develop a plan to hit home on those 3 things. You need to give that plan to your executive director. Okay. When you have a faculty meeting every month, the first one, you talk about what that survey showed and what you're doing with the information from that survey. Here's your plan. The next month, at your faculty meeting, say, here's what we've done about this so far. Here's what we're doing next about these 3 things, right? The next month, bring it up again. The next month, bring it up again. And you continue the dialogue and the conversation around those things. I think there was just some massive improvement and emphasis on that. And I think that's important. You know, you're also talking about something else, not just the data around it. You're talking about what kind of things do you organically do to build culture within your building? You have a cookout and you have a barbecue, when you have a volleyball game with your staff that lets you have some camaraderie and some that's what you're talking about. When you said volleyball, I got to tell you stumped me for a minute because I didn't know what he was talking about. But as you got a little further, I understand exactly what you're talking about.
On Monday morning.
Yes.
Because they know you feel good about them.
Mhm.
That's what I'm talking about. That is support services to me.
Yes, sir. Yes. It absolutely is. And I think it's encouraging that we're focusing on this because it does show that we care. And, you know, the You Matter hashtag that we had was not just lip service. We're actually putting the emphasis behind that to be able to show our staff members every day you do matter. And your opinion, your overall well-being does matter to us. So we're working collaboratively to make those things happen.
I understand we get people to that degree that really need some emergency assistance, but we want to keep that from happening over and over, or else our profession is not going to be easy to hire a teacher because nobody wants to teach and a stressed out job for the rest of their lives. And if that's going to be the image, we got to do some basic fixing that.
You might not want to be at Twitter these days, right? But you know, how you build culture around your organization or within your school, and those opportunities are valuable. Yeah.
And I think just to add to that, something that you just brought up, with our new induction teachers, we actually work with our mentors. I actually just did a session with them about a week and a half ago on work-life balance and encouraging staff members who are new induction teachers to focus on work-life balance and to seek out those types of relationships, those that help to build you up when you start to feel like it's just me. And then you recognize that it's not just you alone that's dealing with that. And then another thing that we've done is, if you'll go to the next slide, please. we partnered with Right Directions Family Services, who has also been a partner of ours, providing RBHS for students. We have now partnered with them to take on those services that we lost with Hope Performance Systems. So the focus for us is to make sure that we're continuing to build that cadre of support that we have for staff members. So they will help us with our fit for duty evaluations. There have been situations where we needed risk assessments done on adults. Our school social workers, counselors, psychologists, they're trained to do those risk assessments for students, but we want to be able to have an agency that partners with us to do that. So we're excited to bring Right Directions on to do that. They also have substance abuse and therapy that is available. Are you trying to tell me? Okay, sorry. And then individual and family therapy is available through Right Direction. So that's another service that we're excited to bring on to follow up with the loss of Hope Performance System. And we talked, if you'll go to the next slide, please. Any questions before I'm sorry, I keep running through the slides. I'm sorry.
We have.
No, I just wanted to the previous conversation. It's encouraging to hear, what is being offered, mental health, and Mr. Campbell, your at first obscure question about volleyball made complete sense once you explained it. And Dr. Rodriguez, it's very encouraging, from that upbeat survey and so on. But from a board level, I just have to share with my colleagues and hope that the work continues. But by giving our teachers that raise where they might not have to work a second job, they just might not have to work a second job. You talk about lowering the stress level right there, where they can actually go home and feel good about working on their lesson plans, grading those tests, and not have to run off to be a wait staff or something like that. So from a board level, I so encourage you guys for the next budget cycle to keep that going. Thank you.
So, Ms. Frederick, if I can say, the difference between the spring survey and the fall survey and the question that deals with compensation, that just went out of the roof. I think by maybe 16 points. So if you talk one is exceptional, we're at 16 now because of the compensation. So it's working, and you should be, or at least pat yourselves on the back as a board for supporting us in that initiative to support teachers and staff.
I don't know if I can follow that up, Alice. No, that's okay. But it all goes in together.
Mr. Smith?
Well, I was going to say, in terms of that, I do it. My question would be, in terms of staff, how are the reviews from the uncertified staff? Because I'm really getting a lot of questioning in terms of some of them are feeling like stepchilds. As in, mom, yeah, we love teachers. We're showing to teachers more love than we're showing uncertified staff, and that's a concern. So I mean, in terms of, do we know what that looked like in terms of the survey?
So let me just say that we're, have to comply with FOIA, and we're talking about mental health initiatives and student discipline. So I think you can answer that, but it has to be within the confines of that. We can't start going down a rail about the particular surveys. And certainly, Mr. Smith, you can ask those questions to Dr. Rodriguez outside the board meeting. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Smith, when we do the survey, it's broken down in two ways. We have classified staff as well as certified staff. And what we were talking about here and our the numbers that we gave you and what Dr. Rodriguez said is as a district as a whole. So they look at three: certified, classified, and the district as a whole. So your numbers that we've just given you today includes everything. And in fact, probably the classified staff numbers went up higher than the certified staff.
Thank you. Any other questions before we move on? Oh, wait. while Ms. Cushenberry comes back, a lot of what we've talked about though is really the emphasis that we have placed on of serving employees. How do we continue to build on the needs of our employees to make Beaufort County one of the best places to work in the state of South Carolina? We recognize that this is not something that is being done everywhere. People expect for staff members to show up certified or classified and do the work every day, but they're not really putting an emphasis on making sure that they're taking care of them. I am proud to be in Beaufort County School District because we do that, because we have the support of you all, because we have a leader in Dr. Rodriguez and Ms. Walton to make sure that we are emphasizing taking care of our people so that they show up and be the best as we start to move our students academically each year. So with regards to the employee benefit, again, we just focus on making sure that we recognize that the work-life balance really matters, and being able to not have to worry about some of the things that we've been able to alleviate over the last two years has really been a tremendous resource and a benefit for our staff members. We've talked about the sustainability of this, and my hope is that, this is become something, a part of the way that we operate. This is something that we do, and maybe we can serve as trailblazers for other districts to follow. How do we model what's being done in Beaufort to take care of people? Because really at the end of the day, that's what it's about. Are we taking care of the people that show up every day and do this difficult work? We talked a little bit about some professional development. This is something that we will continue to collaborate with both instructional services and student services to help our folks understand mental health, understand mental well-being, understand trauma, adverse childhood experiences. Those are all some of the things that play into understanding, and this ties into discipline. Because if you understand where a child is coming from, what they've experienced, sometimes you can have a different conversation with that child with regards to disciplinary issues that you might be seeing in the classroom, or pushing them academically. How do I reach this child because I understand where they're coming from, what it is that they have seen, or what it is that they're bringing to the table that nobody sees. So these are some of the things that we're going to continue to focus on, bringing in professional development that helps our staff to understand and recognize this and be able to translate that to the work that's being done in the classroom. Any questions? And I just want to again say thank you to you all for the commitment to our staff. You Matter is not just a hashtag. It's not just a slogan. It is the way that we operate. When we look at our people in the face and say, you matter to us, we actually mean that. So thank you.
Would anybody like to speak that is not spoken? All right, Mr. Smith, go ahead.
Well, I just have more of a comment. I would like to thank you because I have heard some people in the community have talked about the program, and in this entity, I do remember when you first brought this over and how passionate you were and how serious you were with this. And I know this was your baby. I do appreciate you and the staff for doing all that y'all have done, and by continuously actually taking the time to make sure that there's data to back up what you're doing. I really appreciate your work, and I'm looking forward to, as I'm here for, to make sure that you have what you need to continue this work as a board member. I appreciate you for what you do, and Mrs. Walton as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, Kathy Robine.
Yes, I'd just like to say thank you to Dr. Rodriguez. What Dr. Rodriguez articulated in terms of having the building administrators to look at their surveys and identify 3 components and keep it at the forefront with their faculty, that's huge in terms of changing cultures and, making people having people feel like they're in it together and working on that school culture. It's not an easy thing to do sometimes, but requiring that it be done and kept on the forefront is brave, and that will make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robine. I just want to add something to that with regards to Dr. Rodriguez. I don't know if he shared this with you all, but our superintendent literally is a rock star now. So he was recognized, literally a rock star. Literally, he has a plaque. I think it's in his office or either at home.
Taylor Swift is got competition.
Yeah, right.
But Dr. Rodriguez was recognized by ClassLink and RTM during their fall Congress as a rock star superintendent for our You Matter initiative and the way that we're taking care of staff. So I think these are all things that really show on a national level that this is not being done everywhere. What we're doing is unprecedented work, and to have him take the lead on this and just help us to push this forward and make sure that it's a regular priority for us, I think it's something that he should be commended for, that we as a district should be very proud of. But I just thought y'all should know that he's a literal rock star.
Thank you, but you all know that there's a great team here that does this work every day to make sure that our employees have what they need in front of them. And it's so critical and important. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you all. Any other questions? I'm sorry, Dr. Guaz. I don't want to.
No, you're good. We're good.
All right. Thank you.
So we're going to move on with mental health and student discipline.
Good morning. So I have the pleasure of piggyback on what Ms. Swinton presented on the employee side for students. And it has been more so important coming out of the pandemic that we ensure that our students' mental health needs are met. So we as a district utilizes our school psychologists, school counselors, our behavior management specialists, school social workers, to offer student support based on their individual needs in all our schools. But oftentimes that is not enough. Our students are coming to school with needs that we as educators are not typically trained to handle. And so with that, we had to build our community partners to get school-based mental health in our schools. And with that, with those individuals being part of the MTSS system and meeting consistently with school teams to talk about the individual students and what supports they may need, will oftentimes then make referrals to outside agencies, both for counseling and these services, which we are very proud of, and we are ahead of the game as compared to many other districts, is to provide those services at school for our students. So we reduce the absenteeism rate. We reduce the need for them to have to leave school and be absent from those critical classes. So as a district, where we are, it's really continuing to have an increased need for mental health services to our students. And we'll talk about those. Ms. Murray will actually talk about what we are doing to really increase our resources to get more mental health providers into our schools to meet the unique needs of our students. We've partnered as along with what we have for the adult side, a coastal mental health community, coastal Empire Mental Health, Hello Hero, which is really big for us with teleservices for students. We've done a phenomenal job on the employee side and really working to bring that telehealth services to the student side as well. Right Directions Family Health Services, which have been in our district for a long time, but they have now expanded to provide that individual counseling as well as school psychiatrists and medication intervention to students as well. And Friends of Caroline Hospice, which provide the grief counseling to many of our students in crisis and in grief as well. We'll continue to use the ESSER funding to make sure that we are meeting the needs, but also have a plan for sustainability as those funds are exhausted as well. The other part to make sure that the services are really getting to the students and for parents to understand is really to strengthen our MTSS process as well. So one of the things that we saw was how are parents aware of the services? How do we get those services to parents? So one of the things I'm most proud of is that if you can go to the next slide, it'd be great. We have really looked at making sure that the information is accessible to the parents. So what we have done is put a link on with the help of the communications department and their expertise, really making sure that we have a visible presence for parents where it is not that they have to go to search. Before, you had to figure out that you need to go to student services, and then you need to go to counseling, and then you need to go to another site. So with that, if Robin can demonstrate, you'll see a tile on our district webpage that says ask for help, mental health support. So when parents go to our district webpage, the main page, they will come up and they'll see that tile. Once they click on that tile, you get the mental health support, 2 clicks, and the parent have all the resources at their disposal there. So ask for help, click on the mental health button, read more. And then they're right there at the mental health support with what it is, how you can make referrals, because even though the referrals may come through our MTSS process, parents can also refer students as well. And with our community partners, we also have a direct link to their individual website so a parent can access more information as they're trying to make informed decisions about who they may want to provide services to their students. Also, thank you, Robin. Also with the district website, last year with the hashtag You Matter initiative, the Common Room was established. And I really am excited to inform you that that is one of the top 10 sites on our district webpage that's visited on a daily basis. So people are visiting and go in there and accessing the resources to make sure that they're taking care of themselves as well. Any questions so far?
Mr. Mel Campbell.
You said parents can ask for help themselves and refer
for their students.
Is there a way of linking whether a parent has referred a child to the school's resources? And
so Ms. Murray will speak a little bit more about that with the referral process and what we're what we're doing to keep up with the data and knowing where all the referrals are coming from. So she'll speak to that in a few minutes as well. As we continue with our funding, Hope Performance Systems no longer providing the services to our students because of the their closure, but those funds are being reallocated to Right Directions, who provided RBHS system services, which is providing those kids with the most severe behavior needs in our schools, some one-on-one services. However, they can provide that counseling support and some additional services. So and Right Directions, we're primarily funded through Medicaid. So our students who are eligible for Medicaid, usually that would cover the services. But we know we have some students that still have some intense needs that do not have Medicaid. So we have an agreement with them, like with all the other providers, that if there is a student who their insurance will not cover, that we will make sure our students still have access. So no student is going without a much needed service that they have to be successful in the school district.
So you said that we're shifting the money from Hope Performance Systems to Right Directions Family Services.
If they're needed, yes, and to reallocate to all our providers to make sure we continue to meet the needs. Because remember, Ms. Swinton mentioned that Right Directions have absorbed some of the staff and the caseload for Hope Performance as well.
My understanding is just that Right Directions Family Services is more for some I don't know how you'd put it. Like I don't think they have like a counseling, you're struggling with anxiety kind of aspect.
So Ms. Murray can speak because they have expanded their service.
Okay, I'd like to hear about that a little bit. Thank you.
Right Directions actually is now Right Direction Family Services of Seaside Health. They were absorbed into a corporate setting. So they are able to expand their services. They have expanded. They've always had a psychiatrist on staff. However, they still do that. They have always been able to offer individual, family, group therapy, in addition to the RBHS service. And as RBHS is Rehabilitative Behavioral Health Services, and that's the in-school service. But they have expanded, so they're able to do a little bit more now. They've also absorbed some of Hope Performance Systems employees as well.
And you said in schools, so Right Choice, I'm sorry, I'm gonna get this all confused. Right Directions.
Yes.
Has the capacity to perform services in school. Is that just for the RBHS or would that also be for like general counseling?
It's usually for RBHS, and it would depend on the counseling because you have different facets of counseling.
Right.
So it would depend. I'm pretty sure, but I can check and get back to you.
I appreciate that.
That's a case by case basis because the RBHS focuses on the behavioral aspect, and a lot of the students who are referred for RBHS services, they have to go through the assessment process. They are either approved or not approved through Medicaid for a set amount of hours, and that service specifically focuses on the behavioral setting, but that doesn't mean that it's limited to the individual or family therapies. So they may, but often not. School-based is primarily the behavioral health service.
Because a lot of the kids that I anticipate needing these kinds of services that I'm thinking about might not be Medicaid. So I just want, that's a different sort of.
Again, as Dr. White said, we actually have, I want to say 4, possibly 5, soon to be 5 students that we are subsidizing so that they still can receive these services in the school setting.
Thank you for that expanded explanation, because I have old information about, my experience with Right Directions, and it was pretty much shadowing. It was students that would need a shadow to go with them to class and help them behaviorally, and maybe some after school type of assistance and so on and so forth. So you said that, okay, so this company, Right Directions, has been purchased by the Seaside.
They went up under Seaside Health,
which is out of Louisiana or somewhere.
I can't remember where, but I know they're also in Myrtle Beach and Horry County. And I can't remember all the locations, but
right.
Yeah.
And they're based out of Ridgeland.
Yes.
Is that right?
Their
Okay.
office is in Ridgeland.
They're in Ridgeland. So they also provide therapeutic counseling?
Yes, they do.
And how do they do that?
They have the flexibility. That particular community partner has the flexibility to, of course, offer it in their facility, but they also go out to homes because, we have parents who are not able to access treatment during 9 to 5.
Right.
So they
right.
offer that flexibility of maybe going out to the home and meeting with the family at 6:30 in the afternoon, if that's the time that all the family is together to receive that component of therapy.
So the behavior specialist does that, or the therapeutic counselor
No.
does that?
That is a licensed counselor.
Like, oh, great. Okay.
Yes.
Thanks so much.
All right, and the next partner, and Ms. Murray will take over from here, is Coastal Empire Mental Health, which have 14 counselors in our schools. And so she'll expand about what those services look like, where those counselors are, and what we're going to be doing going forward to make sure that all our schools have a need for, have an opportunity to have counselors within their schools.
So this particular slide deals with the students that are currently receiving counseling support. It references Coastal Empire Mental Health, and at last count, these are our numbers. The numbers are, of course, fluid because as the need increases for services, the referrals increase, the amount of students and services will also increase. And they, again, provide school-based, they provide school-based mental health, and they also see our students in their facility. They do not have the RBHS service, so they're not quite as flexible in terms of being able to go into the home, but they are still able to meet with folks in our buildings as well as at their facility. Hello Hero, we have picked up with them to offer the telehealth support. Currently, right now, we have 4 students. The goal is for Hello Hero to be in all of our schools. They're currently working with elementary and a couple high school students. So, but we meet on a regular basis, weekly actually, and we're looking at being in all of the high schools across the district. Right Directions Family Services, they are in just about all of our schools doing the RBHS service, as I discussed earlier. And of course, Friends of Caroline Hospice, they do our grief support, grief counseling groups with our students in the school. They also work with us when we have crisis response throughout the district as well. And how students are recommended or how students get into services or get into programs, if you would go to the next slide. We are working on improving our referral process. As it is right now, school social workers make all the referrals to any of our partnering mental health agencies, they get the referral. That does not mean that a school counselor cannot get a referral. A teacher cannot provide information for a referral. Administrators, and of course, during the MTSS meetings, it may come up that a referral is needed. Another aspect of how a referral may be sought out, we have Gaggle, and I believe you have that information for when students use certain buzzwords, keywords when they're on their computers. We meet with the student, find out what's going on, and there are situations where that may turn into a referral. The reason the school social workers are doing the referrals are so that, and we are in development of a tracking system so that we know who was referred to what community partner. And then we're able to follow up whether services were started, whether the parent followed up, whether they didn't follow up, so that we're able to have that information when it is asked for. Right now, I'm jumping. Coastal is actually in, as Dr. White said, 12 of our schools. They're looking to add Bluffton Middle, Bluffton High School, and the entire Hilton Head cluster come January.
They said to ask after the slide.
Go ahead.
So, okay. So the referral process, it sounds like to me, is pretty much still controlled by the school admin and the social worker and whatnot, because I've had a conversation with a school nurse, and what they told me, which tracks with what I'm hearing in the community, in the healthcare community in the district, is that kids will come down with a stomach ache repeatedly. That is a red flag for depression. And the school nurse is saying, I know that it's depression. I know it's anxiety. I know that there's something else. Does the school nurse? So it's a two-part question. Can the school nurse make the referral? And also, can the student refer themselves? Like, I'm having a hard time. I don't want to call the NAMI hotline on my badge. I'd like, something in between. Can I refer myself?
Yes to both questions.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So the nurse
can. She's not comfortable filling out the referral document for whichever agency it is. Social worker would gladly work in conjunction with her.
So just tell me the process, both for a healthcare person, maybe a school nurse or someone in the healthcare community that notices red flags, or what the process would be if a student wants to refer. Because I can tell you, my son, as a joke, got picked up by Gag. He was joking with a friend and used the word bully, and the helicopters came over and descended. And I mean, he was referred to all kinds of services before they figured it out. But how does a student who doesn't really, is kind of on the outskirts of that, how do they know? How do we make it easy for them to basically raise their hand and say, I need some help here?
So I think it goes back to, for students understanding that at least one adult in the schools that they feel safe with, and have that conversation as they go into whoever that adult is in the school will help guide that school, say, hey, we can make that referral. Let's find some help for you, and have that conversation. So in a few more slides, you'll see where we're going to be strengthening that process to help all the providers in the school recognize the signs that, so the school nurses and all of that, to make sure that they're guiding students to the right areas and where they can get support as well. So yes, as we said at the beginning, everything is being strengthened as we encounter. We try to think of every scenario that we can come up with, and that doesn't usually happen, right? Something else hits us with another curveball. So as we do that, then we make the adjustments and strengthen that referral process and strengthen how we can get the information, which we'll show you some other things in the next slide that are actually the bottom of this slide that we are doing to make sure that we continue to raise that awareness and that folks understand where they can go and get the services as well, and help kids navigate that.
I think another important piece to note is, now that we have reestablished the student services division, nursing falls under the student services division, which is also where these things help. So if one of the things I hear you saying, I don't know if you've said it clearly, but one of the things I do hear you saying coming out of this is that maybe we need to just go back and make sure that our nurses understand that they can refer if they need to, in case there's any question about that. And so that communication should be easy because it's right within the same division right there. So I think that can be stressed.
And that will happen Monday.
And what I also hear you saying, I might be wrong, but is that no matter how it comes in, whether it's the volleyball coach, for example, or a student directly, the school is going to intermediate. There's no direct, like, I'm having a hard day, I reach out for, it's someone's got to direct them within the school to some sort of a central point, which will then make the referral, whether that's the social worker or the, I don't know, MTSS coordinator or whomever, right? There's a intermediary.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
And it's like a gatekeeper too, right?
Oh, I don't disagree with that. I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying, and that there's this big basket of potential referral sources, and that there is a gatekeeper, but it's not, it's the process is understood. I know you're going to get to that. So.
And
Right,
oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I just
sorry.
wanted to speak to that point. Excuse me, Dr. Watts. They can't, that actually the situation happened this week. Had a student who met with the teacher, was then sent to the school social worker, and they sat down together and they worked through it, and a referral was made after contacting the parent, because of course the student is not of age, but all referrals have to have parent informing and consent. Yes. So. And that conversation has happened with the nurses, but we'll reinforce that with them because Ms. Unruh and I stay in constant contact.
All right, Ms. Fidrich.
Thank you. So we know the social worker is the linchpin here on a lot of these services. Do we have social workers in every one of our schools? I mean, I think we have one funded, but are they
With
filled?
the exception of two, we do not have one in Bluffton Middle School, and we do not have one in Hilton Head Island ECC. However, we have leads who check in on those schools, and principals know at any time that they can call and contact me, and I will facilitate to ensure that whatever they need is done.
I think we've seen even pre-pandemic that our students need more adults around them with different skill sets, academic, social, behavioral, and so on. And we also know that not all social workers are licensed therapeutic. Like they can't provide necessarily therapy. I think those are more advanced social workers, right? With additional certification. Is that correct?
The majority of our social workers are licensed.
No, not licensed, but isn't
they
there a
have the
special
background. They have that background, but that's not our role and capacity that we are in the school. But we are a fortunate district to have the majority of social workers have a mental health background.
And they can provide therapeutic
They
counseling?
don't provide therapeutic counseling,
Okay.
no, ma'am, because
No.
that's not the role that they're in.
Right, right. Okay, so I guess that goes to my point. So on our website, it says that we have Coastal Empire Mental Health in 14 Beaufort County School District schools. So what does that look like? Do they actually have office hours there all day? Or
Yes,
do
they have,
just
they
one
have
day a week?
days. Well, it depends on the school. For instance, Battery Creek will have a counselor starting on Monday, as a matter of fact. And she will also split Beaufort High because Beaufort High has a high number of referrals. And right now, the staff that's there cannot accept any more referrals. And the issue with all of our mental health agencies is a staffing issue. There's a huge staffing issue with licensed clinical professionals right now across the board with everyone. However, we have one clinician that serves the entire Whale Branch cluster. So even if she's at Whale Branch Elementary, something comes up, she can just certainly walk across the street to Whale Branch Middle or drive across to Whale Branch Early College. We have a clinician that's splitting Ladies Island Elementary and Ladies Island Middle. So where they're sharing schools, it's in close proximity of the next building, so that if something happens, they're able to go and immediately cover right then.
I can only understand the difficulty of this because there are not enough out there that are willing to or able to provide these type of services. But just as a final comment, as great as our salaries and our teacher pay and our classified pay has increased, behavior in the classroom and the ability to provide our student services impacts greatly our success in the schools. So I appreciate this endeavor and urge it to continue to the point where we might even have a full-time person in the buildings that can provide therapeutic counseling at some point. I know it's a dream, but I hope that someday we can get there. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Well, just to piggyback off of what she said, we could not possibly subcontract that therapeutic counselor? We looked at that?
We have. The issue again is staffing. That staffing is an issue with everyone, any and every agency or provider that I've spoken to, because you have to have licensed clinical staff for those services, and getting licensed clinical folks on their staff is the issue. There's a shortage.
Okay, so there's a shortage, but in terms of the district, we have reached out to other entities besides entities we just named.
Yes,
and see if we can.
Yes, we are reaching out to other agencies.
Oh, that's
Absolutely.
one question. And I see that you still have some more to go. Did you prefer the questions at the end of the presentation or?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh, and that's that, Mr. Smith, right off your question. We are looking to expand our school-based mental health agencies. We have met with a couple of agencies we just need to do our due diligence and vet them before to see if they're appropriate for our district to provide services. And the other thing is to increase the awareness of mental health, mental illness and mental health. We put up World Mental Health Day, Mental Health Month, and of course, National Children's Mental Health Awareness Week to build the awareness and to make this be just as important as other things, because we recognize other months, but to recognize this by increasing the awareness, we reduce the stigma, because we know that there are cultural stigmas and just stigmas overall when you're talking about mental health. And some folks just aren't comfortable talking about it. Some people aren't comfortable dealing with it. So just kind of removing that stigma and of course, increasing awareness.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fred Lyda and the Director of Health and Human Services for Beaufort County has responsibility for these types of services countywide. Please describe the district's relationship with that department.
We have a strong working relationship. I am talking with Ms. Quat, who is, of course, directs the COSI, Collaborative Organization of Services for Youth, that is directly under Fred. So she and I worked continuously. We are always talking. She is always bringing forth ideas. We bounce ideas off of each other, look at how we can move things forward. So we are on a constant, there's not a week that goes by that I don't talk to her 2 to 4 times a week, at least.
And I also serve on the COSI board as well. So district is represented there.
Mm-hmm.
So one of my big questions with this is, and I appreciate that they're coming to the high schools and the middle schools. We're the 14 schools that we were going to roll it out to 10 elementary schools initially, the telehealth, which I think was affiliated with Hello Hero. I'm not sure if it is now because I don't see that separately. To me, the future, at least for the next 5 years for all these services, is largely going to be telehealth because we just don't have the density of staff here, as you mentioned. MUSC has a great behavioral health telehealth program. Other entities are coming in. So we had this Hello Heroes telehealth behavioral health. And then back in April, that was brought up that it was being rolled out initially to 10 elementary schools. And now you've mentioned that they are going to be in all the high schools, and that's a goal.
Yes.
My question is, why would we not prioritize high school, middle school, number one? And number two, what's the actual timeline on getting these into the high schools?
The timeline, we are, we are currently serving 1 high school now. The timeline is when we get the referrals, they get the service.
So the services are available right
Yes,
now. They're just kind of
absolutely.
not being used yet.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. I'll take that as a satisfactory to the other question, because the other question's more, doesn't really add any value to the conversation going forward.
And the next slide, which continues to talk about increasing access to counseling, providing skills-based training regarding mental health. And that is training will facilitate the awareness, insight regarding mental health, and increase access to services as well, including to remove barriers, because we do collaborate with, as Ms. Swinton said, our primary goal is, of course, to remove barriers, increase access to services. Mental health first aid training will increase the capacity of the staff to be able to recognize common signs, symptoms of mental health challenges, how to react with youth when they're in crisis or have mental health challenges going on, and how to connect that youth to get to the person to give them the help that they need, so that there's not a breakdown in the process. As again, to increase the awareness, increase the education, so that Indian children will have no barriers to treatment, and we can increase access to counseling.
So that's it specific to, but then to segue into discipline and what is the connection between mental health and discipline, as many of you all stated earlier, these kids come with some intense needs and we need them in the classroom to attend and be able to access. So how are we working with them? And it's all under that multi-tier system of support that was shared with you at a previous board meeting on Hilton Head with Karen McKenzie and Dr. Skaggs, that really went into show you the interconnection with all those services connected. And then again, with the vaping presentation, we talked about how we're dealing with some of those discipline and talking about the progressive discipline matrix. So this is just to emphasize again that we're continue to work with schools. And I've started some training with some individual schools about how these services and what are some strategies they can use in their schools. And as a student services team, we're going to continue that work in collaborating with our executive directors for where some of those needs, and working with Ms. Winton and the hearing officers to look at some data to see who we have and what schools we're seeing coming up for hearings as well, to make sure that we are very intentional and give some very targeted support to our teachers, because as we build a culture on the teacher side, we continue to build a culture among our students as well, right? They understand the expectations of coming to school and following rules and all of that. The other part with the mental health process is really looking at the wraparound services. We talked about COSI and all of those services to provide, because we need those services to reach into the communities as well. We mentioned some of the parents. How do we help them get those wraparound services to really work with the students in class, because it has to go beyond the classroom walls, right? And how we're meeting those needs. So we're constantly having those individuals that I mentioned at the beginning that are in our schools at the table when we're having those discussions to really look at the needs of all the students. And so as you go to our progressive discipline matrix, you'll see that when we talk about some of the offenses and what happens, we know that MTSS referrals are made, and those MTSS referrals really start to connect that mental health service as well for those kids as we need. And it does progress as we get, and making sure we have the supports, working with the staff, giving them the strategies to use to meet the needs of the students. So you'll see all of that being connected, and with the process that we're having, it's getting better, and we're going to strengthen that. On the flip side of that, we know that we have some work to do around our progressive discipline matrix, right? We know that this was put in place about 3 years, almost 4 years now. It's time for us to start looking at the data we have now that we're out of the pandemic, look at the matrix, look at the infractions, look at and bring a lot of stakeholders back to the table, including principals. Those are in the schools as well, some of the community partners and community members and parents to the table, to really take a holistic and thorough look at updating our discipline matrix, hopefully to have it updated by the time we roll around to our next school year and in place. So we're starting that work, and we're going to start putting the teams together and begin those discussions beyond my department, where we've been having some discussions about what that might look like, feel like, and sound like as well.
Colonel Guyer.
4 years ago, when I came on this board, we didn't have a director of student services. I don't know how we survived without that. What we have here now, I just can't believe the differences. We weren't talking at this level of detail 4 years ago. And so kudos to you and your team. And you have a very, very important function in this district. And thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right.
That seems to be the end of the questions. And thank you very much. We're going to have our break for lunch, which will be put out at noon. So in a few minutes. And Dr. R wants to take us on a short field trip.
Yep, we're going on an in-house field trip. So we're in recess now?
Yes, I'm sorry. Let's recess until 12:45. That'll be almost an hour.
All right. So essentially,
Mr. Otting and the operational committee for asking that this presentation come forward. In essence, what are we doing to prepare for future forward of all things career and technical education, and doing that through the lens of optimal teaching and learning spaces? The next slide, please. So Mr. Latai and I are excited to present to you 4 key topics to get your feedback on. One, what do we use to conduct CTE programming by looking at current and future forward jobs, whether it's critical needs, labor market, the trends, as well as emerging occupations. And then it's always helpful to look at in the past, over the past 5 to 10 years, where have we been with career and tech ed programs, what's worked, what's not, to help us with that decision-making processes. Also, we want to share with you today our recommendations, final recommendations for the CTE component of the May River expansion for our existing referendum. And then finally, we want to share a district perspective of where do we go forward with the future vision for our students. Next slide, please. I always like to start out any career and tech ed presentation with the state's vision and mission. I think they're spot on. We want all students to graduate being prepared for college, some type of post-secondary, military careers, and citizenship. And in so doing, specific to career and tech ed, what are we doing to prepare or cultivate a skilled workforce? And how are we doing this to be sustainable and also to be able to support our economic development, not only here regionally, but also with a global perspective? Next slide, please. So the next few slides, we want to share with you some major drivers of how do we assess programs that comes from an understanding of those labor market needs. And then where do we go from there as far as how does that materialize to be sustainable programs? So we are Beaufort County CTE. We're a part of a larger regional team called the Low Country Regional Assessment Team that involves myself, Dr. LaVecchio, the other CT administrators from Jasper, Colleton, and Hampton. And we've been meeting now for the past 4 years. While it is state mandated that we do this, it has been a valuable source of collaboration. And so we look at the lens through a regional approach. What programs are we offering? What's in alignment with what we see as far as job opportunities within the region? What are our commuting patterns? We were very surprised to note that we have several folks that commute either to the Savannah or to the Charleston area. So we still could have young people to graduate, get their training, and still be able to live and work within our area, but they may work in another field outside of our 4 regions. So as a team, we have focused on 7 occupational related areas that we feel like not only if we have programs in place that support the foundational skills training for this, but it can also help with our own economic development. Next slide, please. Another area as part of that assessment is continually to look at particular critical areas where there is a shortage of skilled workers. If you have an opportunity, I included a link in this presentation. I sent it separately to Ms. Cushenberry to share. It's about 8 minutes, and it's on measuring the progress and gaps in the U.S. skilled workforce. It's an excellent little video and article that was put out by the National Science Foundation. And I just want to share a couple of things on that. It says the skilled technical workforce, or crafting America's science and engineering, is noted that the skilled technical workforce is firmly in need of a STEM workforce to shed the stigma that those who pursue careers in the skilled technical workforce are any less than those who pursue a 4-year degree. And that in today's electricians, HVA workers, healthcare technicians, mechanics, machinists, all of these use a vast set of high level skill sets. So if you have an opportunity to look at that video, it gives a global perspective of it's not just about trades as far as the definition of career and tech ed, but it's about advancing those skilled technicians that are in much need. Another area is anything related to welding with our aging infrastructure. There's evidence that we're going to need more welders, pipe fitters, solderers, brazers to help rebuild those infrastructure. And then I have over on the left side, as we know, for those of you who are in the healthcare field, the pandemic had a tremendous impact on the need for healthcare providers. It's estimated that nationwide, we're going to be close to a 3.5 million person short of just nurses. That's not to count our other healthcare technicians.
Whatever you'd like.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Tricia.
Karen and Ralph, thank you so much. So it was very interesting to hear you say, and you have told us before, I know about this regional group that you have with Jasper, Colleton, Hampton, and Beaufort. But how far do you look into the Savannah and Charleston to assess future needs? And the reason I ask that is I have seen over the past couple of weeks about the Hyundai plant that is going to be built in Bryan County, which is just a little southwest of Savannah, not by much. And we're talking $5.5 billion with a B investment in electric vehicles and battery and so on. So how much does that influence? Because Savannah, I mean, that's not far if you live in Bluffton. I mean, you could be there in a heartbeat. So how much does Savannah and the Charleston job market influence our decisions as far as what our CTE programs are going to be?
So very much so. As a matter of fact, we have to submit that assessment, and we can certainly provide a copy. It's about a 40-page assessment, and then it has the summary. But when we submitted the assessment, we put in our narrative because we want to offer some advanced manufacturing, some machining, those automotive with an eye to the future that may not necessarily be right here within our 4-county region, because our funding is connected to that. So it was very important that we showed that within a reasonable commute time, an hour either way, that those jobs in the Savannah area or surrounding region, as well as the Charleston area, would be very viable for programs where we could train. So thank you so much for bringing that up. Yes.
Colonel Geyer.
Thank you. On your chart with regional labor markets and economic development, one thing that's missing is agricultural, health, natural science. What we have at Battery Creek High School, we have that, and we're going to continue to have agricultural requirements in St. Helena Island for the long term. So don't forget those folks.
And we haven't, sir. Thank you, Colonel Geyer, for bringing that up. We put that under the STEM. We actually had some very good conversations, as well as with our advisory. We could list all 16 pathways. We lump these more into the world of the business speak, so to say, because agricultural ed is science. It is involving new technology that's coming on board. So yes, sir, when you see a breakdown of these areas, this is more for the overall catch-all of economic development. And when we get into the few slides per our cluster, Ag Ed is definitely much a part of that. So thank you so much for noting that.
And keep in mind that this fluctuates within the state. That's just our portion. The next slide you'll see is on the technology and mobility. We see the half circle, 642,000 estimated in the mobility industry. And we just had advisory the other day, and they echoed that it's critically short in their workforce. When you flip over to the IT side, now, yes, what may stand out is 300,000 in the cyber. However, overall by 2030, 668,000 in IT. And the vast majority of those do not need a 4-year degree to be successful and make a large sum of money. So that's where we're going with that. Ms. Gilbert, next slide, please.
It always helps. I don't know how many in here like fishing. Raise your hand if you like to go fishing. If you're on a boat, it helps to have a device called the GPS. And then with that GPS, as it's helping you to head toward your destination, you can plot along your way where there's a good fishing spot that you'll get a good return on investment, or if there's a hazard. And I thought that would be a great analogy of where we have waypoints for career and technical education. So I'm proud to say that due to the community support, the board, our leadership, we have increased from 2014-15 from 23 state-approved career and tech ed pathways. Pathways have several courses that fall under it, to 34 pathways over the past 5 to 10 years. This includes adding a firefighter program at Bluffton High, 2 advanced tech centers with some very specialized offerings, a computer science across several of our schools, a culinary at Battery Creek and Hilton Head, nurse aid assistant pathways at Well Branch and at May River. And then next slide, please, Ms. Cushenberry. So you say, Karen and Ralph, so what? What does that get us to have increased in those number of pathways? So I want to share with you a couple of slides. I feel like it's powerful. These are just a snapshot, but we have to track how our students are doing, not only for federal purposes, and then as what Mr. Fritz shared this morning, and Dr. Stratus with the South Carolina report card. So snapshot. In 2014-15, we also have to track graduation rate. How many students are completers at that time, and do they graduate with their cohort? So we had 311 in 2014-15 that were completers, and of those, 293 stayed with it. They graduated. So that's an excellent number. That's a 91% graduation rate. Fast forward to 2020-21, same graduation rate. We almost doubled to 632 students who were a completer. And of those, 623 graduated on time. That's a 98.6% rate. So career and tech ed programs make a difference with helping kids to build relationships, to stay in school, to work with their teachers. And we can positively impact that rate with these programs. Another area that's our bread and butter is post-secondary placement. We're required by the feds to call up a certain amount of time after they graduate. If they've been a career and tech ed completer, we do a sampling. So in 2014-15, we had 273 that we sampled. So it wasn't the total amount of 311. And of those, 270 were in school, or they were in the military, or they were in college. So again, a 98.9% placement rate. Fast forward to 2021, we had 423 that we sampled, that we called, surveyed. Of those, 422 were in some type of positive, gainfully employed, or in college and or both, or in the military. So it's almost 100% placement rate for our 6 high schools and our career center. So to me, we are making a difference, and there can be a breakdown for that by school. And then if you fast forward to in 2017-18, the state of South Carolina, to their credit, said, it's not just about measuring success of students who move forward in college readiness. They wanted to include career readiness. So that's when they added that component. So in 2017-18, they added an indicator called career and tech ed completers with an industry credential. Now, we had more completers back then. We had more than 92. However, We did not have in place yet those systems and parameters to add those certifications. And they started looking at the total number of graduates. So in 2017-18, we had 1,352 graduates overall, not just CTE. And of those, 92 were counted as a career and tech ed completer with a credential, about 7%. So fast forward to last year, of the 1,672 students that graduated, we significantly increased to 513 students who graduated. That's not all the career and tech ed completers with an industry recognized certification at about a 30% rate. Please keep that percentage in mind, because as we talk about future forward, what would this board like to see as that percentage and that metric? Is it reasonable to say, in addition to college bound, we'd like to see 50 to 60% that would also have some welding knowledge, so would also have some automotive knowledge, some culinary knowledge. So keep that future metric in mind for that. Next slide, please. And then another one that we're very proud of, we serve all students. We serve all students from all different diverse backgrounds. We take them from where they're at, and our teachers are phenomenal with that. So it might be surprising to know that we have to track serving special populations, just like other entities do. We have 10 indicators that are captured, that are reported on. So I wanted to note, you had a great conversation earlier about students in poverty. In the year 2021, for graduation rate, we had 300 students that were designated economically disadvantaged. Of those, 294 graduated on time. That's a 98% rate. So career and tech ed makes a difference with students in poverty. And then, my goodness, what's going to help them if they've gained some foundational skills to help them with a good job in the future. Another one I'd like to call to your attention is the English learners. Again, we're having a good conversation this morning. In 2021, we had 122 students who graduated that were in the category of English learners. And of those, all but one stayed with it and they graduated on time. Youth and with a parent and active military, at that time, reporting time, we had 17 students that were identified. Of those, all 17 graduated on time. And there's other categories that we capture this on. So again, I applaud the board and the community for supporting these programs, because it truly, when you start breaking it down into who are our students in our programs, it makes a difference. Next slide, please. So, in looking at the next 5 to 10 year span, where do we go and what does that look like? So we've identified 5 key goals that we feel like are representative of our schools across our district. The first one is huge. In looking at the lens of facilities, we want to provide flexible learning spaces to address emerging occupations and advanced technologies. In other words, whether it's going to be retrofitting or if it's going to be adding, we want to make sure that it can adapt over time, because what is right now with automotive is going to look tremendously different, as you were saying, Ms. Fidrich, with the oncoming manufacturing and the electric vehicles. We want to continue to look at critical workforce needs and keep our eyes for that and what the learning spaces look like for that. Again, we want to keep that metric in mind. We want to continue to increase the number of students who graduate with an industry recognized credential. Keep working on the employability skills across all of our content areas. And then most definitely, we want to continue to partner with post-secondary so that we are advancing careers. We have TCL has some new folks in the cyber department, and they've been very good to share their information and what they're covering. And I don't know if you knew, they're in the process of developing a knock and a sock. And I didn't know what that was. It is a network operational center and a security operational center. Again, where there's some resources that they have, we need to continue to be with them at the table so that our students through dual enrollment can take advantage of that. Next slide, please. This slide is what Ralph and I work religiously with and with Dr. Stratus, with our principals and schools. These are the driving factors. And if within this triangle, if one is out of balance, it's going to be tough to sustain quality career and tech ed programs for our students and community. We have the school has to have buy-in. They have to have their vision. And that's why so many of our programs are successful, because of the principal leadership. And we have to have student interest. We can have some major labor market needs of a program, but if we don't have students that want to take it, then that's a consideration when we're looking at determining what to put in place. And then, of course, the third point of the triangle is high quality teachers. We have to be able to make sure that there is infrastructure going to be in place, human infrastructure to recruit as well as retain. And then you have in the sustainability, we have a Perkins grant. That's something that we take care of quietly, have for years. It's very consistent. So once we have initial startup, there's sustainability with Perkins funds. Dr. Stratus has been very instrumental in bringing in other grants such as MedTech 7, DODEA. And then we want to make sure that we're always looking at state approved, because that means it's vetted. And we're going to talk about a few new programs that they're staying on top of. So as we move forward, then with this framework in mind, what do these spaces look like, Ms. Christianberry?
When you think of a school, CTE is not the standard classroom. Project-based, hands-on. If you look at some of those pictures, whether it's an arm simulator, where they're trying to find a vein, the automotive, where they're assessing through diagnostics, the firefighting. I wish I had none of those when I was in school. I wish I did. It would have changed my life. But within those, they have to be flexible, and they do have to meet, as Ms. Gilbert said, the local needs, Bureau of Labor Statistics, et cetera. Next slide, please. We had a wonderful trip with facilities as a team. Mr. Otting, Ms. Carroll, a few others, myself and Karen, we went up to West Ashley, and it was unbelievable. I invite any of you, if you're in the area, if you want to stop in, they probably give you a quick tour. When you look at those three photos, the one on the left is the CNA, beautifully thought out. It's interchangeable. They really have, between businesses and the architects and the teachers, it's just unbelievable, the designs. The middle one, the welding, I was in awe. I just walked around. I think my mouth was open most of the time, in that it was truly a beautiful facility. The last one on the right was automotive. It really looked like a BMW dealership or a Ford dealership. They had a drive-in, drive-out bay. They had their design angular, plenty of storage, very well thought out with their business partners. Next slide, please. Which brings us to, Ms. Gilbert had mentioned it earlier. The key word is flexible learning spaces. With technology, if we think of, the advisory the other day, the automotive specialists were talking about points, condensers, and wires. They're like non-existent now. If you think of the items when you were a child coming up, the advancement, we used to carry a cell phone in a big bag that would take up, a portion of the seat. Now I can talk into my wrist. That type of technology requires us to really be flexible with the spaces, to include having the gas, having the electric. So as the needs change, we can interchange. We're not stuck in past innovations. We have to be able to chip away and move forward. Next slide, please.
So setting the stage for that, we're moving into then to finalize for the current referendum. Very appreciative of the community, their support, all the work of the Glock Committee and operations. So we're providing our final recommendations, and shout out to Mr. Bornshire and his team at May River, again with the advisory. As a result, you see the current pathways that they have listed there with the already the additions they've made is also been able to benefit CTE as well. That is a picture of some of the welding students. If you can't tell, that is a large shark that they welded out of donated horseshoes. And so not only were they learning properties of metal, but it was preparing them for a skilled trade, and they were having fun while they were doing it. Next slide, please. So part of the existing referendum to finish out is to look at what would go with the finalization for some advanced CTE programs as part of the architectural drawings. So we are recommending an additional multi-bay shop area and storage that would allow for us to have advanced welding and automotive processes, not necessarily adding new, but enhancing what we have. So in the new shop area, it would be very similar to the picture that Mr. Lataj showed you, where they'd be able to do robotics welding. And the space for that, where they'd be able to do GTAW. Right now they do MIG, TIG, and stick welding. This would be able to allow them to add that advanced level, as well as plasma cutting and a little bit of the machining piece for that. Where the existing welding shop area is, if it were to move into the new area, then that's where we would expand for all things advanced automotive. That would include clean energy for electric vehicles, hybrids, the space for that. Also, Mr. Bornshire and the community, they would be very excited about pursuing an electrical HVAC component. For another conversation, we would look to see whomever would be teaching that HVAC to do some sharing with some other schools as well as with TCL. But again, all this is interconnected for those foundational skills of what the mobility industry is going to look like and what they're going to need for that. In the new space, we recommend 2 innovation labs. Those labs would be, as Ralph was mentioning, to allow for flexible advanced technology as it morphs and emerges. This would allow for some added advanced engineering, as well as there's a new pathway called interactive gaming design, and you're going to see where we're going to recommend it for other schools as well. But again, that's going to give a little more flexible space for a little bit of coding and programming, but also then what comes with that on down the road is all things gaming. And then as part of that building, we would look at one more additional space for healthcare. It's a very popular program right now at May River. Then that would involve so they could do a multi-teacher pre-med and biomed pathway in there. And then, as you all know, we're excited that May River was approved for an Air Force JROTC program. And now that JROTC is coming under the umbrella at the state level for under career and tech ed, we were appreciative that this could be a part of this architectural drawing. So there will be some particular specifications for that.
This will be quick and simple as far as this slide. We're required when we had a memorandum of agreement signed by the Air Force and the superintendent, what they require. All the services require the same thing. They may be off a few square feet, but that's it. Classrooms, office space for each instructor. You can see them all listed there. They did come down and do a site visit prior to their approval. They saw our temporary solution to where we would put them in the mobiles. But they did understand it was temporary. So here we are. That's why we're trying. We need to add them to our piece of the pie.
All right. So lastly, take a step back district-wide and looking at all of our current feeder clusters and what would be feasible where we could potentially retrofit and or expand on down the road per the Dr. Rodriguez's vision and will of the board. We would be looking at these particular items to including potential future schools, as well as we always want to include Beaufort Jasper Academy for Career Excellence at the table. We collaborate on a regular basis with Dr. Lavecchio and his leadership team. We do professional development together. So we're always wanting to factor in what they offer there as well, so that we're not duplicating efforts, but that we're on one voice, one vision. So as we move forward, we in listening to our advisories in the community, we want to keep business and finance at the forefront and offering through various pathways at all of our high schools, with some exploratory within our middle school. You'll hear more later with the new legislation for personal finance. That is actually going to, Career and Tech Ed will have an integral role with that. Obviously STEM, which involves those various courses such as your ag ed, healthcare, and so on. And then obviously CTE dual enrollment will be available, and we'll continue to support that with all of our high schools. The difference is we want to see what we can do to bring some of that in to the campuses, so that if we have some of our teachers that can also teach some dual enrollment courses, I think that will help. And then of course, continue to promote our internships and apprenticeships. Next slide, please. So these next few slides will share with you what's the current status and then what we recommend for future needs. So for all of our middle grades, existing middle schools, the great work is happening with Robert Smalls, K-8, as well as any potential future. We just ask that we'd like to see the computer science courses move for high school credit down to the middle schools at some point, but that requires some changes, change of thought, teacher certification, and that space scheduling. But we feel like this will be a tremendous help to our high schools, because if we can utilize that high school credit and have that completed by the time a student moves in as a ninth grader, then that frees up their schedule to take other things as well. So in saying that, we want to make sure that the spaces that they use are going to have the technology to do that. That's going to be engaging as technology evolve, and also some maker space type of labs that lend itself well to computer science, computational thinking, critical thinking, how stuff works with advanced technologies, because we've got some smart middle graders out there that could latch on to this. And if over the next couple of years, if we can make that happen to where that 1.0, not a 0.5, a 1.0 Carnegie unit of credit is done by the time they move to high school, that'll be a tremendous help. And I know our high school principals would be appreciative. Next slide, please. For Battery Creek, again, I can't thank the community enough, because with the existing referendum, they have had, if you've been over there, phenomenal renovations there that certainly Career and Tech Ed was at the table and was included. So really, as we move forward, it's more programmatic changes. The principal there wants to add global logistics. We're fully supportive of that. They also want to expand culinary, which is what's currently being done with the current renovations, so that they can add bacon and pastry, some other advanced culinary, as well as offer some dual enrollment there on the campus of Battery Creek. And then, as Colonel Goddard mentioned, Ms. Melton is a wonderful ag ed teacher. She is very excited that we're going to be able to add a greenhouse there, again, per the community support for the referendum. And then that will add an additional pathway for horticulture. And then JROTC was a part of those renovations at Battery Creek, and it's looking very well. So we're in good shape with Battery Creek. Next slide. Beaufort, a few of the others is where we recommend some major changes.
Within the Beaufort cluster, I'm not going to go through their current status. You can see those for yourself. We had a meeting with the administration, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, looked at future needs. What they're looking at is adding a CNA program. The teaching, we all know there's a critical shortage of teachers. Most of the schools have teacher cadet, but years ago, they used to actually have a teaching track. So they want to get back to that. The cybersecurity, public safety, firefighter. huge demand everywhere in the nation. But Burton, Beaufort, Port Royal have come forth, and that's something they definitely like to see. And the building construction program. We already have a strong project lead the way engineering, civil engineering and architecture program. That ties in beautifully. And then at the same time, add in the HVAC, which north and south of the Broad is both a critical shortage. Next slide, please.
For Well Branch, they currently have 7 pathways. We look over time to increase into 9 or more. Had a great meeting with a new onboarding principal there, and she has a great vision and moving forward with a theme on entrepreneurial spirit. We want to expand upon the success of our early college model through all things IT with the MedTech 7 grant that's bringing in some additional resources. We would like to see Well Branch as a hub for all things technology and cyber. And then how does that permeate into their other pathways with healthcare and some future pathways? We also want to continue their partnership with the building constructions trades. We had a good start with that a few years ago. And by continuing to offer that, they hope to include some forklift training, some prep to move toward a CDL license that could fall under that umbrella, but in partnership with TCL. And so basically that would be looking at and working with Mr. Auding the retrofitting maybe a few existing spaces to allow for those technology simulators that can take up some space, but also allow for a safe cyber networking environment. We also would look at that new gaming design, interactive game design, because that will tie in nicely with the coding and programming. Next slide, please.
Karen, if you let me just interject for a
Yes, sir.
second. In the Whale Branch Early College High School, there is first of all, Cyber Patriot that's run by the military.
Mm-hmm.
And in that Cyber Patriot component, as I understand it, Beaufort County has about 30% or 35% of the teams in South Carolina that participate in that. And Whale Branch has a heavy concentration of those teams that are already coming from.
And Hilton Head participates.
And Hilton Head participates.
Yes, we're proud that Hilton Head was able to come on board and to good support as well.
As far as the Bluffton cluster, again, you can see their current status. You will have been to their campus. Future needs, we're looking at IT gaming, cyber focus. They're just starting with some of their cyber related, but we'd like to move that forward. Building construction with civil engineering, similar to the Beaufort High. As far as facilities, modernize and or retrofit their foods lab, relocate their firefighter to a larger space. Bluffton Fire Program with the Bluffton Township Fire District and Chief Thompson, it's one of the premier fire programs in the state of South Carolina. They've actually come down and it's a model program. So for those kids to go through and actually get Firefighter 1 through the South Carolina Fire Academy is tremendous. All paid for by us through Perkins and CTE, the district, and they're immediately employable. But right now they're in a little classroom. And we need to add and renovate the Army JRTC. If you say, well, JRTC has been there for a while, it has. But we also have a contract with them as far as facilities and the way they're currently housed with their uniforms. They've had mold damage, water damage, because it's in a small outside facility. We need to truly give them the proper storage for their equipment. Next slide, please.
Chair, can I ask a question? Sure. Ralph, so, I think it is fabulous when we engage with our community, okay, for, like you just mentioned, the firefighters. Mm-hmm. And TCL now has that Culinary Institute of the South right there on Buckwalter Parkway.
Yes,
Buckwalter Parkway, which is a heartbeat away from our Bluffton cluster. So when you have modernized and retrofit for foods labs, is there any conversation about integrating with and using those facilities instead of replicating? And it might not be a replication. It might be more advanced. I don't know.
The true culinary programs we have in the district are Hilton Head and Battery Creek. And Ace. Yeah, I don't want to forget about Ace. Like Beaufort High, like Mary Cunningham in her old class, that's a foods and nutrition. It's a slightly, yes, ma'am. I apologize for not stating that. That's more of a foods and nutrition or a sports nutrition, that type, not the true culinary. Next slide, please. May River High School. Ms. Gilbert went through all the future needs based on architectural drawing and shovel ready. So I don't need to go into that again. Next slide, please.
And then just to wrap up our Hilton Head Island cluster, this is where you'll see a significant increase over the next few years if it comes to fruition. We currently have 7 career pathways, awesome teachers there. Their specialty area is hospitality and culinary. We would look to over the next few years to increase to 11 career pathways. As you know, right now, they're the only ones that don't have a health sciences pathway. We feel like if we go back to our mission and vision of supporting those critical needs, there's certainly support just on the island with healthcare facilities that could allow for internships and folks coming in for support. So we definitely, whatever spaces are being planned currently to make sure that there's a great flexible space there to allow for some pre-med, biomedical. And I saw a great thing at the state. In addition to CNA, there's a new certified medical assistant high school program that I think would maybe appeal to a lot of the students there, that if we had the space to look at. Also, we're excited. We'd like to pitch to open up a public safety firefighter program there once we would have the space. We actually had the fire chief and team that just came over to Hilton Head just this past week to talk with the students. They're very much on board. Again, public safety is so critical for all of our areas, and we feel like it can be supported. One of the things, as Ralph referenced with Bluffton, you have to have a partnership with the local fire department for the South Carolina Fire Academy parameters, so that students can sit for the South Carolina Firefighter 1 and 2 exams. So I think there's a lot of support there. But again, what would that facilities look like to have those entry-level courses offered? The principal and his team are continuing to work with their SIC and community feedback, but they would like for us to explore a marine tech program there. Again, just the geography of where you're at on Hilton Head can serve itself well. And then lastly, we want to include those flexible spaces we would like to add the formal pathway called gaming and interactive media design. Again, this will build upon what's already being started with computer science and cyber there. And then we have a phenomenal culinary teacher and hospitality, 3 hospitality teachers. As they look at space and renovating space, we just want to make sure that Chef Hill, what that's going to look like for an expanded kitchen area, culinary kitchen there, as well as hospitality spaces. In January, we're going to be hosting the statewide conference for our hospitality teachers. It would be nice to have that extra space there, then because they work collaboratively together. And again, I'm sure with Mr. Audin's team, they're already well into working with the design with Hilton Head. So last slide, please. So as we move forward, we'll work with Ms. Crutchfield and Mr. Audin. We'll make sure that these recommendations are aligned to what's in the facilities master plan book. I think CTE is referenced on page 26 and 27. So we will put that together to help that to reflect so that we're all on the same page. But we just ask that, whatever the will of the board is in moving forward with options for kids, we thank you so much for all that you've already done, because as you see, we've already made a difference. And again, shout out to great teachers who make that happen as well. But as we move forward, basically the help to change the perception the perception that a technical field can be valued. It can have a young person make some good money. We always encourage that they do some type of additional training, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the 4-year college university. If they want to go, we want to prepare them and make sure that they get there. Some of our engineers, sports medicine, some of our pathways are going to require that 4-year degree. But for those technical fields that they could live and work and raise a family and stay within Beaufort County, we appreciate the fact that if you could help us with that continued perception, to look for optimal learning, teaching and learning spaces. And I think the future forward, we're bright. So thank you so much.
Thank you. We have quite a few hands up. Colonel Geyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a couple recommendations. Recommendation number 1, Dr. Rodriguez, is your committee that is working on the next referendum. Send them up to Ashley. Take a look at that site so they know what we want to achieve. Secondly, I really believe strongly that we need to have a CTE summit. And that summit would include the superintendent from Beaufort County School District, the superintendent from Jasper County School District, the president of TCL, the ACE director, and share this briefing with our vision with them and ask them to share theirs with us and see where we have redundancy, to see if we are efficiently separating out this, because I think we got some isolation going on between TCL and Jasper County that we're stepping on one another. And what's the future? Okay, brief in this summit what's going on now, and then where you're going, each one of these entities, and then come back to our respective boards and say, okay, keep you guys in the room, feed you pizza until you figure out how to do this, and come back and tell us what that solution is for a long-term view of how we're going to handle CTE in our area, because this is so very, very important. Thank you. And by the way, excellent product. A lot of good work done.
Kathy Robine. You're muted, Kathy.
Okay. My question is similar to what, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay. My question, similar to what Ms. Fidrick said, on Hilton Head Island, we have that USCB, that new campus down there that is culinary focused. It seems like instead of investing money in culinary programming on Hilton Head, we should be able to take advantage through partnership with that facility. To be honest, it doesn't seem like it's highly used. I'm down there quite frequently, and I think it's something to consider. The other programs that don't have comparable places are, I support, and I think, we need to look at building out in our high schools. But when we've got something so close that's such state of the art, I think it's worth looking at that.
May I address?
Sure.
So thank you so much, Ms. Robine. If you're a 9th and 10th grader, that's a critical time. We want to keep them engaged to be a high schooler. We want to help them to really start looking at what do you want to do with your life? Here are the high school courses you're going to take to be successful. It's not always feasible to move those 2 early grade levels off campus each time. I do like, I applaud where you're going with this, because as they move into a junior and senior, and if we want to free up capacity within the high school building itself to say, look, let them go. If they're well on track to graduate, let's take advantage of our community resources at TCL's Culinary Institute, as well as USC Beats. Totally agree. Within the confines and parameters of our dual enrollment program and what that looks like for our folks, which then gets into transportation and making sure that all students have those opportunities to travel off campus to take advantage. But for that 9th and 10th grade year, I hear so many principals, what can we do to offer to those students to keep them engaged, that's hands-on, that's engaging. And so sometimes it's just helpful to have it there on the campus. And again, I go back to, as we have a dollar industry with the hospitality and services industry. So you're right. We can look at what we have and just making it a little better, whether it's foods and nutrition for dietary or if it's a true culinary. But for those 9th and 10th graders, we have to keep them in the forefront too, because that impacts graduation rate. But thank you for bringing that up. We are definitely in eons above where we were a few years ago as far as our partnership with our post-secondary entities.
Mr. Mel Campbell.
Let's start with that computer class that you're suggesting for the middle school now. When is that going to be moved down to the 3rd grade? Because that's probably where it's going to be soon. And I'm saying that to say that technology is advancing so rapidly till we have to begin to speak a different language, without a doubt. Dr. Stratus and Robert and you folks have to be almost fully engaged, and we probably have to spend another 20-30 million dollars just to get ourselves organized and running at the pace we need to be running at. I see all of these CT classes at the different schools, and I see that as a mess. That's what I see it as. I see it as a mess because I see duplication. I see not enough accessibility overall for all the students who might be wanting to do something on Hilton Head, that's on Hilton Head, but not at Whale Branch. And I think in today's age and time, all of those things have to be accessible. And how does that phase in with the new method of instructing, Zooming and other things? All of that has to be part of our overall plan. And I'm seeing, the referendum as an argument of what kind of school, where the school's going to be, and how we're going to service the children who are not getting that brand new high school. And that's going to be a long dialogue and a long argument. It's going to take some convincibility that we don't build another brick and mortar in Bluffton with some CT program and others not there. And I, it's not your problem, not Dr. Rodriguez's problem. It's our district county problem. And, that West Ashley is just a tip of the iceberg of where we need to be or should have been. We can't keep pitching. The kids know already about the technical education and the outlets it provides. They don't have to be convinced now that I don't need to take, that 4 courses of English grammar to get into a university, to go to a 4-year college to become an ineffective school teacher. They know that. They've got, an idea how to make money and what it's going to take in this society to make money. Are we going to educate them in that direction or not? We got to start thinking out of the box, and we got to start thinking, getting the resources that we need to get that done. And yes, like I say, Dr. Rodriguez will probably be in LA doing his thing before we get what we need here. Just using an example. But bottom line is we have to think what we need here to educate all of our children in today's world.
I don't want to be in LA.
They already took the superintendent from Miami-Dade and he's aged 25 years and 6 months, so it's not happening. And I apologize, Dr. Guatz, but I came up, but I think Mr. Campbell, you already drove the bus to where I was going to respond to. But I just want to build back on the computer science course at the middle school. Having that I was a very large supporter of that as a middle school principal. That opportunity to have a student walk out with a few high school credits from the middle school does bridge that graduation rate, as Karen brought forward. The other part it really lends is that opportunity for more sections of CTE open to build capacity. That's probably the other telling part of that request for us to build that. And it won't happen this coming August. It will happen over a period of time. But if you're doing 14 sections of graduation requirements, even for an art teacher, we're not really able to build those programs where they really can have full operation.
You're on the wrong end of my discussion on that.
I just had to add
My
it though.
discussion on that is not relative to the credits or anything like that.
Yes, sir.
We're fast forwarding so fast. A child that you're talking about computer science in the middle school is now in the 3rd grade.
Yes.
And that course and that credit is probably going to be erased from the standard soon because it's not going to be relative. So that's what I'm talking about in terms of graduating. That course is going to be embedded in the school's basic education. So we didn't think about that already. They're going to already have that when they get to the middle school.
That would be a state shift because with the
Yes, it will be.
Yep, that's a
And
state
they
shift.
will be
Yes, sir.
on board eventually.
Yeah,
Enough
eventually,
bowling
yes.
and enough young days and the stuff that come in, they'll have to advance it.
Okay.
So we'll have to have students prepared to join that bandwagon. We want to be ahead of the circle in
Yes, sir.
terms of that, not behind the circle.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Smith?
I too, first of all, let's say thank you for the presentation. But I too echo some of what Mr. Campbell has said in terms of, I remember a while back we discussed in terms of CTE about wanting to, and I do see here a couple of cybersecurity programs, but I'm also looking for in terms of more of technology. And some of these, I feel like they're just echoing themselves. And I don't feel comfortable telling taxpayers that we're echoing these programs across the district because that's a waste of money. It goes back to what the question that Mrs. Friedrich asked and Mrs. Robine. If we have a university and with those programs, and I do understand what she said, but my questions I wrote down, if we don't have the money, then those principals they're going to have to find out. They're going to have to find a solution. Because I remember when I was in middle school, going into high school, they were talking about ACE and talking about the opportunity to go to ACE and the required courses to go there. Then it's their job to get those students to a place where they are able their junior and senior year to go to those programs and get those trades that they want. So that's something that I can't worry about, and that's something that I can't control. That goes into someone else realm of control. But what I do know, in terms of going out and asking for money and us replicating things, we're replicating too many things, in terms of some of these programs and schools. I do have a problem with that, and it's just mind-boggling. And also, I'm looking for a plan that also talks about, I remember we, Mr. Kim was talking about, and other board members was talking about us having a place or a school in the middle in terms of technology, because technology is just taking off. I'm talking about the other day, I was in the store, I saw a baby in the little in the car seat with an iPad pushing a baby. Had an iPad pushing things. So the baby's doing that. Imagine how much more quicker and sooner technology is going to be is going to pass us by. The one of the guys from Bowen was saying that how we have a lot of people, a lot of students in this area that are not employable. That's not good. And so basically when me saying that is I've been around a lot, basically saying that the students here, they cannot hire because they don't have the skill sets. These programs right here are not in that direction of that skill set. So that's problematic. And also as a young male, African-American male in this area, some of these jobs, and some people might take this as offense, but I've got to address that. Talking to my peers and also talking to the new generation and going to different meetings, talking to people, culinary is good, but some of the kids, they're tired of it. They're tired of the industry that have them to serve people. They want to do other jobs. The same way how we just gave teachers a raise to be able to have one job and be able to go home and focus on their job. They want to be able not to have to worry about 2 or 3 jobs, not going from McDonald's to IHOP to this place. They want to have one job that represents that plant job, where after they get off at work, they can go home and spend time with their kid and put that time in education that we're talking about, that we need parents to be involved in. These jobs here, they aren't aligned with that. So to some degree, we're missing the community component to how have we also taken these jobs or taken what we have here and said, where does community interest lie at? Because I'm sure we have some employers who are working in these industries who saying that this is what we need, but they're not getting it because obviously the community ain't interested. So to some degree, there has to be a conversation, one with the community, to see, is this things that we need? Yeah, we know we need officers. Yeah, we need firefighters, but there are other things that possibly needs to start taking place here that are not on this list that are very serious and near that we need as soon as possible. So so there's some concern in terms of what we have here and what we're putting into the building, and then also just the overlap of things is that's not healthy. I'll stop there.
Dr. Gauntz, may I?
Sure.
And Mrs. Gilbert, I'm going to ask you to line in as well with the alignment with regard to the state career technical education courses and programs. The issue of replication, I want to bring forward something to understand with USCB and the culinary program. Culinary is designed in 2 components, front end of the house and back end of the house. USCB at Hilton Head actually primarily is a management program for front end of the house. When I walked that facility and walked with their dean in detail, because the facility is wonderful, but it's one straight lab, because that is for the opportunity of those in management to understand the operations of the back end of the house, the preparation, right? The work that goes into how to be an expediter. That is the primary point of that facility. Also recognizing by having an opportunity of dual enrollment within the high school of CTE, it takes away barriers of our children who don't have that commutation. I have no way to get there. So that is one of the things we're trying to build capacity with, are our educators being able to do the dual enrollment within the building, within the facility. In order to do that, we do want to have state-of-the-arts for that opportunity for learning. But I wanted to have that clarification of USCB to start. If you look at that opportunity as well of the students for TCL, for CT, and I'm going to say for all dual enrollment, it's a transportation issue. We're really trying to build that capacity so that our schools can provide that opportunity for students. My first car was $500, Mr. Smith. Grew up, born and raised in New York. My mother gave me no heat. I got the car in December. I'm going to let you figure out how I drove. My hand out the window, right? But when I share that with you because I grew up with CTE. It gave me financial independence in order to be the person who I am today, right? So I'm a very strong supporter of removing the barriers to give opportunities for our students for our financial independence and contribution. When you make mention of the jobs, and Karen spoke at length, but that input for those lists of jobs does come from an economic council that has a foundation of individuals, and she does work with community at preparing the Perkins grant. That is a requirement of the federal government. We cannot do that or ask our superintendent to sign off without that component. She's about as honest as the day is long. And I mean that with the greatest respect to her. So I think it's important with a workshop that we share this information as well as we build everybody's understanding, right, and education in this pathway. And when we speak about culinary, our goal is not to have our children just be preparing breakfast. We should be able to prepare culinary programs for the fact that you understand the science of it, the creativity of it, and how to produce the math, and then to be that entrepreneur to do the front end of the house and hopefully maybe open your own business. Like I have my eye on a spot right before Whale Branch L that would be the perfect place for breakfast. That's where students should be looking at, right? So it's that vision that they've prepared that really helps that foundation. And I just wanted to put a little more paint on the brush for understanding. That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
Ms. Boatright.
Thank you.
Oh,
Hello.
did you want to speak?
Go ahead, Ms. Butler.
I mean,
No, just in speaking to the pathways. So thank you for bringing up about repetition. So if we have looked at length at other districts, we're a part of a statewide group of CTE administrators. So when you have a large district that we do that's separated by a lot of geography, we have to work within those areas to see how we can best serve our students. So for example, Greenville, as large as they are, they have 4 very large comprehensive centers. Again, it probably doesn't meet all the needs, but at those centers, they offer very similar programs so that students who live close by. Same thing with Charleston. When we were looking at their models, West Ashley just happens to be one of the 4 that they have built as well. And again, we just want to note, we were tasked with just bringing forward where we're at, where we've been, and where can we go as far as emerging technologies, and just again supporting our community. We're not advocating for any future referendums or anything. This is just part of our work to bring that forward.
Karen, just to be clear, right? Didn't land on these selections, right? Just by saying I like this one or I like that one, right? There was a process to get to these selections.
Yes, sir. Many advisory meetings, the regional assessment teams. The grant itself each year requires a tremendous amount of background work, research work for what we currently offer. We can't just say we offer this and not have the supporting documents for it. So thank you, Dr. Rodriguez.
I'm just responding to, I mean, it's still my question. I mean, I've saw other people who have been, I know, but we still talking about my point. He brought my point, and I'm just talking
they
about
responded back, and I already called on Ingrid, and she already started. And we can come back to you.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay. And I think that I forget the term, all schools are going to offer business and finance, STEM, health sciences, CT, dual, and I think that's good. That's the future of education in a lot of ways, in my opinion. These are the fields. One of my issues, and I think it ties into what Mr. Campbell and Mr. Smith are saying, is as a parent, let's take health sciences, for example, that if you're pre-med, that's going to be a heavy emphasis on math, physics, chemistry, and biology. Mm-hmm. And you're getting ready to prepare for a college program. Mm-hmm. You're talking certified medical assistant, mm-hmm. different set of requirements. If you're mm-hmm. talking phlebotomist or, mm-hmm. lab tech, different set of requirements. Mm-hmm. There's also a huge field in health sciences, in information technology, mm-hmm. Integrate clinical devices, et cetera. So when we look at these big umbrellas and technology, which has just absolutely become my passion for education and how we administer that, I was talking to a family member he works for Google's AI department. And we were talking about, because I grew up in a culture in the Seattle area, which was very, very techy. And so you're just surrounded by that. And pretty much everyone I know went into tech. And we were talking about the education of bringing kids up into the next generation of tech. And they said, you have to build a culture, right? You can't. So because at the time I was trying to figure out how to inspire kids. There's a ton of online and virtual programming for technology, but it's really hard to operate in a vacuum. It's much better if you have a density of kids, just like the arts program we talked about. You can be a concert violinist, but if you don't have an orchestra to play with, it's really going to limit your learning opportunities, right? So one thing I think, especially south of the Broad, because we don't have school choice in most of our high schools there, what I have as a concern is how we're going to handle if we have, okay, you've got a coding STEM class, but you're not going to get 6 coding teachers in Beaufort County. You've got, okay, so we're going to have a coding teacher at Bluffton, and then we're going to have a network engineering class at May River. And you get these kind of tracks. I do share the concern that if you've got a kid and you're like, man, my kid really loves this, he really wants to be this, or she really wants to do this program, we don't have that ability to move around and to get that cluster, because we got 21,000 kids roughly in this district, however many high school, in probably high schools where most of this would really start to take off, and you pick a track. How do we get where you've got 30 kids south of the Broad and 30 kids north of the Broad, and not have them dispersed where they don't build that culture and you can't get that one great teacher who can teach that? That I think is my biggest concern. And I think it goes to what, I may be speaking out of turn, but may go to what Mr. Campbell's saying, like, get them all in one place to the best that we can.
And I think it would speak to what Colonel Geyer was saying, a summit or something like that, because there's other models like academies, magnet academies, things
That's
like
exactly
that.
Right, magnets. Yeah.
So there's different models certainly that we could look at. We're just presenting what we currently have to best meet the needs of the students with some fairness and consistency across the board. We see technology interfused, as you said, Mr. Smith, definitely within all of our program areas. So we have to have some type of state-supported courses that a certified teacher could teach, or sharing among the schools, itinerant teachers. That's something we have to start looking outside of the box. But I'll direct everybody back to that triangle. We don't do local board approved course in CTE because it doesn't support the college and career readiness indicators. We want state approved pathways and courses with a qualified teacher. The state is trying to look outside the box where CTE is concerned as to how can we get some folks out of business and industry to come in that's blessed by the state to do that. And we'll continue to work with HR on that. But I think there's lots of models out there, to your point, Ms. Boatwright, and we certainly need to explore all those so that kids who have a true passion would be able to have that option.
Yeah, because to Dr. Rodriguez's point, I do think that the content's not in question. I think it's good what we have and everything, but I think the reason the board wants to have this conversation now and to have a more like, okay, here's what we've got. Is this the path we want to continue on, which is expanding K at individual high schools? When we know the 3 on the south of the Broad for sure don't have choice. Or is this an opportunity to discuss? Do we want to look at programs where we kind of concentrate groups of kids? So that was what I think what I'm saying is, before we go down, we're going to ask the taxpayers for another big chunk of money. Let's decide if that's something we want to explore at this point.
Understood. And that would definitely be a conversation to bring in our principals, because that would, as far as what that domino effect would impact. But yes, that's the approach that Charleston has taken. They have those standard business, finance, STEM, healthcare within their regular high schools. And then they look at those 4 specialty areas. So that's certainly on the table.
They have a lot of magnet programs too.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Good points.
Mr. Earl Campbell.
I listened to this discussion. It seems like some of us are not satisfied with what is going on in our schools, technology, culinaries, or whatever. I've been following quite a few students that from Battery Creek and Whale Branch have left here, went to Gulfstream in Georgia. Several of them have. A young man from Battery Creek in culinary, he opened up a restaurant in Greenville. Several of our students have went to Boeing. So I think that's what I'm looking at. And I think the programs that we have and the programs that we have on the agenda to expand, I think they're going to be good for our students. Now, I've followed these students over the years, and the amount of students that left Battery Creek and Whale Branch and other schools and went to Georgia, went to Greenville, went to Boeing, those students are doing good. So I am very happy with the program that we have, and I will keep doing what the district have as far as in technology and culinary. One young man, he managed a restaurant on River Street in Savannah today. We need to look at the students and see where they go when they leave here. Thank you.
So I'd like to say a couple things or ask a couple things. I mean, obviously the discussion, the big trade-off is if you have these programs in the individual schools, the advantage, of course, is that then all the students attending that school can take advantage of those programs, regardless of whether they would have be able to get transportation to a offsite facility, et cetera. And the other advantage, of course, is that even students that aren't going to be CTE completers can also take advantage of certain classes as well to broaden their horizons, as opposed to just taking, courses maybe headed to college or whatever. No question, obviously, having a offsite facility in certain CTE programs is probably more cost effective, even adding in transporting students to that facility. It obviously plays havoc with schedules and whatnot because it's offsite and you got to arrange them when they have English 2 or English 4 or whatever it is back at their home school. One thing that hasn't come up is, what's going to happen with BJ Ace, because that is prime real estate. And I think that's something that has to be determined going forward. And, I don't know all the ins and outs of who owns what part of it. And what I know before it was a contribution, I think we did 2/3 and Jasper County did 1/3. And I believe the land itself is divided between the two of us, or is it just Beaufort County that has the land?
The land sits in Jasper County.
In Jasper, okay. So that's and I think they have built their own facility. So it seems like this would be a good time to strike while the iron's hot location. And, we have that real estate consultant already, Mr. Barry, on board. And I think that might be a good thing for him to start working on, just to see what are our options there, what could go there. Is that something, because I see that as being a very useful prime location, because it's much more centralized than, for example, this building. And as we all know, right now the growth is primarily in the Bluffton area. So I don't know. I'd like to hear your thoughts, Dr. Rodriguez.
No, man, I think that's an excellent point. That's something we've, thought about quite a bit, and thought about possibilities there. Because I think they are significant. It's central to us, right? In terms of accessibility for both Northern and Southern Beaufort County. So it has a lot of promise and a lot of possibilities. I know there are probably some legal matters that have to be sorted out as well as part of any proposition or process, I guess. So that's there was some state involvement in that initiation that I think has to be carefully looked at and considered in that process. So we can certainly start to look at that.
And if I may, Madam
Yes,
Chair,
please.
I think you're spot on with that. Again, we had included Beaufort Jasper Ace just as part of the considerations because they are our kids. And regardless of the legislative and the contract for it, I do think because it's a large space, or whether you build a new one for that, and it is in the middle or where whatever that would look like in the future. So I think that's a great starting space for that. And we can look at the other models that we're talking about. It's just, we wanted to finish out for May River. That's part of the existing referendum. That's a go. Mr. Auding and his team, they're ready to meet with the architects to finish that out as part of our commitment to the existing referendum and what that could look like on down the road with just the plans. So I agree with you. That would be an excellent starting place for that.
All right, Mr. Mel Kimball.
Trying to push everything to one agenda, but I only have a couple more left. And I'm trying to make
That's okay. We appreciate you.
but I thought, and I've thought about it, and I'm sure we have restrictions again from the state. But if we have a centralized process of technology disbursement, can we transport our students across the county differently than the big school buses? You know, is it possible to have 15 passenger vans with other drivers driving other than qualified drivers to do that transportation? Because that would be a big part of the discussion. You're talking countywide and different time period, because we have to think a lot further out the box and a lot futuristic than we're thinking. I don't think we can have that ACE argument that we've had for 30 years to continue another 25 years.
If I can just answer that van question, you can do 50 passenger vehicles or less, but they still have to have certification, driver certification. We have one out there that is a 10 passenger. It's still like a bus, a small bus. And you have to pass all of the South Carolina driving, but you do not have to have the CDL. Anything above 15 passenger vans, you're going to have the CDL, but you can't have a van. It's got to be a bus still.
Robert, you're saying 15, not 50.
Correct. 15. Did I slur my words?
And you can have as many of those as you like.
As you can afford, yes.
Ongoing. It depends on usability.
Right.
Mr. Smith.
Actually, that was one of my things, because I believe the district just purchased a couple of buses that I believe I see out there, as well as a couple of Jeeps, a couple cars, and so that was one of my points in terms of getting people transported to different schools in terms of continuing to duplicate. Also, in terms of community, Dr. Rodriguez asked you a question about how you came up with that. And in terms of how she came up with the
About the programs at the different schools.
Right, the list of programs at the schools, and in terms of the CTE programs, and your response was that could you remind us what your response was?
So yes, sir. We have ongoing meetings with local business and industry through what's called our advisory. And then we meet regularly with our school principals because they're integral as to what their vision and mission is for their school. School counselors, and then I'm responsible for our annual grant. And in that grant, in order to have sustainability, in order to have operational funds that come into our district to sustain these programs, there's certain criteria that we have to provide as to the justification for these programs. Yes, sir.
Right. And that the reason I'm glad, the reason why I asked you to state that, because I bought in the community. And in community, that's not the same thing as what community looked like for me as a board member. From your position as a district employee, that's great and fine. But when I say community, I'm talking about the churches, I'm talking about the local people, younger people. I'm talking about sitting down, having a conversation, and seeing what piques their interest. So I understand that these things wouldn't just put out of the air. And as well, if I'm a business owner and these are things that we're looking for, of course, well, this is what we're going to come to the district and saying, hey, we need these things. So from my standpoint as a representative, what I'm talking about is the conversation that I'm having in the community. People talking about they're looking for truck driving schools. They're looking for different things. In fact, I talked to a guy who's from Beaufort and who drives to Bourne every day, and he tried to get a couple people hired at Bourne. They didn't have the skill set, and they couldn't survive. I know about just to go talk to Mr. Campbell's point about he followed kids. Yeah. Also, I know about four people who moved from Beaufort, went to the Greenville plant. But the first thing they told me was, man, y'all gotta get the skill set. Y'all gotta get us some of that stuff. So when we go to this plant, man, we can survive because we really almost didn't make it. Like all of us been on the borderline of not making it. And I started to ask them different things, and they went in deep in depth and told me certain skills and certain things that they needed that they didn't get from here. And they all work right now work for Greenville, the plant in Greenville. So my thing about it is those are things that we need, and that's why it's important to have these conversations with people in the community who are trying to get away from some of these different type of businesses that don't pique their interest. I mean, so that's my point in terms of bringing up even plumber. Plumbers make different jobs. How many schools that we're building or how many things that we're adding on right now that's going to require a plumber? How many plumbing companies do we have here in Beaufort County? Our plumber ain't on this list. So these are job sets. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm so glad you brought up community. Most definitely is important to have all voices within that. The plumbing and HVAC is a more modernized approach, whether it's going to be at one facility or spread out north and south for access. Under building construction trades, whether it's through Well Branch, through the dual enrollment, or if it'll be with at Bluffton High. Dr. Leveco's done a great job of using his current electrical program that's state approved, and he is bringing in HVAC partners with that. So when we say that plumbing, all that encompass a building construction trades approach of what that's going to look like in the future. We have a partnership with Carolina Air. I'm always amazed to hear about the advanced technologies within just within HVAC. So that's why we say we put the foundational skills of technology, getting kids comfortable with that skill set. And then as they get into their junior and senior year, and they truly want to pursue a trades job, like you said, that'll help them get a good career, make good money. Then we need to look at engagement and what does that futuristic job look like that's going to appeal to a young person. To say we're going to do 4 courses of plumbing, I think, and you're right, we need to canvass the students again and do some more surveys. But if we can encompass it into here's a building trades construction pathway, you're going to learn some plumbing, you're going to learn some HVAC, you're going to learn some advanced technologies that's going to help you to really market yourself to an employer in those areas because you've got that skill set. And if I will, just Madam Chair, just one last thing, and Mr. Campbell, thank you so much for bringing it up. And Mr. Smith, you're hitting on it as well. Where you see our post-placement rate in 2021, they haven't released the one for the 21-22 yet. We had 422 students that had a positive placement rate. Well, that's a number. I like Mr. Campbell that you're connecting a face with that number. So I think that's something Ralph and I and our team, we can work on that messaging of helping to, when we meet with community partners and business partners, of those 422 students, where did they go? We know our welding programs, they're going to Tyco, they're going to Gulfstream. We know our automotive is going to Lexus and to Vaden, to Beachside Auto. For the $1.3 billion industry for our hospitality and tourism, we have a young man who's doing a youth apprenticeship with the resort over there that Dr. Rodriguez had joined us in. But I think, thank you so much for bringing up, we need to connect some faces to these numbers. And I think that would help with our messaging. So thank you for bringing that to light.
And just another question, can you, just a formality question. Can you tell me, you said that the state have to qualify, I guess they have to qualify these, or they have a certain criteria to have these programs in terms of instructors. Can you tell me, what does that look like, and how does that work? Because what I'm thinking is, it will also help out us to, well, for me specifically. And so when I talk to people, it will also help me to align how their options, what are options, and what are the criteria to understand how that works. What is that process?
Sure, and we'll be glad to get that to Mrs. Cushionberry to share. So if someone's out in the business and industry world, but they don't have a traditional teaching degree, they can come in one of two ways. They can come in what's called PACE, or they can come in with what's called direct at the state level. And that they look at their years of experience. They look at if they have any kind of advanced training. So if there's someone that's been in welding for many, many years, or a nurse that's been in, they can actually apply at the state level and go through one of those two programs to begin to add their teaching license. So I'll be glad to send that to Mrs. Cushionberry. It's 2 links, and it describes how that works. So great question.
I appreciate that. Thank you. That's much help. Thank you.
Dr. Rodriguez, did you acted like, okay, thought you wanted to say something. Okay. There do not appear to be any further hands up. So thank you to both of you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Next on our agenda is the online secure documents vault, and Mark Shohan.
Good afternoon. I was asked to research some on what we can do about securing online documents. There's multiple ways to have secure document storage that is both password protected and only has a limited amount of known people who can access that information. This
Can
process.
you, Mark, stop for a second and just get a little closer to the microphone? It doesn't seem like it's picking you up well.
Does that any better?
Much better.
Okay.
Thank you.
This process is done daily here in the district with pieces of software like Microsoft OneDrive, Google Drive, internal network storage, and even Board Docs has a document management piece in it. The problem that you run into is when you start talking about limiting printing and copying. There are some files and software out there that say they do this. These file sharing solutions only provide you with 1 or 2 functions, usually the sharing of documents and the signing of documents. Also, while many document sharing apps claim to have built-in security, it is difficult to access if the app's security level meets the standards that boards and districts require to protect them from liability. Screenshots and screen captures can be blocked on some platforms, for instance, but Apple does not allow third-party developers access at a device level of the OS, so anybody on an Apple iPhone, iPad can screen print, screen capture all day long. The biggest issue we see from all of this is because every one of us have one of these in our pockets. At any given time, if the document's out of a secure location, I can pull out my cell phone, I can video it, I can take a picture of it, I can live stream it to Facebook and YouTube. So I think that brings us back to we needing to have a deeper conversation about what actual documents you want secured and to possibly look at alternative ways to secure those. And to do a deeper dive in this, I would recommend that we move this topic to the policy committee to establish an executive session document handling procedure. Because one thing I did find is that a lot of executive boards and businesses are moving to older school technologies that have been implemented by the military for years. They're using something called a SCIF, which is a sensitive compartmented information facility. Now, when the United States government builds one of these facilities, you're talking about $40 million. There's no radio frequencies in and out. That's not what I'm talking about here. What I'm talking about is a temporary location where we control access to technology in the space. One of the ways some of these boards are handling this is that they are stopping
SCIF environment, because that's kind of what it feels like.
Yes.
If you are recommending that, or if the policy committee, my thing is that's fine. I think that those documents need to be made available well before the meeting so they can be reviewed, not as we arrive at the meeting. Number two, I think that there should be multiple locations, whether it's at the school, your constituent school. So I could go in, let's say in the morning to Hilton Head High or Hilton Head Elementary School and go into my own little personal SCIF. Because my problem is and I'm assuming that some of the north of the Broad people, when we have our meetings on the other side, and then you're trying to get there early. The other thing is there are two categories of documents. There is highly sensitive legal student documents. I don't think that needs to be seen in advance. Reviewing an amendment to a air conditioning contract probably shouldn't require a SCIF. Unless I don't know how we would make that distinction, but to me, some of the things we get can be kind of like some of the HR stuff, or some of the big deal financial stuff that we have to review. Trying to review it 20 minutes before the meeting starts or coming in hours early from a different location just doesn't make sense. So I get what you're saying with the SCIF, but is that I don't know why HVAC contract amendments would require a SCIF.
It would not. And that's one of the reasons why I'm recommending it to go to the policy committee, is so that y'all can outline a separation between different types of data. My idea of secured data would be anything to do with our legal department, employee interactions, those type of things. But you're right. Something like a contract or different documents that would pretty much is in the public eye anyway, would not need to have that kind of document handling sensitivity.
Would anybody else like to speak?
I think if we send it to the policy committee, I would like to fold it into just a general discussion of how we get materials to our school board meetings. So that's not really technology. That's more, maybe we just need a policy committee to review what we have as far as deadlines, so that, again, for those of us, and we're going to have more board members coming on who are working full time, that we have ample time to look at the documents and prepare, because it just takes a lot of everyone's time if people don't read the documents in advance. And a lot of times we're asking questions that we just didn't have a time to get to. Or what I find myself doing is I'm over here looking up something while someone's talking because I'm trying, I just got the document. So if we're going to send it to policy committee, I'd like to just make a general review of how we receive materials.
Mr. Smith?
Some of these concerns I have align with Ms. Boatwright, but most importantly is that at the end of the day, we have been asked to look at sometimes large quantity of documents within a certain period of time and go out and make a decision. And the staff has it for however long they need to have it. And you mean to tell me that the people have elected me to make that decision, and that who makes the decision upon the trust factor? If you were elected and you were trusted to have that position, to say when and why and how long you can have that document. If that's a document that you need, then you should have that document. I mean, I think that to some degree we're going a little bit beyond the norm, because at the end of the day, it's no different than if someone wants to break into your house. I don't care if you have an alarm outside, an alarm on your house. I don't care if you have officers outside your house, if they really want to get in there or they really are trying to get in there, then they may do the things that it takes for them to get that. So I mean, and saying that, I think that more something that is more violating to the elected official upon them doing their due diligence and having that information versus actually us serving the community, because I think it's a disservice to us more solely. Just like today, we're getting a document today on Friday that must be put in on me, that must be in by Monday. Who's to say that?
Sir, let me just make a correction for the public. In 10 days, not in 3 days.
I thought you said last meeting. I thought you said it was. You said
no. It's printed on the agenda of the last meeting. It is. You're receiving it today, November 18th. It's due by 5 p.m. on November 28th.
Okay, that's okay. Well, that may be different. Excuse my correction. But at the end of the day, when we receive these documents, we should have ample time to read it and do it. For instance, I mean, what if I'm out of the country 2 weeks in a month? You know, that's a real inconvenience in having to get back to get that document done. So anyways, make a long story short, I think that we're doing too much in terms of hiding documents, because at the end of the day, we are elected officials. We understand the responsibilities that we hold. I think that it's just too much. Right.
All right. Next is Mr. Mel Kimball. Oh, I thought you were motioning to me. Sorry. All right. Earl.
My question is, Smith, how quickly you should have the document? You think, how many days you think you have a document before the meeting? The question.
Mr. Campbell, and my question will be to you is, how long do the people prepare the document have before they give me the document?
Okay.
Point blank period. I'm done.
What I'm saying is the administration has a document to give us. All I'm asking you, how many days do you think needed before you can make a decision? That's all I'm saying.
Opening the question.
All right, Mr. Rich.
Thank you, Mark, for trying to come up with a solution to the question about having the availability of some documents that we know have to be in executive session. I don't remember the list of them, but there are certain things that can only be presented privately. So I think that your suggestion about taking it to policy is a good one. And obviously it's larger. The question's larger than just what you were tasked with. Thank you for that information. It seemed like it was an easy fix. Oh yeah, we'll put it in the cloud. You have a password, you can access it, and only you can access it. That still doesn't keep it private, as I understand what you're saying.
Yes.
So I believe that policy probably would be a good place for it. It can be open to more discussion and a more elaborate conversation. So, Chair, I'm going to just ask that the Executive Secretary add this to the list of things that the policy committee, whomever is on that policy committee next year, take this up. And thank you very much for your information.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say a couple things. No, I think that's a very good idea. I mean, I think we all know that the process could be improved. But I think the second thing we all have to remember is we all have different learning styles, or whatever word you want to use. And you know, some of us have outside jobs, some don't have outside jobs, some live much closer to the district office where we typically review these documents, or much closer to the Hilton Head Library. But the board has liability. It doesn't matter whether we're elected officials or not. We have liability with some of these documents. And I think that absolutely has to be taken into account. And that's one of my concerns, because confidentiality has not always been secured or kept, or whatever word you want to use. And I don't personally want to be part of that. And I know most of us here don't want to be part of that, but that's something we have to think about too. So I think your idea is excellent. Yeah, and thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you.
All right, we're on to the results monitoring report forms. How about a 5-minute break for the bathroom? reconvene now. Before we go any further, I'd like to introduce 3 of the 4 new board members, newly elected, and 3 are here today, which is great. From District 2, we have Chloe Gordon, District 5, Victor Ney, and District 8, Carlton Dallas. So I think it might be nice if each of you wanted to just say, I don't know, a minute of your background or whatever, just so the rest of us can, get to know you a little bit. If you don't want to do that, that's fine.
Can
you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay. I'm Chloe Gordon. I'm very, very happy to be here. I have 30 years of experience in education, all of which were in Beaufort County. I started out as a secretary to the superintendent in 1993. I remember when Mr. Campbell came in. And I am just so delighted to be in this position to work with the board, to be a member, to take care of our children, our teachers, our community and education. I've been following what we have been doing in education here in Beaufort County, and I'm just slap happy, as they say. It's just very, very good. I have an extensive background. I was the director of alternative programs, assistant principal at the middle, elementary, and high school. I taught, my first teaching position was at Beaufort High School. And military family, my husband was in the military, which brought us here. Both of our girls graduated from Beaufort High School. And I'm a member of the New Hope Christian Church here in Burton. So again, my educational background is extensive. I remember when Bluffton High School was not even here. I think Mr. Campbell remembers when we went out looking for land for Bluffton High School and some of the Oakety Elementary and some of the other schools here. So I'm excited. I'm committed. I'm dedicated. I love Beaufort County. And I especially love the children here and what we're doing for them, and listening today how we are moving forward. I think that's the word that we're using, going forward for the future, because I definitely believe that children are the future. And without them, none of us would be here with jobs, right, Dr. Rodriguez? So we wouldn't have a place to be here. But thank you. Thank you. I appreciate being a member of this board in January, right?
Thank you, Madam Chair and the board. It's an honor to be here, as Ms. Gordon. Okay.
Yeah.
I've worked closely with the school district over the 12 years I've been here on various things, such as Academic World Quest, which is a subset of the World Affairs Council. I'm also proud to be a member of the CLOC committee. That has been very informative of the great staff that you have, the caring board that you have, and the community support that is there for you. So it's been an honor in that regard. My background is 34 years in global petroleum, last 10 international petroleum, working for a Fortune 3 company, the last 10 years working abroad. I like to tell people I've moved 19 times. 14 promotions, 2 laterals and a demotion. And I like to say sometimes you become collateral damage when the titans above you are fighting. Started as a 3rd shift clerk in the station. Came home from UNC and had run out of money. So the conversations about the cost of education are very near and dear to my heart. And my parents are very stoic. They were from the 1918, 1924. So they didn't talk a lot. Mom and dad came in on a Saturday and mom said, they have a now hiring sign on that gas station. And I looked above her. Dad was taller, and he had this look on his face like, don't even try it, boy. And so I went down on a Monday, got out of the car, my hands up in the air. Fingers crossed to God, please don't let them hire me. Of course, there I'm ex-football player, 3 years of college, but I need a job to say, you're hired on the spot if you can pass the lie detector test, which they gave in 1976 and 77. Wednesday, I went over to Greenville, North Carolina, got out of the car again, take the lie, said, God, please let me flunk this stupid lie detector test. I passed it. 34 years later, started from third shift, working 6 days a week at 21. You can imagine how socially inhibiting that was. My last job was as regional director, headquartered in Cape Town. Had responsibility for 33 countries. I like to say a lot of the places you've seen on CNN or Fox News, I actually have been there and have great appreciation for the military and what they do as a petroleum company. We work very closely with them in many, many different areas of the world. So looking forward to learning. I'm a big old nerd, so you probably saw me doing a lot of writing. I'll study it. And anything you want me to read, I'll do my best to come in prepared. Thank you all.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Victor Ney. Currently, I'm still active duty in the Marine Corps. I transitioned out March 31st. My education, I grew up across the country. My dad was in the Air Force. So I was born in Ramstein, Germany, and various locations, finally settled mostly. I say that I'm mostly from Oklahoma. University of Oklahoma is my teaching education. I have my degree in music education. Started teaching for a short time in Oklahoma. And then after I took a drastic pay cut from bartending in order to be a teacher and went back to eating ramen noodles and peanut butter and jelly like a college freshman, one of my best friends who had joined the Marine Corps as a musician called me and said, "Hey, this is a sweet gig." And 4 weeks after that, I was standing on the Yellow Footprints in San Diego, California. 23 years later, my first 10 years in the Marine Corps as a percussionist. My next 10 years was as a conductor. I'm very passionate about conducting music. And then the last 3 years has been essentially as the operations chief running a 50 Marine unit. I've been all over the world. I've moved, I haven't moved 19 times, but I've maybe close to that. My daughter is currently in May River High School. I definitely have an iron in the fire when it comes to some of the policies and all that kind of stuff. And I also, because being firsthand a casualty of getting out of education because of cost, I'm also heavily invested in the cost. Money is definitely finite. So I'm very, very interested in that. And I would like to say in advance, thank you all for suffering my questions in what is probably the first step in a very steep learning curve.
Well, yes, welcome to all three of you. And thank you for giving us a little information about your background. So it'll be great because clearly you've all had different experiences and will bring unique, vision and views to the board. And we look forward to working with you. To the public, the three members that are here, and the other one that is new, also Elizabeth Hay, who is not able to attend today, they will be sworn in to the board in January, early January. Next on our agenda is the results monitoring report form.
Good afternoon. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tanya Crosby, the Chief Financial Officer. So I have been nominated to talk about the Operational Expectations Monitoring Report today. In your packet is provided a template of an operational OE monitoring report template that we've been using. Senior staff members present documents or a summary or summaries, executive summaries with this document attached. And so we have a schedule approximately once a month. There is an operational expectation that it's reported typically through committee and then to the full board as well. And so this just basically provides a certification from the chief officer and then from the superintendent that we have we are presenting this information as evidence to support our compliance with a certain board policy or a certain set of board policies. So each OE may have 12 to 15 on average expectations, and we summarize those expectations into a summary, report back to the board, and then document that with or signature sign off on this form as well. So I'll be happy to open up for any discussion on, I'm not sure why the topic came up perhaps, but I'm open for any discussion on that.
So Mel, wasn't it you and Kathy who had seen this monitoring report form when you were doing, I believe, a conference perhaps online with Coherent Governance? Wasn't you? It was a while ago, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Kathy,
Yes. Mel and I were both attending this. And basically what this form does is it just formalizes that it puts the word accepted on there. And it compliant. So if there's something that I thought there's supposed to be, if there's something that's not compliant or needs work that isn't acceptable, that's supposed to be noted on this form as well. Although I don't see that on here. Robin, is this the exact form that we got at that conference?
It's not the exact form. It's kind of been modified a little bit by Dr. Rodriguez.
This is.
I think this form actually preceded our discussions with the Peggy Torrey and the Coherent Governance booklet. And so the one that's in the booklet is a little different than this one. And it does provide an opportunity for noting that you're accepting it with some exceptions. And so this form doesn't currently have that. We didn't make any changes, didn't want to make any changes without the board having discussed that. Yes.
Did you hear that, Kathy? This is the
No,
current.
I heard what I did not hear what Dr. Rodriguez said.
Oh, so can you just repeat it with the microphone, Dr. R?
Yes, all I was saying was that this is the current form that we are using, the one that you see here.
Oh, this is the form that we're using.
This one is the current form that we're using, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I thought the reason that it was coming up was that we were looking at bringing the form into compliance with the Coherent Governance form.
So it seems like the best thing to do would be to put this on to the next board business meeting, which will be in December. And that will also be after Peggy Torrey likely will be here. We don't know exactly when she's going to come, but she's going to help with a orientation with our new members. And so let's show her that form and be sure she agrees that that's in compliance. Because I also remember what you remember, Kathy, is that it includes if you have areas that are non-compliant or, yeah.
Yeah, because, many of our OEs have multiple components. So, it's possible that you might, make a note that, it's compliant, 9, perhaps you even say that, 10 out of 10 are compliant, but additional information or focus on one of the sections would be beneficial in the future, something like that.
Mel.
Yeah, I think the idea is to look at some of the things that.
Here, can you please talk into the microphone?
Yeah, I can't hear Mel.
Some of the things that needed to be improved upon without redoing the whole thing, without bringing the whole thing back. But I think for edification, what are OEs, and I don't know if these registered guests are privy to the OEs, but operational expectations is primarily how we expect the administration to execute our outline of strategies to get things done, and they bring in how they interpret it to us, and we look at it as interpretation of those expectations and agree or disagree with whether or not Dr. Rodriguez is interpreting what our expectations are exactly. And we kind of vetted in terms of yes, he is in compliance with our expectations, or no, he's not interpreting correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
That's good.
that's generally what we do. But so
Although,
this form is kind of like the monitoring report. And, kind of like we look at information given and then we go, yes, he understands exactly what. And some of those things are demonstrated with what he calls, what we all call, I guess, administrative regulations in terms of how it's going to be done. That's going to happen. So, I don't know. I'm caught off guard with this in terms of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So did you want to say something additional, Kathy?
no, I just wanted to say that we did, prior to looking at the OEs the first time, we did look at the superintendents and accept the superintendent's interpretations of what those interpretations have already been accepted by the board. And what he brings forward to us is the documentation that supports those interpretations. I've got documentation that I have been compliant with this expectation. So I think since Peggy Torrey is going to come in, I think that's a great solution. I apologize. I thought the form that I had previously looked at for today's presentation had the other statement on it about non-compliance or issues with compliance.
All right. Well, thank you. So I don't think we need to take a vote. Let me just say, if there is somebody who is not in agreement with us postponing this to the next board meeting in December, please make a motion now. Mr. Smith?
Oh, my question was, Mr. Campbell, Mr. Fisher, did you table it? Right, but I mean, table will mean that it goes to the next position, next to the
No,
next meeting.
table really means you've got to, you set it aside and then you've got to pull it off the table. We just want to put it on the next agenda because we really don't have the correct form here today that we would like to approve or comment about. We have our current form and we have a newer form that we'd like to use. So are you opposed to having it on the next agenda?
No, I'm not opposed.
Well, then let's just leave it at that. Oh, okay. All right. Next topic is joint SIC board meetings. So twice a year, the Board of Education in the past has had, I guess you'd say, a SIC meeting with all the different SICs. So the board and the SICs for each school can attend. And I'm just going to speak, I guess, this is my opinion. I'm finishing my 6th year on the board, so I've been to a number of these. What's difficult about that meeting is that it's very hard to get an agenda. What are we really going to talk about? The SICs, they're required in South Carolina, School Improvement Council. There's law for those school improvement councils. We are required to have them. And they really don't have, individual authority to carry out policy or, programs or whatever. But the purpose of a school improvement council is to try to come forward with ideas of how the school could be improved. And so I just find that they're kind of the joint meetings. Yes, we would like the school improvement council input, but that doesn't seem like it's a very effective medium to me. Maybe I'm the only one that thinks that. I don't know. I was thinking that perhaps, I said this jokingly, I think kind of to, I think I said it to Dr. Rodriguez, or maybe I said it to Robin, is perhaps this year, since we usually have one in December, maybe we should just have a reception and just mingle with the School Improvement Council members and just chit chat, do it totally different than what we've done previously. I know Kristen Casper, who reaches out to the School Improvement Council and asks them for what agenda topics they would like. We have a very hard time getting agenda topics for the meeting. So I don't know if other people have a better idea or say something different. Yes, Tricia?
I agree. It is difficult because you have SICs from elementary school and then you have some K-8 and then you have high school. And so, their focus is a little different. I too was thinking along those lines without having spoken with you, Tina. I think it would be a wonderful thing to thank the SIC members for their time and efforts that they give to their schools. That could be done through that reception. I think having a little bit of a program would be essential, whether it's just a short speaker, even if, maybe just Dr. Rodriguez, I apologize, addresses, says something, and then an opportunity to mingle, and then also maybe even have some parking lot questions. You have something up where they could leave some areas of concern or something to share. You know what I mean? Like an old school chart paper where they would add, puts a topic on there that this would just be, something of concern and a way to just promote conversation. So, I mean, it needs a little dressing up and stuff, but I think that wouldn't be a bad idea to just, and to thank them,
Mr. Smith?
I'm a total opposite. I think that the SICs, from talking to them, they look forward to that meeting to tell the board how they feel. And sometimes it's sitting there and listening to sometimes some things what they say sometimes maybe feel uncomfortable because they may not have the autonomy that they want in terms of when they bring those things to us. But I think just to have a reception, it could be a little bit perceived as a little undermining because we do thank them for the work that we do, and some of these SICs really do work hard in getting funding or doing different things for these schools. And so I think for hearing what they have to say, I have not had a problem with it. And also, I think the last one that we did was in person was, I think we broke it up into clusters. And I think that was that maybe at May River. And what we saw was there was some additional same conversations, some concerns that were brought up and that were going on at a couple of different schools, and that they kind of figured out a way how I think they end up meeting with each other or something and kind of trying to work towards dealing with their different issues. So I don't think that would be. I think that could be advantageous to what they do and how they feel, having a reception, not allowing them to tell us as board members how they feel and listen to what they have to say. Because hey, if I'm volunteering, I'm working at a committee and I'm doing this, and just having the superintendent come in and speak to me may be a waste of my time. And I think in the past they have, but I think when I was office, I think they did send us some topics that they want to talk about. But I think some board members might have think that those topics were a little, and not in the direction that we want. We would want the meeting to kind of go in. We thought that might have been a little left field. So, but make a long story short, no, I think that we should continue having the meeting in, because I don't want them to feel as like we feel like we're slighting them, because I do take what they do very, very seriously. So I wouldn't be in support of that. Thank you.
All right, Melvin.
I've only had a few of those meetings, and I tend to agree that they're in disarray. at least. I'm not sure if we all understand the function of the SICs, and even when we meet, I'm not sure the right representation is present for the SICs. And, speaking to a principal and an assistant principal and a teacher or two from the school, which is what we get most of the time, not reflective of the SICs. And that's a part of the initiation of this was to have the SICs come in front of the board and state some of the issues that their respective SICs are having, and they're all different. School's different than their SICs different. Many times that SIC made up components only for a detailed time period, and it's shifted to something else. So we as board members are monitoring all of those issues. So I think, I don't see why that's a bad idea, Will, on your part, to generate conversation first and then a design later on where we need to go, especially with new board first, first of the year, you can have a new design after, talking to this SIC now. But I'm familiar with SICs, and I'm probably going to continue to be a part of Hilton Head High School SIC. So I think there is room for those SICs to understand a different kind of role with the board overall. And we need to understand how we can best accommodate them from the board perspective. Right now, I'm not sure we get anything really accomplished with them. They might lay out 3 or 4 things, and we might say, okay, we're gonna do it, and then we never do it.
So I'm gonna let Robin speak to kind of how we have set the agendas in the past.
The way the SIC we have done it in various ways. It was initially brought on by previous boards to have the joint SIC meeting. The participants are the principals, assistant principals, and the officers of the SIC. It's not the whole SIC committee per school because of the size. The SICs, when we met in person prior to COVID, we did break it down into, we would meet in one big room, and they were broken out into 3 circles. That was cumbersome. People couldn't hear each other, so they were broken down into 3. So then we moved from being in the same room to having them broken down by clusters in various rooms. Then the board members would rotate.
So before you go on, so the 3 circles were the elementary, middle, and high school divisions?
Correct. And board members would bounce between the 3 circles by grade levels. I'm sorry. So then when we moved from being in the same room to going into separate rooms, we tried to keep it in clusters, and board members would float from cluster to cluster. When COVID came, and then the participation when we were in person was minimal because of the time people were having, picking up kids and so forth. When COVID came, we tried with Zoom. Once we did it with Zoom, we did it by grade levels by Zoom, and that became our largest participation. The way that the agendas were set is that Ms. Casper would send out to the SICs and ask for topics. We would ask them for the top 3 agenda items that they would like to speak. We have never said that no topic was off the limit. So whatever topic that they wanted to speak about, those were, we did the top 3 agendas. When we did the last SIC meeting, it was by Zoom, and we did it by grade level. We had a couple of board members here. It could have been an either or. It's always the principals, assistant principals, and the officers. So if a principal can't come, they'll ask the AP to come, so forth. So that that was that's who we were meeting with. The survey at the last one, the SICs felt that when they gave a topic, that their expectation was, i.e., a topic was uniforms. So when they discuss uniforms, their expectation is if we bring up a topic, we expect something to be done. We expect either you're going to get away with the uniforms or you're going to do something with the uniforms. But in their mind, it was we bring up topics and we never see anything once we bring up the topics. Topics that they have brought up have been school start times. They've talked about uniforms. They've talked about mascots. They've talked about transportations. They've talked about discipline. They've talked about, and because of grade levels, it varies. And when we did it by clusters, we stopped doing it by clusters because the elementary people said it was their needs weren't the same as high school. The example was start time and calendars. So that became a contentious thing because the needs of elementary school were not the same needs of high school. So that's why we moved away from doing it clusters, and then we moved toward grade levels, and we did it by grade levels altogether so that what was going on south of the Broad, they can get information on north of the Broad and vice versa, and they can share information. So at our last one that we, in the previous board had determined that instead of having meetings, it's been quite a few boards, but under their old policy, it was that they were going to meet with the SICs quarterly. Well, they moved that from quarterly to meeting twice a year. So that was why it went from spring and fall, that they would get together with the SICs. So our last meeting was in the spring that we had in March. In that one meeting, we did not take, the agenda was set asking them, do you feel the need of continuing to have these meetings? And they said, yes, they still would like, but their issue was that when they have the meetings, they felt like what they said, nothing gets done about. So their expectation is that when we come to you, we say we want we have issues with calendar, school start time, blah, blah, uniforms, whatever. They expect immediate, okay, what are you going to do about it? So that was what came out of our last meeting in March.
Thank you for that nice summary. So I know we have several people
Ingrid's
who,
hands, I believe that's
yeah,
Ingrid.
Ingrid, are you on the iPhone? Yeah, Ingrid, you're.
Yeah, sorry. And I
you.
couldn't even unmute. It's all sorts of problems.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm iPhone. And I don't know if you're calling on me or just clarifying.
It's calling on her, right?
Do
Yes,
I
I
have
am
the floor?
calling on you. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Excellent.
Go ahead.
No problem. And I'm sorry I had to leave early, but I fully support moving to more of a reception format. I started going to those, during COVID, and they're poorly attended. The SIC people I know don't necessarily, it's hard to go because they've got kids' sports and, their parents and whatnot. Then there's some confusion about who's invited from the SIC as well. And so I think a reception format, I do think that all the considerations that Ms. Cushionberry brought up need to be worked. There's some logistics that need to be worked out as far as where we're going to meet. Because again, I bring it up, it's much harder. We have this big divide geographically in our district. So, could we have, if we have two meetings, have one north of Broad, one south of Broad, whoever can make it can come, just because it adds an extra hour each way to go from, my constituents over to the district. And then, but I do think that a more casual, more sort of, we're reaching out to hear what you guys are thinking about and have a conversation would go over better with the SIC chairs I know. So I just wanted to support that. I think that the meeting I went to, they basically, no one came. We broke out into a high school room. It was me and I think one other board member and then all the high school principals. And there wasn't even an SIC person there. Like no one was in that thing. And so we just kind of talked awkwardly for 20 minutes until they brought us back. So if that will help increase participation, I think it's a great idea.
All right. Colonel Geyer.
I'm going to make a suggestion that we try something different. And I like what Ingrid said about having two joint SIC, north of the Broad, south of the Broad. And I would recommend that we have it at Battery Creek High School and Hilton Head High School and have the culinary department provide a dinner, a sit-down dinner, and you arrange it so that you have your high schools on a table with one board member. The middle school's on a table with a board member or two, whatever. And then the elementary schools with a board member too. And each one of those tables has a topic or a couple topics to talk about. The board member would be the recorder. And after the meal, and we've talked, has a little socialization, then each board member would get up and give a report to the group. And I think we also ought to say to them, there's not going to be decisions made. This isn't a decision conference. This is a feedback conference. And if you want something to happen off of that, you come to a board meeting and tell us there, or contact your representative and have it put on the agenda at a meeting. This isn't a decision-making meeting, in my view. This is a feedback meeting. So that's just an option that you might want to consider.
Mr. Smith?
You know, current guy, I hear what you're saying about them coming to a board meeting, but then also you may have SICs who take what they do very seriously, and then you may say, well, okay, you may want them to, or I've heard where SICs were about to come to the meeting and the principal or reached out to me, and I have in turn directed them to possibly reach out to Dr. Rodriguez and his staff. So we have to be careful and saying which one do we really want them to come to, because that message is kind of it's different in terms of, do we say we want people to come to the board meeting, but we really don't like when people come to the board meeting and they're bringing up certain things that may be uncomfortable, versus we having a meeting to listen to their concerns. I mean, I really see where their points are, and also, I've even had a couple of move challenge meetings. I've had to let them know, well, the nights I have y'all meetings, sometimes y'all have meetings that we have board meetings on. So that's unfortunately that can happen. That's one of the problematic things with that. Well, why don't you come? Well, we have board meetings on the night. Oh, okay, then they didn't know, and they were kind of upset. So I think more a line of. I also like everyone hearing the same thing versus at one time versus maybe 2 or 3 people, because what I may have heard Geico, somebody else may have heard Geico. So I mean, just in terms of, I just don't see a problem with them giving a couple of points and say that this is what we're working on, this is what we got going on, or this is the topic. How does this topic help you or hurt you? This is where we're trying to go, or seeing what they propose to have that conversation around. I really don't, I'm just not big on locking people into where they can have certain talking points. I want to hear what they have to say, and just kind of be done with it. I mean, that's just me personally. I mean, the dinner thing and listening to them, that's great. But I think that I like to hear from them, and particularly what they have to say, not someone transferring, because they came there for us to hear them. I mean, that's just my preference. That's my preference. Versus someone giving me secondhand, I want to hear what they have to say myself, so I can understand that. Not yeah.
So Earl, I'm curious what you have to say since you've been on this board a long time. Well, do you have any suggestions for how to improve the dialogue?
I think when the first one we had, I think it was pretty good. It went well to me. When I first came on the board, what we used to do was the board member and the SIC would work together with the school on their budget. And, and then that went away. And then we came up with a meeting as a joint board and the SIC committee from each school. Some of our schools don't have the participation of SIC or PTO meeting. So whatever is desired the board, I'll go along with it.
Yeah, what do you think?
No, we didn't, we had school improvement councils at every school. That's what they were called there, but there wasn't a joint meeting like that. You gotta remember, there's 193 schools, 193,000 kids, you know. It's a different circumstance, you know, in terms of those logistics, but you had board members that would attend different school improvement council meetings within their district or area from time to time. And so it was sort of done that way instead of one big session in one semester and then another one later.
Any of them?
No.
I already spoke.
Okay.
I think we can vet it a bunch of ways, but the engagement is important. Colonel Guy has a great idea. Just engage the people. Hey, any SIC that's worth is weight in salt is gonna be heard at the board. I guarantee you, and not because we have these joint meetings. They're gonna be heard through other means. And, you know, in many cases, the SICs are the ones that's driving the agenda of each of these individual schools. So that's, you know, that's something that we already know. So they can get the end goal done when they want it done. They got enough influence on those SICs to get it done. So
Kathy's hands up.
I say, you know, conversation is great. Let's engage them. Let's have some beans and franks.
Let's have something else, please.
Whatever.
Kathy?
Yes, I think, you know, it's important that in the spring, if they indicated that they wanted to continue, that we continue. I do think a change in format, and to ask ourselves, what exactly are we looking to learn from these? So, you know, if we do a reception and we had, you know, each school report out, and maybe we do one north of the Broad and one south of the Broad. So you make it a little bit smaller, have each school report out what's the main focus of, what's the main project or the main impetus of their SIC committee this year. Is there one thing that they're, and I'd be interested in comparing and to see, is there a commonality among what all of our SIC teams are focused on? And you could do that by putting the pieces of paper around the room and have each SIC write on it. You know, my concern about the SICs, the last couple of times we've done it, I concur with Mel. It's the people that are attending are not the parents or community members on that committee. It's the principals and the staff. And the principals and the staff have lots of ways to get to us and to talk. And, you know, we hear their voices, but it's the community members and the parents that are on that, you know, I think is whose voice I would like to hear. So maybe this year we do something like this, the reception, with an opportunity for each, you know, school just to write on the board what their biggest concern is or what their focus is, and then the board can kind of think about it going forward in how it should progress. And maybe, you know, the dinner, like Colonel Geyer talks about. I don't think we could do that this year. I think you know, the culinary probably needs more time than 2 weeks to get something like that together. But So that's just my thought about it.
So does somebody want to make a motion?
No, he had questions. He had raised his hand.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I would like to call on you, Victor, but I'm not really sure that I should, because that would be not in compliance with our business meeting. Although we are going to ask for the three of yours input when we get to the calendar, because you will be seated for this calendar. So I don't know. Does anybody else have I just don't want to be doing something improper.
And it might be my fault. I told them they would have input because the SIC is on the calendar for the next year for them, because it's part of.
That sounds reasonable. Yeah, I don't want to, go ahead.
Thank you. I got a couple of concerns. First of all, scope. What's the scope of the SIC? It doesn't need to be handled at the board level. Can we, I'm all about pushing things down to the lowest level of authority. Can we give the SIC to since the principals are the ones showing up mostly, can we leave it to the principals to run their SIC programs and then have the principals come brief the board in an SIC meeting? It seems like it would, but first of all, I want to say that I'm always up for free food. And then, but like, it seems like maybe number one concern is actionable items. So if the principals are coming to the board with actionable items, these are things that the principals can take action on immediately. I think that would help feel the parents feel a lot better about what they're bringing to their principals. And then has anybody asked the parents how they want an SIC? I mean, if it seems like I don't know what I don't know, because again, I apologize for the questions. But if the parents aren't attending, then I think it's probably in the best interest for the principals to brief the board anyways. But, maybe it's real easy to add a poll on your social media website. I know most of the board members have Facebook pages. It's really easy to add a poll and ask what your constituents want out of an SIC meeting. That's all I have. Thank you.
Just as a resource, you can, if you Google school improvement councils in South Carolina, you can see exactly, what they're charged to do. And you have to have your listing of your members on that website. And it's very clear what they're supposed to do. And it does seem to me awkward that they're coming to the board, because there really shouldn't be actionable items from them. Because the whole purpose of their existence really is to improve that school, and we're a countywide school district. And so,
That's why I asked about scope.
Yeah, so that's why it seems like we're trying to put a square peg into a round hole. Mr. Smith?
Yeah, but I really don't see them no different than the clock committee. The clock committee come back and they report back on the referendum. These committees, these are SI school improvement, basically committees that they're coming back and they're reporting on their concerns and what they see in the school. So how anyone else sees it in their personal mind, I just see them as that they're almost of committees that are trying to improve the schools, and they just coming to tell the boards what they love, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And we. Like it's been said, are they non-action items? Possibly, but I mean, at some point in time, they may say things that may not bring something that are real concerning, or they might bring good information. I mean, you never know what you're going to get when you go to an SIC meeting. Same as the clock. We sometimes certain things we know how they feel, but if you didn't go to the actual clock meeting, then you don't know what the clock committee is going to bring when the guy from the clock committee comes up there, stand up, and he gives us a report. I mean, to me, that there are no different standard committees versus the clock committee. I think they are very similar. Maybe people may not see it to be similar, but I kind of see it to be similar.
I think the difference between the clock committee and the SICs is that the clock committee is focused on district-wide referendum work, right? Versus an SIC is focused on individual schools work, as you said.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference there for sure.
Yes, Carlton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tend to think that they could have some pretty good utility in terms of spreading the message of what you're working on. Sitting through this event today, I've just been blown away by the depth of the expertise that you are assigning to these problems and the solutions that they're coming up with. So instead of the SIC just coming to us and saying, we want this, tell us what you're going to do, flip the script and tell them how you're going to help us communicate the CTE question. Take it into the community, because my platform, the 4-point was, we got to get the community involved and we have to market to them and inform them so they can become allies for us. And your board's doing a good job of that. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying I see this as a potential opportunity. The other thing I think in terms of closing the loop, if they give us a question, let's give them an answer, yay, nay, or deferred, very quickly. And it could be that instead of being adjudicated at the next meeting or whatever your protocols are, we just say we'll be looking at it in the future so that they know we get back to them. So those will be my recommendations.
Ms. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On this particular topic, I do believe, if memory serves me, that the SIC should be able to work independently of the principal at the school. The decisions that they make when they meet, the principal can be there, but I do not think that it was intended for the principals or assistant principals to guide the meetings. And that might be where some of the problems are coming from. The SIC's responsibility, as Dr. Rodriguez said, is that particular school, their concerns to be communicated, and they are actionable items for that school, not the wishes of the principal and the assistant principals or administrators. So maybe part of the problem is the role of the SIC. I'm particularly baffled that they are reporting back to the board. I guess that's what I'm hearing as well. Not that they can't, but how can you work in your school as an SIC, as parents, and do what you need to do, or charged with seeing what needs to be fixed, if you can't say it and do it as a committee without the principal saying, well, that's not really what I want. So that is not the intent of the SIC. So if you do look at the scope, remember, they are separate from the principals. In fact, they are mandated, as you said, by the state. So they're just not an ad hoc committee that we've come up with. So let's be mindful of that. They are state mandated. And the second question that we have is, we do not have the full attendance of parents at the SICs. I've been to the meetings, and there were more assistant principals and teachers and principals than parents. But the parents who were there were committed and dedicated. And I think we need to make sure we keep them so that they can communicate to others the importance of their being there. So if you don't feel valued, why come? Thank you.
Well, we
You
can,
don't have to make a decision.
yeah. Well, we normally would have,
We have one scheduled, but we don't have to make a decision on the format.
yeah, but when's it?
It'll be December.
It's gonna be December what?
It is
Scheduled.
It's December 8th.
December 8th.
Oh, December.
Yeah, so we have to,
This is you're looking at next year's
I'm
calendar.
looking at next year.
oh, okay.
Yes.
So
we-
December 8th.
So we would need to get the format.
Ms. Gordon, thank you very much, because you're exactly right. I mean, it's supposed to be the SIC president or parent that runs the meeting. There might be a principal report. But I think what has happened in several cases is that the lack of participation by parents, the principal kind of by default has been just trying to keep it going because it is mandated. So I go back again to, I think it would be a good idea to have a reception for our SIC members. I mean, anybody that's on SIC, the parents, I think having accessibility to the board to just have a conversation, is a lot of what SIC members would like to have. Hey, listen, let me get your ear for a minute, and not just be filled with a report from the principal or the assistant principal and so on. And then organically, it might bubble up as to what it would look like in the future. But as this kind of last minute reorganization of what it looks like to try to make it hit many targets. One, we thank you for your participation. We value what you have to say, and we are all ears. And, you know, that might be a way to close this year out as far as the board, you know, terms, and set a new stage for going forward. Mel, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
I agree, and I concur with Chloe quite a bit in terms of the focus of the SIC. It's a state, driven agency, and that administrators have taken over it, like you said, because it's been dysfunctional independently. You should have 32 SICs. And, I'm sure we know who's been showing up, not 32 schools. So a lot of them are dysfunctional, and the ones that are functioning have, sometimes detoured from their role. And their role is not School Improvement Council, because they chose those names to improve the schools, and they got a layout, like a 5-year plan that they got to continue to focus on adjusting. So a lot of those, that conversation informally could be had, because a lot of SIC members don't really know why. The principals have just drafted them to be on SICs. I want you on my SIC and want you to be the president, and they run a meeting, and they run a meeting according to the principal's agenda, which is not the people's agenda or the parents' agenda, which is what it should be. How do we improve our school? That was the concept. So, yeah, I agree. We can have an informal, so we won't have Beans and Frank. But I mean, just something to get them together, and, Christmas cheer or something. Doesn't close. Okay, because we do need to meet, because they said that you want to continue. You do need to focus on changing the concept or the agenda.
Kathy.
Yes, I have a motion.
Yeah.
Yay.
I move that the December joint SIC board meeting be a reception hosted by the board.
Do we have a second? All right. Plenty of seconds. Okay. Kathy made the motion to have the December meeting, joint SIC board meeting will be a reception, but you worded it differently.
Be a reception hosted by the board.
Okay, thank you. And Mel Campbell seconded it. I think we've pretty much discussed it ad nauseum. You have something new, Mr. Smith, to say? Okay.
My only thing was ask in your forward question. I mean, in your forward comment earlier, you said that you would just allow them to basically tell us where they see their SIC, where they see their SIC going at. And that way also, I think that would give us a chance to understand what, as board members, what that SIC is doing in particular school. So I think that would be something good too, because we're still giving them as an individual SIC a voice. So I think that won't be harm if we could put that in there as well. So that way it is known that we are still giving them their platform. That's, for me, that's still very concerning.
So what exactly are you suggesting?
The same way how Mrs. Robine suggested earlier, that we would still give them a segue somewhere where they would just let us know what their SIC is doing, and basically where they're going at, whether it's on the sides and somewhere where they can write it down, or one representative is come and speak for 5 minutes or 3 minutes and just tell us, hey, I'm from Beaufort Middle School, and our SIC is this and this, and we're working towards empowering the principal, working towards getting more community support, just that line. So therefore we know, and we've heard from them, we've given them opportunities to say something and to tell us what their focus is as a SIC as a whole. And that way, that's just among everyone, but they're just telling us what their focus is as SICs are versus going in or giving us ultimatums or. So I mean,
the motion on the floor is reception, not anything about ultimatums.
The reception's gonna have to have some structure.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
I agree with you.
Yeah, and that's what Tricia said near the beginning. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, so
Yes.
maybe part of this could be the chair could assign a couple of us to work with Robin to, maybe.
Is that what you'd like, board members?
Ingrid's hands up as well.
Oh, Ingrid?
Yeah, I think I have the same concerns that a couple of people do. I support this motion, and I don't want to get into the weeds of, who's going to do the invitations. The couple things we got to consider whenever, who we're going to invite, because we could have between 35 and 350 people. That's tough to plan. And where is it going to be? I assume it's probably going to be at the district office. So it'll be interesting to see if the participation varies, type of thing. But so basically I support this motion, but I think it needs a lot of logistics worked out. I don't necessarily think the board has to approve all the logistics. I just want to put out there, this is a very broad motion. This is sort of a direction we want to head.
Right.
And there's a lot of details.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Can I just clarify
Yeah, sure,
something?
Kathy.
I think that the December joint meeting, whoever would have been invited to that joint board meeting would be the people that would be invited to this, right? Weren't there
That makes the most
parameters about
sense.
who? Yeah, about parameters.
In the short
who
period
was
of time we have.
Well, parameters about who was invited to that. They were the chairman of the SICs, correct?
Correct.
So
It's the chair and the vice chair.
the chair and the vice chair.
And then
So
it
it's
is going to include principals or assistant principals or no?
Yes, it's a principal and the principal has an AP that's assigned. If they can't come, then they'll assign the AP to come in their place.
All right, so we'll keep the board's wills to keep the invites the same as previous and just have a less structured program and that it's going to be primarily reception and we'll come up with some type of brief program, but it will allow the board members to mingle with the attendees. All right.
Ingrid's hands back up.
Ingrid. Ingrid, did you want to say something else?
Well, I wasn't going to, because like I said, this has been a longer discussion than I thought it was going to be. But one other thing is, will it be virtual as well? Because the last ones I've been to have all been online. Obviously, a reception would be in person, but will we also have an option? Let's say if we have it at the district office and there are a lot of people maybe on Hilton Head or Bluffton that can't make it out there, but they still want to participate. I mean, is that a possibility? Or are we just going to go full on in person?
I think that makes it more complicated.
It does. No, this whole thing's a little bit complicated. There's no question.
Yeah.
So like I said, I'm throwing out another detail, but at this point I would just, I can't see what's going on, but I'm happy to call the question or ask, let's call the question and figure out what the details are. Cause there's no way this group is going to get all these details hammered out at the moment.
No, exactly. We kind of have the general idea. All right. I think we've kind of discussed it. Mel, you would like to say something else? Yeah, I agree. All right. All those in favor of the motion on the table as it's written up there, say aye. Aye.
Aye. Kathy
Vote
Robine,
right,
aye.
aye.
Any opposed? And any abstentions? All right. So the motion carries unanimously. Now to work out the details, it's usually Kristen Casper is usually the one who does the details.
Kristen, Molly, and myself.
So I would say just go have at it. And you can, yes, go ahead.
I disagree being that we're changing the style of the meeting. And this is more of the board's invitation probably with that person. I think if we're going to change it and we're going to basically just have what we have, I think is maybe just need to board member or so a couple people should be involved in the fine tuning just to correlate what we're asking for from this perspective, because the reason why I supported the motion is because I was thinking that some board members would be able to have some say in what the meeting consists of in terms of what we discussed today. So I just yeah.
So I think I understand your suggestion. I think we also have to think of the time frame. We have less than 2 weeks to put this together, and we have the Thanksgiving holiday in that 2 weeks. And, you know, the schools are not open for that period of time. So there's going to be very, very little bit of timing. Pardon me?
Yeah, I mean, keep it on the same night, then it's already anticipated that we were having something on that same
Exactly.
night. And so what I intended to do, William, and I know that Robin has listened intently to this conversation, and Molly. And so what I intend to do is just send an email to Robin and say, could you make sure, you know, that you include an opportunity for people to maybe write something like what we just discussed, you know, about having the chart paper up and they can, you know.
I hear that, but once again, I mean, if someone wanted to do that and they wanted to say, hey, look here, we were just going to say the chair to appoint a couple people. Then if you volunteered to be a part of it, then you will make time on your schedule just to go ahead and make this happen. We still have a couple operations meetings or something like that. That conversation could happen right after that. I mean, I don't see that being no longer than 30, 45 minutes conversation in terms of what we just discussing and getting done. I mean, I steady passing it off to staff. I think that there's certain things that we should do on our own. And then this is possibly one of them. So that's why I feel strongly in that. So that's just my opinion.
How we can possibly do that in this period of time.
I mean, there could be a meeting where, I mean, just whoever wants to be involved can be involved with someone who wants to head it off. Then you just say, hey, you can head off as a board member. I mean, I think that we put too much time into certain things at certain times, just depend upon who it is or the messenger. I mean, that's just my personal perspective.
So Robin, Molly, when you guys get to Kristen and you guys are going to have a little planning committee, would it be amenable to you to put an email out to all the board members and say, hey, we're meeting on this day. We're going to meet for 35 minutes. If you have any input, feel free to join us. How about that?
Not a problem.
Right, William? And then you could attend that meeting.
We'll schedule
Whoever
it at a
wants to
time.
attend.
Right, exactly.
That's perfect. And
Okay,
if you
great.
can't attend, you can submit something by email.
Right.
I think that's practical. All right. Next, our last agenda item for tonight or today is the board meeting calendar for the next calendar year. And this is also in state statute that the board must approve the calendar that has to be published. So we will.
It'll go on the December 3rd,
Yeah,
whatever
we'll go on.
changes.
So right now we're going to discuss the calendar and then it's going to go on to the next business meeting, which will be in December for the current board to vote on it. But we obviously want your input since you will be seated in this calendar year that we're discussing. And then if changes are made, we have to re-vote on it. That's, like I said, that's a state law. So in general, we have meetings, business meetings are the first and third Tuesday of each month, except in July, we typically only have one meeting, and in December, we typically only have one meeting.
In June, it's not the first and the second because of graduation.
Yeah.
So in
Thank
June,
you.
it changes as well.
Yeah. So in June, it looks like we only,
It's
we
June
have 2
13th.
meetings in June, but it's the second and fourth Tuesdays, excuse me. The other thing that's not on, I guess you do have, we also have to have budget sessions, public forums, those are on here too. Those are required. And going back to the 2 meetings a month, The first one is typically here at the district office, and the second meeting of the month is typically over at the Hilton Head Island Library.
In January of this year, the reason why the second one is not on Hilton Head is because County Channel doesn't have the staff. They're short staff in the month of January, so they asked that both meetings be over here. So
Okay.
that is why it's both of them are here in the month of January.
Do you have any other comments you need to make?
I think those are the last.
Okay. I'm going to make a comment about the work sessions. So like today, I just feel that we would be better served if we did not have a work session the same week of a board meeting. I just see that as it's problematic, certainly for me, as a having a completely separate career, to just prepare so much. And I also think it's problematic for the staff to prepare so much. And they cannot get us the documents in time. It's impossible. We're asking them to do the impossible. So I think that we could probably have our if we had a work session, let's say the third week of the month, I don't even think we would probably really need the business meeting that week, but may not be supported by the other members. But I just think it's too much for the staff. If the staff, we need the staff working, not just preparing documents. And yeah, exactly. And as an example, just, this week, the documents came late. Well, it was impossible for them to get us the documents in a timely manner. They had way too much to prepare. So I'd love to hear what Dr. Rodriguez has to say.
I concur. It does jam my team up quite a bit when it falls like that. So I mean, and I think knowing ahead of time if the schedule is in a month where you have a work session, that you would have one board meeting and you would have one work session. Is that what you're suggesting, right?
I was suggesting the months that we have the work session, which is typically 4 times a year.
Yeah.
Yeah. That those months we wouldn't have 2 business meetings,
right,
because we'd have the
yeah,
work session.
correct. Yeah, I completely concur. And I think knowing ahead of time, anything that has to come to the business meeting, then staff will have to have it for that first business meeting. Right. And that's fine. We know that going in, but I think it would provide a lot of relief on particularly those weeks for staff.
All right, hands are up. Mr. Smith.
I think that this conversation should be tabled until next year for the once we get the new board members seated. I think this conversation is calling the cart before the horse, and to let them get in a rhythm, and let them get into a rhythm of what's going on first before we pre-deceive to make this decision. I don't think it would be. And I don't think it would be fair and just for us to make a decision as drastic like of what we're talking about making right now to today. I think that would be basically that this decision should not be made today. I don't see the need for it. This conversation could be brought back up at another time, but today to make that decision, I think it would be wrong for this board to do that.
Okay, Tricia.
I will abstain from this vote no matter what it is. However, I think it's imperative that the decision be made today. I mean, you're talking about next year's calendar, and the new members won't be seated till next year. There are obviously some things that have to be decided before they're seated. So I also think it's a great idea to just have 2 meetings per month.
Okay. Carlson.
Madam Chair, I've checked my calendar and all dates work.
Thank you.
So
Dick, do you have anything to say?
The only concern I have about that is work sessions are sessions where we can have extended discussions like we had this morning. We can't do that in a meeting and just have it like that. that's what work sessions are for. And we put off a lot of things, especially controversial things, for the work session. I can understand the staff deal, and I could maybe suggest we do have a work session followed by a board meeting, and make it a full day and into the evening, and take some breaks and whatever. But I don't want to lose the work session, because we don't really get a chance to talk about a lot of things in detail like we had today.
So I think what I would share, Colonel Guy, I agree with you. In my mind, I agree with you. In my mind, I was not thinking that the work session, whenever it comes up in a month, would not be a work session, that it would be a meeting. I'm thinking of it as a work session as we have it today. But, we should keep in mind, most school districts meet once a month, not twice a month like we meet, and then a work session or whatever. So I was thinking of it in terms of a work session would be the work session. And that's it, the work session, so that we can get in depth into the things just like today, right? There's a lot of value for us too in being able to do that, to communicate with you about these things in a manner that is just difficult to do in a regular board meeting. So
I also was thinking of it exactly as having the work session just like today, but foregoing the second business meeting the week we have the work session. Because now if you look at the draft before us, see, March 21 is the second business meeting, and 3 days later we have the work session. Same thing happens in I think it was April. Let me see here. Yeah, in April we have the business meeting on the 18th, and then the work session 3 days later. That's a lot. Let me just look some more here.
The next work session should be in August.
In August, it doesn't work out like that.
Then the last one's in October.
And then let's see, October. Yeah, October, it doesn't work out like that, but the first two are just within a few days like it is right now.
Do we want to check? I mean, y'all want to make a motion and take it off the calendar, and that way we can approve the calendar in December? Or
I think it should be probably people that are going to be here. Mr. Campbell?
I'm not going to be here, so I'm not going to be able to impact this decision. Okay. But what about having add more work sessions, maybe 2, and eliminate 2 board meetings, in those months, and I'm sure we got some months where the board meetings are early, like 1st and 3rd, and early 1st and 3rd, like 2nd of the month, into the month, and then adding the work session for that particular time if it hits the end of that month. But some months, like this month, December, we only have 1 board meeting, maybe a work session that month. But the work sessions are very essential, and we may still need board meetings to cover some of the business, as we've been at 9 o'clock at night and still not covering the business. So we do have to cover the business, and I'm just thinking maybe can have a flexible calendar. Another way to look at it.
Mr. Smith?
So in terms of where we're at, when we look at the calendar, it only happens twice next year where we're having a board meeting. We're having a work session the same week that we're having a board meeting. So I don't really see the issue, an issue with that right now. And I feel as we get close to that time, if that's something that the board wants to change at that time, we have the authority to, within a certain amount of hours, do the 40 laws and say, hey, look, you're instead of having it next week, we're gonna be instead of having it when it's scheduled, we're gonna have it we're gonna have it our work session the following Friday or whatever. But I mean, me personally, you know, I think that is, to me, this is conducive because I know for this week that I have school board stuff to go, school board meetings and things to go to, and to basically that's all I'm doing this week. But to stretch it out is a little. I like it when it's together. I think is, and then you're talking about the things and they're fresh on your mind. You're talking about them are wrong about that same time. At first, I was like, oh, now we got work session, but now I'm used to it. And same thing. Some of the issues that I talked about on Tuesday at the meeting were some of these things that was discussed tonight. So basically, but it's only make a long story short. It's only twice that it happens, and I think that as a board we can adjust that if we see a problem with it at that time going into that meeting. So at this time, I will make a motion that we approve the calendar as is and as is. I make a motion that we approve. That we go ahead and approve the calendar.
All right, so Mr. Smith made the motion to approve the calendar as is, and Mr. Mel Campbell made the second. So now I need to ask Tanya. So on this calendar for March 24th, it says budget debt work session. I know that's when Brian Nurek comes every year. So you know, does it have to be that day? Could it be the 31st or no?
I did speak with Mr. Nurek. That is the same time frame we had it last year. So we tentatively scheduled for that date. I could check with him to see if that could be changed to the following week.
Ingrid's hands up.
And I think last year it was about a half day work session. We did use about 2 hours of budget as an introductory session. And then he had, our financial advisor had about a 2-hour discussion on debt. So it was about a half day.
Okay.
Yeah, Ingrid's hands.
Yep. Hold on. Okay. Ingrid.
Didn't you say we were going to approve? We were just going to discuss it and approve it at the next business meeting? Because there's one, we're having a topic about whether or not we have work sessions. That's not really approving the calendar. Like I have a couple of questions about graduation dates. I don't want to, I feel like we jumped ahead. And I think this is a much bigger issue than 5 o'clock on a Friday. And to Mr. Smith's point, one of the things that I have been hearing a lot about here on Hilton Head is whether or not, if you want to serve in an elected capacity, it should be your full-time job. For most people, it is not possible to both serve in an elected capacity and have a full-time job. So this idea that, well, I just know that this week, all I have to do is a school board meeting, I think that's a great luxury for some people, but you will exclude a large amount of Beaufort County residents if you run for school board, that sometimes you're just going to have to take a week off of work, find a nanny for the kids, cancel your plans, and just be there. So I think that the work session and how much that is one conversation. I think approving the calendar is another, and I don't support approving the calendar right now. I would like to move to postpone it until our next business meeting. The approval of the calendar.
Okay. So your amendment is to postpone it to the December business meeting, and Mr. Mel Campbell second your postponement. So okay. I agree with you, Ingrid. I thought we started this conversation out that we weren't going to be approving it tonight or today, that would be approving it in December at the December meeting. So I definitely support this motion to move it there. I also concur with what you just said, Ingrid, is that there's a number of us on this board currently that don't have the luxury to just cancel everything and spend, 24/7 regarding board matters, and are very invested in our job on the board. So does anybody else want to talk about postponing it? All right.
Yeah, I do. Actually, I don't want to I don't want to postpone it because of the fact that it's not that I'm saying that in terms of get a nanny for a week. I'm just saying that versus knowing that we're going to have meetings that may take a day or a board meeting that week that will be long. That I know that this may be a week, where 1 week versus the other week that you may have a time in there where you may have such as a committee meeting that may take 2 or 3 hours versus having a board meeting that may take 4 or 5 or a work session that will take all day. That's what in terms to those talking points, in terms of those points. But I really, I really don't see a problem with us adjusting it as we go along, as in these having to be deadlock dates, because there's been plenty of times where the boards where we've changed, because I remember one year we had a work sessions during a conference and we had as a board, we changed it. So it's not like these are like these dates are we got to take it to the grave. Heck, we changed graduation just this past year for Beaufort High. We voted. We came to a meeting and we voted and changed it. So making this a document to go off of tonight. I don't see a real issue in the delay, and I don't see issue of why we're delaying it today. That's just my point.
All right, thank you. All right, no further hands are up. So the motion on the table is postponing the vote until the next business meeting. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye. Kathy Robine, aye.
Boatright, aye.
Okay. And Earl, aye. Postponing it. Nays? Okay, 1 nay. And abstentions? You're an abstention, Mel? Yeah, okay. And your abstention. Okay, so what's the count?
The abstention is
Mel and Tricia.
Okay.
William's a no, and the rest of us are yeses, and so I think we're postponing it. Yeah, I think so. Let's see. It's Earl.
I have 5-1-2. I have Earl in favor, Christina in favor, Kathy in favor, Mel abstained, Tricia abstained, William voted no, Richard Geyer voted yes, Ingrid voted yes. Is that
So
it?
it doesn't pass.
It's 5-1-2.
Yeah, but
Right.
because we have
It's a majority.
Yes. I'm going to vote yes to postpone. I apologize. I misspoke.
Okay, it passes. All right. All right, so that will be on the agenda for the December business meeting. I don't think we have any further business this afternoon.
Let's do back on the 28th.
Oh, yes. Let me just read. So the board members that were here in attendance tonight received the evaluation forms that they are to complete on our executive assistant to the board, and those are due back at the district office no later than 5 p.m. on Monday, November 28th. I just want to thank everybody for their time today, and the presentations and discussions were really good, and we really appreciate the new members attending, and we appreciate that you've stepped up to the plate to serve. That's great. If there's no further business, we can have a motion to adjourn. Okay, by Ms. Vidrich, second. Mr. Geyer, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Take care.